Well, I don't know if it says that I'm doing Daniel Larson at this point. It's not. Did it update? I don't know if it updated. I think it says that I'm doing a Daniel Larson stream currently. I'm not sure. I'm not certain about that. Hold on. Hold on. Here's my reaction to this information. Okay, no, we are. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right, good. Oh god. Oh god.
Out of the city, the heavens reflect a stinging vista of flaming insects. Darkness engulfing islands of light, scarring the sky and staining the night.
Check out Fuzo on YouTube. There he is.
Under this mess, an idiot prayer, a ticking bar of bone and thin air.
Thank you very much, Miranda. I don't think I sound like Tom Hanks. Maybe more than the guy from Kingdom Hearts 3.
Waiting to trigger and blow the big chill.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the stream. I saw the upload. I saw some people talking about it, and I was immediately like, okay, well, I'm gonna watch this, but I'm like, you know, I'm gonna be sitting here and I'm probably just gonna be fucking talking to myself the whole time. I'm just gonna be like sitting here yelling at my screen when I see some of the, because I know some things about Keffals, you know, but, and like enough of the things that I know about Keffals, I just know that I'm gonna be like, are you kidding me? And, you know, more directed at the people that were able to buy into all that shit. But yeah, it's a long-awaited video that Mutahar has been talking about doing for a while about kerfuffles, famed transgender lol cow who is transgender, yeah, just generally, I mean, for reasons well, they are kind of related, but only by her own action. But for reasons not intrinsically related to her transness, she is a kind of a fucking terrible person, from what I understand. But I started watching the video, I got like a minute or two in, and I was like, there's already things in here that I didn't know about Keffals, so it was very exciting. It was very exciting. I wanted to share the experience with everybody. Obviously, it's Mutahar. You can go check out Mutahar's channel. I think everybody is fucking familiar with Mutahar. You know, it's one thing when Hassan watches a video that just came out, but I'm allowed to. You know, if I was Hassan, maybe I wouldn't be allowed to, you know, maybe it wouldn't be a good idea for me to watch a brand new video in front of like 30,000 people. But I don't think I'm hurting Mutahar's numbers. So, you know, welcome to the stream. I'll try to make it transformative. It'll be great. Go fuck yourself. And we might do some more things later. I think we'll probably, if we want to keep it, you know, on board with drama nonsense for this stream, there's probably a couple other things I could do. I could probably look at, I don't know, there's probably like 40 other allegation videos. I'd rather avoid that if possible. If there's something else that's like kind of Leibin drama. If there's art, not even drama, but Leibin culture war or politics, that would also be great. On either, you know, we've had too much lefties lately. I would really like if somebody has a recommendation. I said I might watch the Fallout review from that one channel that everybody was clowning on that brings up interracial divorce statistics, but yeah, it's a little, everybody's talked about that already. I don't know if that's necessary. There's probably other good, funny, right-winger, rightoid videos that we could track down. I will obstruct the content of the stream by announcing that I was at a concert a few days ago, and it was a pretty good concert, and I ran into somebody, because I said I'd be at the concert. I said if anybody else is going, you know, say hi or whatever. I ran into one fellow. I don't know if you're in the chat. Are you here? Are you here right now? I'm looking. Are you here? I don't know if he wants to be. He didn't say anything about like mention me or anything. So I'm gonna do it anyway. I don't know if he's here, but it was a fellow named Perhaps in the chat. It was one fellow, and he was cool. He was a respectful gentleman who didn't try to like hound me with annoying bullshit or anything. You know, he talked to me a little bit. It was cool. We had a nice chat, and then, you know, it didn't get to a point of like, what about that one stream you did about, you know, because that does happen sometimes. I don't know why it happens, but it does happen sometimes. So that was cool. It was a Blind Guardian concert, and I did my first mosh pit. It was a good time. I was a little apprehensive at first. I mean, I didn't even know there was gonna fucking be a mosh pit, to be honest. But then it started happening, and I was like, well, I'm not gonna not do it. I have a hook hand. Unfortunately, the hook hand was not really, it was not beneficial. It actually got caught on a gentleman. He was very understanding about it, but I had to take off the hook and then continue. And I nearly broke my ankle, and that was the end of the moshing. But I made it to, like, the last couple songs. Just fucking human bumper carring motherfuckers. It was a good time. And now I'm going to... If anybody's going to see Symphony X in Toronto on May the 24th, I mean, you know, it'll be a good time. They haven't had an album in 10 years, so it's going to be probably classics. So it's not going to be... Because that was the problem with the Blind Guardian show, was it was good, but it's like, I didn't love their new album. I mean, it was fine when you're just smashing into people. You know, that was that was fine. When you're just fucking bashing into bitches. That's... You know, it's just loud rock music at that point. But, you know, in terms of, like, classics or whatever, they played some... I was very surprised they played one of my favorite acoustic songs from them. I guess it's one they do play live sometimes. They didn't play Curse My Name, but unfortunately, but they had Scalds and Shadows, which is another good one from around that era, you know, mid 2000s, mid to late 2000s Blame Guardian, which is kind of my jam. So it was fun, and I was immediately like, I gotta do this again. I gotta get like an ankle brace or something to make sure I'm like steady on my feet. I'm gonna come prepared. I'm gonna get like new shoes. I'm gonna get fucking boots or something. You know, really fucking strap myself down to the goddamn floor. It's gonna be great. Let me see here. We got member for 5 months, Miranda. Apparently Miranda's mom thinks I sound like Tom Hanks. I mean, people in chat are saying they kind of hear it. I guess I can, a little bit. I mean, I'm not from the South. Isn't he like from Texas or something? Yeah, I guess I could see there's some of that maybe. I don't know. I think I just sound like an asshole. I've been editing my I know I talk about it all the time, like it's never coming out. It's like a fucking it's like Smile by the fucking Beach Boys or something, but it's the Oddballs Online Girl Cock Map Weirdo website stream that we did like 5 months ago now. And finally getting close to finishing that. All of the miners. It's surprisingly quite a lot of miners' names. I didn't realize how much of that video is going to need little strategic blurs. I thought it was like, okay, I'll blur out like where they're linking to fucking, like lolly websites and shit. But, everything else is fun. No, it's like a not insignificant number of... Oh.
We have a new enemy in town.
Welcome. I mean, he's not even new. That's untrue. It's a 4 months member, but thank you. A not insignificant number of the screenshots in that horrendous video were of adult-attracted minors interacting with minor-attracted adults. I don't know why they're called minor-attracted persons or people. They really need to keep that consistent to make it AAMs and MAAs. That's just stupid that they haven't. I mean, I shouldn't be giving them tips, but like, come on, make it symmetrical, motherfuckers. 2 months member, Random Red. Thank you very much. We have
a new enemy in town.
Enemy. It's an old enemy. It's a 2 months familiar enemy. Heya, Deadwing Dork. I hope you're having a good day. I'm having an okay day. It's a very sleepy day, but it's okay. Can you play Sonic and the Fallen Star on stream? It's a really cool game. Well, I don't know what that is. I mean, is it like a fan game? I might. There's a non-zero chance I could play Sonic fan games on a stream because some of them are funny, and some of them are good, and some of them are in Roblox and are better than Sonic Frontiers. So how about that? I was actually watching videos about Sonic fan games earlier today because there was like some news about the next Sonic game, and it's gonna be they're focusing on fucking combat again. I don't know when they're going to learn the lesson, how many times they need to be taught this lesson, old man, but they're doing another cool Sonic game where you mash a button a whole bunch until the combat is over. I'm so excited. It's gonna be great. I love that for Sonic Unleashed being like 95% of that otherwise pretty good Sonic game. It's just like mostly a shitty God of War game. That's my favorite part. That's my favorite thing in the whole series. $5 from Jafer. Is this going to be one of those unfortunately KF was right videos? I mean, I'm not sure. I got a few minutes in. I think most people have turned on Keffals. Like, Keffals is not a person that a lot of people still are like super fucking cool with, like I think most people have come to realize that. I mean, it's always amazing to me. This is what I always get hung up on, is the weird, like, I guess there's always some people, there's like parasocial stuff that happens. You're never gonna lose all of your fans, right? So like when you're like Dark Viper, it's like, what are the people that are watching him unironically, not just haha he's screaming again, I have no friends, I have no family. What are those people thinking while they're watching him? It's a fascinating thought, and the same thing goes for like Keffals and anybody like that, where it's like, somebody who's been canceled for nonsensical reasons like George Not Found, but somebody who's been like justifiably the tides have turned against them for reasons of like like Logan Paul or whatever. I mean, in a lot of cases with somebody like that, it's because their audience is children and I suppose that might be true for Keffals a little bit too, but we'll get into that. 6 months member from Alan Sampson.
We have a new enemy in town.
Hey Duder, it be Cymath. A cool centrist podcast to check out is Things Fell Apart by Jon Ronson. Also a nice vid. Well, I mean, I am an epic cool centrist, so that sounds potentially good. I mean, I'm also very picky about because centrism means a lot of things to a lot of people. It used to be associated for years with, like, Boogie just being unable to fucking, like, make any decision about anything and just, like, have an opinion about things. Like, I mean, far be it for, like, so, you know, the usual thing on the internet is people who are, like, just say things without thinking, completely bumblefuck stupid. They don't think even for a second about how it'll be perceived or how they don't know anything about what they're fucking talking about. Boogie, on the other hand, was like, man, during Gamergate, he would just refuse to fucking, have an opinion or shut up about it. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know, but in recent years, it's become like a slur that's just meant to, like, further radicalize people, so that's cool. You're a fucking centrist? Why didn't you vote for one of the two cool people that we have our choice in? You know, or three if you're from, like, Canada or whatever, you know, you might get, like, at most, maybe, like, 3 parties that have any chance of, like, winning anything. Let me see here. We got, a cool video. What are we doing here?
Why doesn't that rhyme?
Oh, shut the fuck up, Rob Words. I just need your video. I'm just using your video for nefarious purposes to paste in a link. Super Sentai for... Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I'll put this on the list for another time. Thank you. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, John. I've never heard of Jon Ronson before, but I mean, well, the name sounds familiar, actually. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of names you hear in passing. It's probably fucking 10 years ago. I heard something about Jon Ronson, and then I forgot about it entirely. Probably. Genova with $5. Hey Claw, have some lavender on me. I started playing Final Fantasy 16. I think that is, not too long. Wait, is that 16? Yeah, that's 16. I really hate the fucking... I'm starting to hate the Roman numerals are starting to be like, alright, yeah, I get it. It's really cool. We're gonna end up with, like, what, XVIII in a couple games. That's gonna be so great. I started playing XVI, not too long ago. And it's really good once you get past the 12 hours of setup. OE. I don't know. You threw in, like, an extra go and then also just the letters OE at the end. Is that like a thing? I don't know what that means. But yeah, I played, like, probably about that much. I got up to the part where a certain character exits the party. And, you know, you're going to, like, a big city or something, from what I remember. And then I just stopped playing it, because, like, I don't know, fucking other things happened. And since then, it's fallen into that nebulous limbo of, well, I don't want to restart it from the beginning, but I, like, don't remember anything that was fucking happening. And, like, even if I read all of the lore or something, what I should do is probably watch Vinny play it, I guess. You know, like, because he played it, and, I think, you know, that would be a good way to catch up, maybe. But yeah, it's a pretty fun game. A lot of people gave it a lot of shit for not being, like, more like Final Fantasy, I guess. And then I don't know, I just played, like, Kingdom Hearts 3, and they just have, like, 5 seconds of space in between every line of dialogue. It's like, you know, I'm happy. I don't know. Maybe I'm an evil Westerner or Westaboo or something. I don't know, but I'm kind of okay with a Final Fantasy game where people talk like fucking humans and, like, it's not ridiculous anime bullshit. I mean, I'm okay with that sometimes, you know. Remake and Rebirth have that too, but it's like, it's enough with the ridiculous anime bullshit. There's room for both, I think. Alex Dumnik has been a member for 4 months. Thank you very much, Claw. Thanks for the Daniel Larson stream. It was excellent. Also, given any more thought to merch, I need a bear shirt, damn it. Well, we know we did memberships last year. I still got to do more with that. But it takes me like a fucking year to edit one video because my problem, and I've said this before, is that I wind up editing like a minute of footage and then I'm like, okay, well, time to go watch the last 10 minutes and make sure that I didn't like miss a name or fucking, you know, screw up a transition or something. And I just keep doing that, and it's it's not something I've ever been able to beat. So there's supposed to be like member videos and stuff, but there was a one single member poll, and we got to do more member emotes at some point. We added a couple months ago. There's up to like 10 or something now. We got spaces for more though, so I think it's high time we add in some. I mean, I'm not sure which we would add at this point, you know, but like I'm down for some new emotes. We do have some space for more merch. That could be this year. I could look into merch. I'd be maybe interested in that, but at the same time, I don't know. I mean, I need to become a brand man? Like, I don't know, man. I might want to go. I might want to get with Marks or something, dude. Like, that just doesn't sound like that would be very, like, think about the cobalt mining, you know? That probably goes into making a hoodie. God, they had $100 Blind Guardian merch at the fucking concert the other day. It was like, man, maybe if it had I no hate to the new Blind Guardian album, but man, maybe if it had like a better album art on it. The art is fine, but like, $100 is a steep ask, man. I didn't even get anything from the Porcupine Tree concert, and it was like $50 or something for a t-shirt. That's still ridiculous. That's still nonsense. I mean, they had fucking t-shirts for the warm-up band, which was pretty cool, by the way. Night Demon. You should check them out. They had a guy come out that had like a hood and a fucking like a skull mask, and he held out a chalice, and the song was called "Drink from the Chalice," and we were all supposed to drink from the chalice. It was basically like if King Diamond didn't have one of the most insufferable sounding singers ever. There, I said it. I fucking said it. I like some King Diamond, but man, King Diamond King Diamond is the singer. I'm thinking of Merciful Fate. King Diamond is the singer. He also has his own songs that are good, but like his voice is like one of those Bob Dylan, Joanna Newsom kind of voices that you really have to probably listen to for a while to be okay with it. It's a little bit annoying. But you get past that. There's some good music there. I always like that one Metallica cover song. Let me see here. It's $5 from Hollow with the new membership. Thank you. That actually is.
We have a new enemy in town.
That actually is apparently a new member, so thank you. $5 from Evil Tomato Man. We're about to get into things, ladies and gentlemen. Just rewatched your Birdie and Dead Six videos the other day, and they were amazing. Here's $5. Go buy yourself a beer. Well, I actually had 3 beers the other night that were slightly overpriced, but it was my first time having any booze for quite a while, several months actually. So yeah, let me see here. Well, okay, hang on. $10 from Rima Logo. Thank you. Hey Claw, first time donating, so sorry if you've been asked this already, but did you have any interest in the Leo convoy thingy, the video of him bullying an autistic woman for 6 hours and all that? Well, that sounds like something I'm down for. I think that's what we're about to get into, actually. No. Not as such. I mean, I've been curious about it. I haven't really looked into it so much, but I know that there's things going on. There were people that, I think Milady Class, and I don't know if she's here, but she's I think she recommended I watch some Leo Convoy videos like a couple years ago, probably before people knew that he was kind of not the best channel, maybe, I don't know. So like I knew the name and I knew the kind of vaguely what he did, and then the tables turned and suddenly people were like, that guy is like the furry Mama Max, he sucks. So I guess I am a little bit interested in that, a little bit. And there's been like fucking 5 people we've looked at recently that are connected to that fucking guy, so maybe that will happen. I don't know. Speaking of which, again, thank you to Rima Logo and also Evil Tomato Man. The birdie stream. That might be one that needs a clip. I wasn't even thinking of it, really, but people keep talking about that. People keep going back to that fucking birdie stream. That was, I mean, it was notable. Like, I've seen some comments that are like, I wish Claw would stop doomering me about, like, the youth today and blackpilling me about the youth today and go back to, like, funny retards. And it's like, you need to, I mean, I understand if that's how you feel, but you need to recognize the black comedy that lies within the doomering. That's the sweet spot I'm aiming for. And so sometimes I see, you know, sometimes we go 6 hours on a video that's canceling someone for grooming them when they were 12 and the other person was 14. And, you know, Oh, and also they've, you know, oh god, no, that was an interesting one, because there's a lot of, like, sociological fucking, I don't know, connotations of that. Just, I can't get over the fact that that person's entire life, entire teenage life anyway, is documented by the internet, and they are, I don't know, broken by it, it seems. Completely fucking, they're like a digital human or some insane shit. It's very strange. Very, very unfortunate. What the fuck are we doing? What are the youth doing today? I don't know. So we're gonna get into it here. And yeah, we have a video from Some Ordinary Gamers, Mutahar. Famed Mutahar channel with nearly 4 million subs now. Wow. Wow. And, you know, there's some people that don't like Mutahar. I've seen some pushback against him. Anybody that big is going to have people that don't like him. Try to keep and mods, please, you know. It's fair to, like, criticize him about things, but if don't do the thing where you're just like, boy, I hate Mutahar, I fucked this video. Because, like, you know, whatever. I mean, don't watch it if it's fine, you know. I enjoy Mutahar's videos sometimes. I just have to put this, like, disclaimer out there, because it's like, that's kind of not important, really. The, you know, the information that's being presented is kind of the more of the thing here. And, yeah, make sure you check out this video. You know, give it a watch while you're, like, off. Just put it on, watch it. Like, we'll watch it now, but give him a view. Watch it, put it on mute, and just, like, go do your laundry and, like, wash your dishes and shit. And then come back in, like, an hour and a half, and it'll finish. Watch the whole thing in the background. And, like, turn off ad block and everything. You know, like, have it just autoplay the ads and shit, too. It'll be great. It'll be great. Yeah, you know, we're gonna take a look at this now. And, yeah, for a lot of people who are not aware of, not aware of Keffals, this might be an interesting thing. I've been thinking about looking at Keffals for a long time. There was that whole period there where simply speaking ill of Keffals was enough to get your account mysteriously vanished. Because she, like, knows people who work at fucking Google or something, allegedly. And so people were randomly getting fucking got. Speaking of people randomly getting got, stick around later and we might take a look at the new supervillain that's now facing off with Drake in a battle of wits. It's not Kendrick Lamar, it's evidently the Riddler. So if you've been following that at all, it's some wild, insane nonsense. There's, like, it goes up to, it's Pizzagate level, essentially. But, like, believable, also. It's very strange. Things are happening in that sphere. The fucking worlds are fucking shaking. It's gonna be quite something. Apparently someone got shot at, like, Drake's estate or something. Anyways, we're gonna get into it here. Again, this is, the Mutahar video. Let's all learn about Keffals here. Once again, much like with Dark Viper AU, we are not watching a video from Keffals. We are not watching a video. We're watching a video from Mutahar. It happens to contain footage from Keffals. If she tries to pull that, like, copyright claim, I mean, she's gonna have more problems than my stream about it. I mean, fuck, Nick DiOrio is talking about it, I think at the same time as me. So you can go check that stream out if you don't like me. You know, also Mutahar's video itself is probably going to make some fucking waves. Probably millions of people are going to see her. And what's notable about Keffals, the last thing I'll say before we get started, an interesting thing you might not, I don't know if it'll get covered here, but it's an interesting thing nonetheless about Keffals, is that for someone who has so much, like, discourse surrounding them, Keffals' videos do not, like, get a lot of fucking attention. Like, she makes content on YouTube, and nobody really watches it. She doesn't have that many followers or, like, that much attention on her videos, you know, so it's just interesting that, like, all of the stink she makes on Twitter, no pun intended about stink, by the way, but I don't know if that'll be covered in this video, but you know, we'll see. But all of the stink she makes on Twitter hasn't seemed to translate all that much to her actual, like, YouTube influence. It's just a weird little thing I've noted, but let's watch. Oh, also there was a gift membership from Aimbot, and I didn't notice that because I think well, thank you to the Aimbot.
We have a new enemy in town.
For gifting a membership to someone. Thank you. I only noticed that because it doesn't tell you that if it's like one. I think it doesn't tell you if it's like one gift membership. If it's no, actually, I don't think it tells you at all about gift memberships on OBS. That's really annoying. Well, it tells you that on the fan funding tab on here, so I almost missed it, but thank you. We got an old enemy in town.
If anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting canceled. Hello, guys and gals.
I think that's a good way to start your video.
Mutahar, and today's video is one that required quite a fair bit of research, and it's one that I should have released a few weeks ago. It's a video that might be one of my most controversial videos, but one that required looking back years upon years of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most...
One of the things I will say about Mutahar before we get into this, though, is that I always find it interesting. I know I think he calls himself, like, Indian, but isn't he actually Muslim or something? I'm not sure, but I think he's from Canada. I think he was born in Canada. And yet the way he speaks sometimes, it sounds like he says certain things where I'm like, I don't know if that's like a regional thing. I don't know, but sometimes the way he says things, I'm like, you didn't want to do a second take of that one? I don't know. I mean, far be it for me to talk. My thing, though, is I surreptitiously edit the words to make them sound right. Like, I'll just do a little cross dissolve or whatever to make it like, haha, I didn't misspeak. I didn't say that word wrong. Take that, chuds. Yeah, you know, so I mean, I guess both, you know, it's everything, anything can be criticized. It's fine.
Most dangerous people on the web. An international transgender...
Indian Muslim? Okay, well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm just saying that, like, you know, I mean, it's, you almost think it might be like a second language thing. I don't think it is. I think he's just from Canada. I don't know, but maybe it's, I'm learning a lot about Toronto lingo, actually, from the whole Kendrick and Drake thing. Apparently we're supposed to call each other Crodies. So, like, I mean, I think he's from Toronto, so maybe there's just, like, some Toronto man's slang that's, like, in here. I don't know. I don't know.
Activist that some of you all...
So sorry, Keffals is a trans activist,
years
yes.
of internet history to come to an actual conclusion of one of the most dangerous people on the web. An international...
Quite a claim.
...transgender activist that some of you all may know as Keffals. Now, Keffals is not necessarily a popular activist. They're an online transgender activist known for fighting against the controversial website Kiwi Farms. Her campaign saw mainstream attention after...
I like, by the way, that the video actually has hashtag drop Kiwi Farms in the thing. That's pretty good.
A highly publicized...
It's a high-level play right there.
It's swatting, where she alleged mistreatment by the Canadian Police Services. The online harassment escalated until she was forced to flee her home country to escape. With the media and an entire community...
She was forced to flee her home country and then tell people where she was going. But it was okay because, you know, she just said the country. People would never find out anything more from that. She just... I don't know. We'll get into it, but it's funny.
Backing her, she raised over $100,000 on GoFundMe to recoup her losses and pursue legal action against law enforcement.
I like how much this is skimming the surface so far, because I don't know that much about Keffals, but, like, I know enough, kind of the broad strokes of it. I know enough where I'm like, oh yeah, I guess we're gonna have to get into this later. This $100,000 goal that, I mean, I don't know, I won't spoil it, but there's some shady stuff going on just with the goal alone, let alone the actual funding of it.
This is the story the public heard all the way up in 2022. Turns out her entire career and almost everything she said.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his hair. He did, like, you know when, like, Jay from Red Letter Media gets, like, a certain haircut and it becomes, like, a new era? Like, recently Jay got a haircut and people were like, well, he's no longer Jesus. I forget it. He wasn't Jesus anymore. He was looking like... people were set on what the last J era of hair looked like, but now the new Mutahar hair era, it's not what did he do with his hair? The volume of his hair is disgusting. It's not sticking up enough, and it makes his head look tiny. If he wanted to look better and look less fucking homeless... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. We don't need to watch any Think Before You Sleep today. We're good.
Head is a lot. Join me as I take you down a journey that involves SWAT teams, misgendering, do-it-yourself hormones, cat boys, and a scam many have tried to expose, yet for some reason almost no one is talking about.
The most evil activist on the internet. So there was another claim that Mutahar made a couple months ago that was of note. It was talking about Mama Max, someone that he had considered himself friendly with, or, you know, a friend, if one or the other. And he, you know, obviously Mama Max was like a huge fucking fraud and a japester. And he said at the end of his first Mama Max video, he said, like, I forget the quote, but it was like, this is one of the least respectable people that I've ever had the displeasure of talking about on the channel. And so it was that combined with the internet's most evil activist, which I don't think that's true. I mean, maybe in terms of... Because there's a lot of people that are out there activisting for, like, you know, a lot of the things that Keffals is probably secretly into but won't admit to the public. You know, and they're doing it publicly. So, I mean, I guess I don't know. I mean, we'll get into it. I guess it's all subjective, really.
Before we get into the real meat and potatoes, I should probably explain a bit more about who Keffals is. Her name is Clara Sorrenti, first rose to prominence in a community of another left-wing political streamer named Vosh.
Now, I actually didn't know that she, like, originated within the Vosh sphere. I knew that, obviously, she, you know, swept for the lolly stuff, but... I guess it makes sense that it was, like, I guess just Keffals, like, having her friends back, having, you know, Vosh made Keffals who Keffals is, so, you know, so she had to, he didn't do anything, really, I mean, she kind of, like, backed up on that eventually, but, also, yeah, don't do the fucking, like, she, or, you know, green text she, or whatever. We don't need any of that. The mods can... That's the biggest problem with that is that it's not funny or creative. You know what? If you can make a transphobic joke in chat that's funny, then go for it. If it's funny, but we reserve the right to remove it if it's just cringe. There's your warning.
Garnering a following by posting memes.
If it's just like being nasty and weird, then get the fuck out of here. But if you have something to say that's funny, then fucking go for it.
Twitter. With this notoriety, she began streaming video games on Twitch in March of 2020. Her focus shifted to politics later that year after a wave of anti-trans legislation swept through the United States. Right. She went on to raise $200,000 for a campaign for Southern equality to protect trans youth. By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000 followers, and while most were on...
Wow, he's really flexing that fucking...
By the end of the year, her Twitter surpassed 10,000...
That's probably not even, like, a fancy watch, but, like, every watch has to be a fancy watch at this point. Who the fuck's buying a watch? Like, a watch has gone from, like, a necessity to, like, an everyday... it's gone from like an everyday necessity that people need to be able to tell the time to like a luxury item for Mutahar motherfuckers. Good for him.
1,000 followers, and while most were on board with the activist, others grew very critical of how she used her platform. Clara regularly directed her chat to brigade targets by ratioing them. Ratioing...
Yeah, this is another thing I didn't know, was that, like, this is so intensely cringe.
For anybody who's not terminally online, is when you try to get more likes to the original post in a quote tweet or a reply.
God, talk about, yeah, terminally online. Just, this is really, like, take that, Republicans! Like, yeah, you really got them. It's not even, like, making a point. Like, ratioing people is something that you do when you have, like, a counter-argument to something that a person's saying, or like, you clown on them in a funny way or something. Just saying ratio and then getting more fucking likes or whatever, that's nothing. That doesn't mean anything. For anybody to look at this and think that this is, like, some kind of fucking activism or whatever this is, whatever kind of statement this is, it's very embarrassing.
This amounted to coordinating with her chat on stream, and even if you blocked her, she would just use alternate accounts to achieve this goal. It was through this that she got into her first real internet...
Yes, you can insult Keffals without being transphobic. Make jokes about fart porn. That's what you want to do.
...beef in early 2022. On March 22nd, 2022, Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong.
It was at this moment that I had to stop watching the video, because I knew, I was like, oh god, we're talking about Keffals and Vaughan and Ian Miles Chong. Oh, this is going to be one for the books. I gotta share this one. People have to watch this with me. I need to see chat respond in real time.
Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite
someone in chat is an innocent bab who doesn't know who Ian Miles Chong is. That's very funny.
The timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is a kind of...
Destiny is such a bizarre character to me. I need to watch some Destiny at some point, actually. I know that sounds insane. But, like, he keeps showing up in relation to shit. And I had this completely different interpretation of him as being, I guess, closer to someone like Vosh or Hassan, but I guess he's more, like, center-ish, but people also still don't like him. Like, it's very strange, because, like, I'm learning about the, like, Twitch political streamers, and, like, the big three, right? It's, like, Destiny, Vosh, and Hassan. Those are, like, the big Twitch political guys. Obviously, Twitch is where you go to for politics, obviously. I mean, I say that as a joke, but I'm pretty sure Hassan gets more viewers than the BBC or something, so, like, I don't know. I mean, I heard that once. I don't know how true it is, but Vosh is, like, Hassan is someone who's just, like, a fucking idiot and doesn't believe in anything and is just, like, Alex Jones for the left, basically. Vosh is someone who I think has convinced himself of the things that he says he believes, but he's just a combination of such an intense gooner, and he's looking for, like, an excuse for that. And also, like, just a pedantic debate bro idiot that he's become the way he is. I from what I can tell, I feel like Destiny might have bad opinions, but as far as I can tell, it seems like he at least believes the things that he says. I need to, like, watch some Destiny and form an opinion at some point. I'm gonna report back to you at some point, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna become Destiny pilled. Or I'll become like Mr. Girl and I'll write a manifesto against him. You know, that's the great thing, is that if I learn about Destiny and I watch some Destiny, that might be a horrible experience and I might hate it, but I might learn enough to be able to do Mr. Girl's Destiny manifesto and then call the stream Manifesto Destiny, which is, you know, it's what everybody's been waiting for, really.
Progenitor of the...
So what's going on with Destiny here? Clara doesn't like Destiny.
Someone else. Another streamer named Destiny. Destiny is
is Destiny also a gooner? Okay, well... I guess that's interesting. The two big political guys are, like, big-time gooners, and then the other one is just a shill. He's just like a propagandist product person. That's pretty cool. Well, Well, I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh and Hassan Piker got their start.
So all these motherfuckers owe their shit to Destiny. That's actually really funny. Because I was saying before, I didn't know that Keffals got her start, like Vosh was the thing that grew her platform or whatever. Like, he gave her exposure or whatever. So, I guess it makes sense a little bit that, like, oh, he got in some trouble. She's gonna try to be, like, loyal to, the person who did good by her sort of thing, right? But I guess they should all be loyal to fucking Destiny, shouldn't they? I didn't realize he was the progenitor of internet politics. Doesn't that make him patient zero for all of the problems on the... Oh, okay, so he is a piece of shit.
These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not
all
so
his
much.
fault.
And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock!
Okay. Is that it? Is that it? Really? I mean, we'll have to just take Muda's word for it, but, like, from what I've seen of Keffals, that wouldn't surprise me. Like, there's stuff in here, I don't know if there's maybe proof provided, I don't know, but, like, it's possible he said more here. I'm, assuming, I'm assuming that Mutahar wouldn't just omit a bunch of shit, but this is a really tame thing to get, like, for people to get upset about. What is this? The response to Ian Miles Chong quote tweeting me. Yeah, it just keeps talking about ratio. It's just every tweet is about ratioing. What is this? Like, I didn't even notice what the actual Twitter exchange was here. So she finds Ian Miles Chong.
Clara had a spat with online notorious agitator Ian Miles Chong.
And she just, like, shouts ratio at him, like, for 2 hours?
Their back and forth continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50...
In what way is this not, like... I thought that brigading was bad. I mean, I guess it just... If you put, like, political flags all over your fucking campaign, then, like, the big company is no longer allowed to, like, look at it as what it is, I guess. If you just throw a bunch of disclaimers up that say, we're trans, it's fine because we're trans! That, like, I guess YouTube and whatever Twitch are just like, oh, well, okay, you must have good reasons, then, for breaking one of our rules that's, like, on every website like this, basically. I don't know. It's very I mean, again, we know, maybe it'll come up later. Keffals is, like, friends with someone, apparently, allegedly, who, like, works for Google, maybe other people as well, potentially in the tech sphere, but, a Google friend, someone who, there were a lot of conspiracies buzzing around that was, that connection was what was exploited in order to fuck over Kiwi farms more. So, I mean, Keffals knows people, so it's not completely out of the realm of at least discussion. Maybe not, didn't necessarily happen, but it's not out of the realm of discussion to ask why, the rules legitimately don't seem to apply to Keffals a lot of the time. Because, I mean, there's just enough at this point that it's a bit of a suspicious pattern of behavior. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know, Ian Miles Chong is a fucking moron, but just being like, go minions, fly my monkeys, like, I don't know, that just sounds like pretty obviously what it is. I don't know how. I'm sure if you word it in a certain way, you can find some manner of, like, well, actually, King, like, you can find some way to not call it harassment or whatever. I mean, I don't think it's harassment, but by, like, Twitch's definition, I'm sure it would be constituted. It would be considered as, like, harassing people or some fucking one of their rules that they all have that ruin the internet for everybody.
PM Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods...
Yeah, Still Gray has, like, fucking nearly 400,000 tweets because he's been on Twitter for, like, 15 years or something. He's been on Twitter long enough to go from, like, extreme leftist, annoying little man babbling about why they can't put women in the new FIFA game, which I think they eventually did, actually. So I wonder what he had to say about that. That's pretty funny. But and then eventually he got like mysteriously converted overnight. He got like they flipped him in a back room and he became like hardcore right-winger overnight, mysteriously, out of nowhere. And so he's been on the site for a while. I'm sure he's got, you know, quite a, you know, there's quite a lot of history in these 400,000 tweets almost.
Continued for hours as she commanded her viewers to ratio him. Then at around 4:50 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages. Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny.
So, wait, one of the mods blamed Destiny? Why?
4:50 p.m. Eastern.
This is like fucking unhinged. Why did that happen?
Standard Time, her chat was brigaded with hateful messages.
Okay, okay, so I just so begins the arc of Keffals being extremely frustrating to deal with, where it's like, yeah, this shit about lay epic ratio, haha, I ratioed you, and then what, you get like a few hundred messages and now you're gonna cry about harassment? Can't you take any of what you're dishing out at all? None of it? Not even for a second. Well, alright. Okay, so she's now getting massively harassed.
Despite the timing, one of her mods would end up blaming someone else, another streamer named Destiny.
So Destiny is the cause of all of Destiny is the architect of Keffal's suffering. I like that there's a gun right above his head. That's that's pretty good.
Destiny is a kind of progenitor of the entire online leftist streaming space. His stream is where both Vosh...
God, when you... I like this clip of Vosh just chimping out. That's great. When you describe somebody as the progenitor of the online leftist streaming space... Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't think there's anything Destiny could ever say that could get himself out of, like... that's Nuremberg for you, buddy. I'm sorry. That's a war crime. That's not acceptable.
And Hassan,
look at what you've created. If that's true, look at what you've led to, Destiny. Fuck you.
Hassan Piker got their start.
Look at this.
These people used to be friends, and nowadays, not so much.
It's a Vosh soy jacket. It was great.
And that is reflected in their communities. The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote...
I do like that that Mutahar had to, like, blur out Hassan's chat, and I wonder if that's... I wonder why. Maybe it's, like, there's, like... I mean, why would they blur out Hassan's chat? The only thing I can think is that Hassan is, like, a horrible person who frequently uses, like, racially charged words like shitskin to just refer to someone who disagrees to him in chat. So maybe his chat is being tremendously toxic and hateful right now, and Mutahar had to, like, blur it out. I don't know why you would have to blur out Hassan's chat unless there's, like, some bad shit in there. I don't know.
The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh.
This is the only thing that... Okay, so it took me, like, 10 minutes to go back through this, like, 30-second sequence here to understand why Destiny's even fucking involved in this at all. But I guess being, like, a little shit stirrer on the internet wound up getting Keffals some, like, backlash. A tiny, tiny amount of backlash. And instead of assuming that it was because of her own actions or the actions of her viewers, I guess it's Destiny's fault. All right. Okay.
The only evidence implicating Destiny was a quote tweet where he called her cringe. Ooh, the shock! It was posted 2 hours after the rape. Despite this, Clara and her community insisted it was his fault.
Okay, so, well, I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily proof here nor there, really. I mean, he could be tweeting about it while, like, it's already happening, I guess, but if the idea is that he tweeted about it publicly and, like, that sent stuff to... I don't know, maybe. But, yeah, I mean... Like, if the idea is that he's secretly behind the strings pulling... behind the scenes pulling strings and, like, he orchestrated a campaign of hateful bigots to go attack Keffals or something... I mean, maybe that he could still do that, but if the idea is just that he tweeted that and then people started hating Keffals because of that, like, well, that just doesn't sound true then, does it?
Once again, there was no evidence he had any involvement, yet she used it as justification to deplatform him. Her first response was to try to get his Twitter mass-reported and banned. She said,
Why? This is Omni Destiny who uses the... Wasn't she, like, already ban evading? Didn't she ban evade or something? Like... this is what I mean when I'm like, how do people support this? This, like, hall monitor shit. It's like, okay, someone's ban evading because they posted, like, horrible shit. Yeah, okay, get rid of them a second time. They probably, you know, if they're, like, posting some, like, illegal imagery or some shit, then, you know, get rid of them. If it's just someone who got banned for some other, because some other fucking oversensitive retard. Like, I don't know why Destiny's original account got banned. But, like, it was probably some other shit like this, let's be real, it usually is. I'm assuming he didn't post, like, gore. You know, like, it probably wasn't anything like that, so, I mean, it was, you know, probably just some other fucking disagreement type of deal. Like, how does anybody get behind someone like this? Actually... I guess you have to really be drinking the Kool-Aid super hard and believing that Keffals is, like, the most put-upon victim in the world. What's crazy to me about Destiny and all of this is that, like, the lefty people online seem to fucking hate him. Even though he is, like, apparently also a lefty. It's very... I mean, I'm gonna be real, it attracts me to him. It makes me... Not physically, he looks like Turkey Tom's dad, but on a political level, knowing nothing else about him, I'm like, oh, everybody seems to hate him. That's really promising. That's really promising to me personally. All the liberals don't like him, but yet he calls himself a liberal. Reminds me of me, you know. So maybe there's something there that I could enjoy. But, you know, yeah, everybody, it's just amazing to me, though, because, like, yeah, you know, like, Destiny is not, like, some, I don't know, Ben Shapiro figure. You'd think that at least people would be able to look at him and be like, okay, he's probably not, you know, like a Chan, like, harassment campaign, the internet hate machine known as Destiny. But I guess you have to, like, if you're part of Keffals' audience in this scenario at this point in time, you did drink the Kool-Aid so hard that you're just looking at this like, yep, this guy who is, like, ostensibly a leftist with slightly different views, probably. I mean, I don't know how different they are, but, you know, he's not like some wacky fucking alternative fucking, you know, socialist libertarian, some kind of weird multi-classing bullshit. He's, you know... so it's like, it's weird to me. I mean, again, I don't know. Maybe he's super fucking edgy, but, like, you have to have, I don't know, just to immediately believe this, like, oh my god, he has to be doing it! He's ban evading! What a monster! Really? I mean, I could maybe even understand it if it was someone like a Ben Shapiro. It would still be like, okay, you're just upset with this person just because you disagree with them, but at least then it's like, oh my god, they're evil right-wingers! But when it's like somebody who is, like, more or less aligned with a lot of the things that Keffals probably agrees with, I don't know if she really believes anything, but it's weird to me to just automatically assume that this guy is, like, again, sending flying monkeys, like the fucking Wicked Witch. Maybe I don't know enough about the guy, but yeah, immediately go after him and get him banned.
Sites on his Twitch channel launching what can only be described as a full-fledged character assassination. There are countless examples of her legitimate slander and flat-out lies about Destiny. He detailed the worst of her behavior in an extensive document.
Oh, Destiny collabs with Ethan Ralph. Well, I mean, people... That's not good, but... I mean, I think there's a problem with talking to people. You know, there is this weird thing now where you're not allowed to speak to other human beings if they don't, like, have the right beliefs, and it's, I mean, like, I don't think that's necessarily a knock against him. I don't want to get too bogged down by Destiny, but I do see that a lot. Someone in chat is like, he talked to Ethan Ralph. Like, well, I mean, you know, so you can talk to someone and then reveal to everybody that it's Ethan Ralph and he's a fucking retard. That sounds like Sounds like a pretty good time. I mean, you know.
And he published back in 2020.
Suppose if he was like super agreeing with nodding. Yes, Ethan Ralph, absolutely. Yes, Medicare. Why doesn't he just die? Indeed, Ethan. You know, maybe. I don't know.
And I'm only going to touch on a few examples because this video is going to be as long as it is. The first thing to point out is she was successful in depriving...
This is what I mean with Mutahar, the way he talks sometimes. I said that before, and we haven't had much of it in this video so far. But, like, he'll just say things where I'm like, yeah, the video is as long as it is, Mutahar. It's... The video is indeed the length that it is. Thank you, Mutahar.
Him of one of his
I'm just being an asshole. I know. I'm just being an asshole.
Sources of income. She painted Destiny as transphobic for not supporting trans women competing in sports with cis women. Even if you disagree with this, that doesn't necessarily make Destiny transphobic. It's a...
Yeah, I heard something about that he has, like, some different opinion about that, and again, unless you're 100% aligned with the party... You know, all the talking points of that were in the pamphlet you got, then I guess you're not, unfortunately, you're transphobic. Just like Grok is woke, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know enough about the subject, but, you know, I agree. I don't think that necessarily... I mean, it's one of those words that people use and it's lost all meaning, but because it both means it exists in a superposition of like, oh, you have some slight misconceptions about what it means to be trans or like what that like, you know, means biologically or whatever. Like that could be considered transphobia is just like, oh, you know, you don't fully understand, but then it's also fear of them. Blinding hatred of them, jokes toward them, and it applies to any, like, racism, whatever, all of these words that are kind of, they can mean just, like, a slight misunderstanding, oh, you're a little sexist, and that could either mean, like, oh, you don't fully understand the gender dynamics, or it could mean you are Andrew Tate, you know? So yeah, we need better words is the big thing, you know, just, you know, calling people a word that is very charged in either not being a huge deal, just something to maybe work on, or this person is an irredeemable monster and can never be associated with by anyone. It's like, well, you know, it's possible that by some definitions you might call them transphobic. I don't know. But yeah, that is definitely one that people do get mad about that.
Fringe pressure point of a much larger, broader issue. It's a highly specific, contentious issue and an unfair...
supposedly, according to FD Signifier, that's supposedly what critical race theory is. I don't think I fully believe that, because it's FD Signifier, but in that debate that he did with Kamal, he said that, like, yeah, apparently the idea is to redefine the terms around racism so that people can be comfortable with calling themselves a racist and knowing that that just means that, like, I have some misconceptions and differing understandings that I can, like, learn about or whatever. But what, you know, that's led to is people being upset that they're being labeled as racists and becoming very comfortable with calling themselves racist, but for very different reasons. So I really don't think that's working. But yeah, no, apparently people are trying to redefine some of the words. It's just, it's not going so well.
Characterization of his broader catalog. Regardless, her labeling garnered enough support to get Destiny banned off of Twitch within 24 hours for hate speech.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying, is like, I'm not, you know, we've been talking a lot about Destiny. I don't care, like, whatever, I don't know nothing about fucking Destiny. I don't know shit about him, other than, like, random little clips that I've seen, or whatever. I don't know shit about the guy. But it is ridiculous to me that this guy who just posted, as far as we can tell, just posted a tweet. I mean, I guess there might be more behind the scenes, maybe, but I don't know, Mutahar's usually pretty, like, you know, fair and balanced or whatever. I mean, he gets things wrong maybe sometimes, but, like, I feel like if there was more to this and Destiny was, like, fucking conspiring on a Discord server or some shit, that would be different. If it really legitimately is just he tweeted and she got his fucking Twitch banned, Yeah, ship this cunt off to, like, Guantanamo. What the fuck? How did anybody support this bitch? Jesus Christ.
She immediately took credit, gloating about taking away his primary source of income. Hey, Steve,
oh my god, the chat members that come in and go, damn, this drama is boring. Well, leave. Why do you come in here just to be, like, go! Get out! I'm sorry, let's change the whole stream. Guys, it's gonna be a Chris Chan stream now for that one chat member. No, you know what? It's gonna be a Cyrax stream. We're gonna watch 14 hours of Cyrax. It's gonna be great. Fucking hell.
Just took away your primary source of income. Please leave me alone and stop bullying trans people for content. He picked a fight with me. He got banned. I won.
This was, of course, the other... Like, there is this... I mean, again, with any situation like this, these types of people that use, like, politics as, like, a shield, it's always this thing where you just have to apparently be fucking stupid. Like, I can't see any other way. Like, to support this bitch in this scenario, he posted a tweet, you got his Twitch banned, that is not appropriate escalation. That is not an appropriate response. And then she proceeds to be all fucking smug and, haha, he fought me and I won! Are you insane? Of course you're insane, but I think it's calculated. I think I mean, people have already come to this decision, but, like, immediately, less than 5 minutes in, she likes this harassment. She wants it. It's obvious. You have to be a fucking moron to not see that, right? Like, or she is just the biggest moron on the fucking planet and not recognizing that the very obvious shit that she's done to deserve people being upset with her probably led to people being upset with her. Like, oh, it's just random acts of insane transphobes. No, it's your own actions, really. It's actually your own actions. And anybody who is not, like, fucking 12, I guess, and go rapidly about to take bathtub HRT, would probably recognize that, which is why her following has dwindled to wasted and waxed to nil, more or less.
Behavior was not only encouraged, but rewarded with 30,000 new followers that week.
Oh, she admitted to wanting to be harassed later, too. Yeah, I mean, I think I remember something like that. But, I mean, even besides, like, whatever she says, it's like, you just look at this, like, her actions. It's like, of course she wants to be harassed. She told people she was going to Ireland and then got harassed when she went to Ireland, and, I mean, allegedly. Another thing, too, was she faked her harassment sometimes. Like, allegedly's all around. She apparently posted some shit on Kiwi Farms that was like, I think it was Kiwi Farms that was like, you know, I'm gonna kill you, blah, blah, blah. And it was like an account that never posted before, and she posted about it on Twitter like 5 minutes after it made the comment, and, like, you know, all the hallmarks of, you know, all the hallmarks of secretly replying to yourself on 4chan. You know, wait a second. That was always the one of the funny ones back in the day, when somebody would try to be like an epic screen cap, toasting in epic bread, and then they would screen cap it, and it would be it would clearly show that they were the original post, or like whatever thing they were reacting to was just them. The epic screen cap was just them, like, reacting to themselves 4 times. Eventually people got used to that, or like people got aware of that, and it became part of the ironic joke. But in the original era, you'd see that and you'd go, oh, you didn't notice. You just didn't notice the like little me in the brackets or whatever.
An important thing to remember is that if you're banned off Twitch, you cannot appear on the site at all. For the longest time, you couldn't even show his face on screen without getting in trouble. Now that he couldn't defend himself, she spread even more blatant falsehoods. The same day, she baselessly accused Destiny of stealthing, which is secretly removing a condom during sex without the partner's consent. This is generally considered a form of you-know-what, which Clara brings up in her accusation.
It would really be nice if we could say the words that we're talking about. That would be great. I know Mutahar. I mean, like, Mutahar, you've got a Rolex on. I think you could... Can you not afford to just say, like, sexual assault? Is that really... Man... I know. This is just the internet we're in now. Everybody has to say corn and SA and you know, all the cool neo-speak that we have. But, man, it's just annoying sometimes.
Oh yeah, meanwhile he stealths people, which is legitimately a form of...
A form of what?
Insane shit.
To this day,
Yeah, you couldn't make something like that up, could you, Keffals? It's crazy. No one could lie about that.
There's never been any evidence or even an allegation made towards Destiny about this. She walked it back shortly after, which shows just how callous she is towards claims of such a serious nature.
I mean, it's very clear, too. I mean, like, I don't know. I've come to realize that I'm either, I guess, smarter than everyone, or just people are, I guess just people, like, I have more of an expectation of the intelligence of society than it deserves, I guess. Because, like, I see shit like this, and I'm like, are we really, like, built different, chat members? Are all of us that just look at, like, she just says something, and she knows that it's just gonna be believed. She knows that she's basically not even gonna face any repercussions. She can just say whatever. And, like, yeah, I mean, are we just extra special because we can recognize how bullshit that is? I don't know. Like, maybe the world is just a lot dumber. The world is just much dumber than we give it credit for. I mean, I always like to assume people are actually smarter than we think they are based on, like, TikTok and, you know, social media, but maybe not. I mean, maybe not. Look at Keffals. She got a following. I guess they eventually wised up, but, like, it doesn't happen quickly.
But because
Drake, and you know,
he was deplatformed, she was able to further a false narrative to her chat as well as tens of thousands of people on Twitter. They all either assumed she was being honest or didn't care she was slandering him because they had already disliked Destiny. In retrospect, her behavior paints a clear picture of how she would conduct herself in the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms, who started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt
And the crazy thing about, like, it's like you've got a bunch of insane, like, oh, good for me. You've got a bunch of, like, insane skeletons in your closet and shit, and you've like, as we'll find out here, where are we? Oh, we're about to get to it here. As we'll find out, when you've got a bunch of, like,
of such a serious nature.
Where are we?
Too honest or didn't care, she clear picture of how she would conduct herself in.
We're almost back here. Yeah, like, she is someone who's got a pretty storied past, you know, things that she's done that she probably wouldn't want people to know about necessarily, which is why it's utterly astounding to me that the path she chose to take. I mean, I say, like, maybe everyone else is dumb. Maybe she is just really stupid. I mean, I guess she isn't. She wanted it. She got the money out of it. Like, it's, people call her a grift for a reason, so I guess it's intelligent how she went about things. But it's like, I mean, I guess, you know, you've got this whole history of, like, I mean, we're gonna get into it. We'll get into it, but I'm sure that's about to happen here. But she's got a history of some things that, for obvious reasons, she probably didn't want people to necessarily be bringing up on Kiwi Farms, but they were, and you know, I mean, but then you have to face, like, did she know that her own past was gonna come up and, like, just not care, and, like, she must have hedged her bets to some extent that, like, her saying Kiwi Farms was just a bunch of evil transphobic harassers that had, you know, no reason to be harassing her, blah blah blah, would like outweigh the actual shit that Kiwi Farms had on her. And I mean, admittedly, there were people that were just being, like, transphobic, whatever, but there was also stuff there in her thread that was, like, notable. And yeah, I mean, I guess it seems like she made, like, the gamble, I guess, of, you know, I think my voice is more powerful than the truth. Like, I think that my ability to spin this narrative is more powerful than the actual truth of the matter that people can read and look at for themselves that Kiwi Farms presents to you. And I guess she was, in many ways, she was right. You know, it's the sad part. It's like, but I mean, hey, she's fallen on hard times now. This video does not find her well, to my understanding.
In the future. It wasn't long into this drama that Keffals got noticed by the site Kiwi Farms.
Someone says, Claw, the transphobic part of it was very small, and Null made sure it was criticism of her actions. I mean, like, I assume it was mostly criticism of the actions. I know that there's people on there that, and, you know, Null being one of them, he's got some interesting beliefs about trans people, but You know, whatever. I don't think he's out there fucking murdering them, like personally, you know. It's like, I don't know what the thread was like. I assume there were probably some mean words in there, right? And if that's your measure for, like, harassment, is somebody somewhere on the internet called me a mean word, well, I mean, I got fucking news for you. You're gonna want to turn off the internet. You're gonna want to just go to the library or something, because, like, that's just gonna happen. I mean, anywhere you go, like, it gets to a point, like, what she wanted to do with Kiwi Farms was almost to the point of, like, what happens when Keffals goes to, like, the supermarket and she looks the way she does, which is to say, like, constantly disheveled and, like, she just got out of bed. And, you know, it's always, like, the psychomotor retardation or something. One of her 500 diseases that she has. That's the reason for anything you say about her and her actions. It's always like, well, it's because I have, you know, and nothing can ever just be, I didn't feel like making myself look good today, so I look like, I look like a sack of fucking potatoes. It's always like some fucking, you know, some excuse. And so, you know, she goes to the store or something, she goes to McDonald's, whatever, and there's like some people there. What happens when those people see her and then go home privately to their family and say, oh, I saw this, like, bag lady at the store today. She looked like she's been on crack for months, cut with meth or something. It was crazy. You know, like, I mean, would she want to eventually, like, weigh down on that? What, like, she walks past their window while that conversation happens to be taking place in their home. Is she going to now pass laws against transphobic speech in the home? Like, that's basically the extent. It's like, they weren't, you know, they weren't necessarily, like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know the extent of the, you know, harassment, quote unquote, that she was receiving from them. I know some of the things that she claims happened to her, but, like, I don't know how much of that was actually true. But, like, you know, most Kiwi Farms threads that I've read, they don't tend to go into, like, life ruination. I mean, unless it's, like, a child rapist or something. They don't tend to go into life ruination. You know, not for just, like, fart porn. I mean, I guess Keffals has done some things that got people pretty impassioned. But I guess I'm just saying, like, it got into a very weird territory of, like, you had to recognize that they had a right to say things. Like, we're in this era now where you're increasingly not allowed to say things to people. And I mean, in the sense of, like, I watched a video earlier today. It was talking about a ROM hack of a game that wasn't very good. And the person who made the video, and I do the same thing too in my own streams and my videos, because it's like, it's a rule on YouTube too. But, like, the person who made the video was like, now don't send any hate this ROM hack maker's way. Post all discussion about it in the comments. And, like, on the one hand, it's like, okay, well, that's, you know, engagement, and yeah, you don't want to send hate to someone, and yeah, YouTube would probably call it harassment if something like that happens, so you got to kind of cover your bases. But it is increasingly like, I can't even criticize someone. It's like, just go talk in someone else's chat. I don't know. And then, like, the whole Kiwi Farms thing that she does, and it's just like, so, I mean, anyone talking anywhere on the internet at all, having an opinion on the internet, and it's not a good opinion, is bad. I saw some fucking retard's video earlier today. It was some guy who said that if you haven't beaten Sonic 3 at, like, the highest score possible, like, if you don't play the Sonic 3 and Knuckles for score, then you're a super casual and you don't deserve to talk about the game. And he meant it unironically, genuinely serious. And I mean, all the comments were also mostly against him, just like, wow, this is a very pretentious and stupid fucking opinion, dude. But, like, yeah, that guy's allowed to have his stupid opinion. The guy's allowed to have his ridiculous bad opinion. These people, what they are, ultimately, I'm afraid to inform you that Keffals and her ilk are just opinion bashers. And more unfortunately than that,
This user is also the attention seeker.
you hate to see it.
started a thread about her on March 26, 2022. Clara quickly tried to guilt Destiny by association, claiming he used the forum, and was even friends with the owner. And what was the reasoning? Well, because apparently he has an account is because he was a target on the site since 2017, with his own board. All his posts are arguing with trolls in his own...
He really gave Destiny his own, like, sub-forum on there? That's... Come on, there's a lot of... I don't know much about the guy, but there's a lot of better lolcows than him. There has to be. Come on now.
Thread. He was also...
That's the big problem with Kiwi Farms, is that they'll get these threads that... I mean, like, because anyone can just post a thread there, right? But, like, you get these people that just make these threads, and it's very clearly that it's very clear that it's just like, I don't like this person! Boy, everything they do is cringe! And, like, there's a lot of people that you get on there that just have that kind of, like... So this is just, like... Just kind of a place to, like whine about, like, someone who's not all that interesting. You know, they maybe, like... There's, like, threads on Kiwi Farms that have, like, 1,000 pages or more, and it's, like... Just very uninteresting people, and I mean, Cyrax, obviously. But, like... You know, other types, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, there's people... It's difficult, it's hard sometimes to separate the good stuff from the chaff. Like, you're gonna get a whole sub-forum for Destiny. I mean, maybe he's got some stuff going on. Maybe he also is really funny, but, like, I haven't seen anything really funny from Destiny, you know.
Never friends with Nosh, who is the owner of Kiwi Farms. He has also gone on record to wish him death several times. Null, by the way, wishing death on Destiny.
And this is while he's out, I guess, and it's just like, he's super gross. And sometimes he says things which are funny or agreeable, and it's like, I wish I could like you, bro, but you're creepy and gross and weird. Yeah. And your brain's all up, and your shit's all and you talk like a...
That's a good meme. I like that meme.
So we can't be friends, and I kind of think the world would be better off with the...
Clara knew this, but intentionally spread a lie that they met 10 years ago on the game StarCraft. When confronted, she admitted, I know, I wanted him to respond to the accusation, it was bait. At this point, I should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi Farms is.
Wait, what
At this point,
Destiny's offhand comment that he was friends with Null back in the StarCraft days was a joke. So, yeah, acknowledgement that she'll just lie to bait people. That's cool. That's a cool thing. I like to note these things where it's like it's just a very minor tweet. I mean, in the space of all of this, like it's not like a, you know, the whole world doesn't hinge on this tweet, but like this says a lot, doesn't it? Though, just the unspoken, the subtlety of just, yeah, I just lied. It was bait. Just trick them, you know.
Should probably take some time to explain exactly what Kiwi
Keffals is a master baiter and a minor manipulator.
Farms is.
I mean, oh shit, hang on.
Kiwi Farms is an online website dedicated...
I think I might have got that backwards. Don't sue me. Don't sue me, Clara.
...to discussing internet figures. Okay, you probably heard about internet lolcows, people like Chris Chan, Boogie2988, or Daniel Larson, who has his own legal...
Shoutouts to Daniel Larson, by the way. I just watched a video about Choose Your Own Adventure books. And there were the host of the video was named Dan Larson, and it was like a moment of like solidarity. That poor man. They need to make a convention for like all of the Asian men named Chris Chan, and then all of the just like guys named like just Daniel Larson across the world. All of the Dan Larson, because those are both very common names, right? There's got to just be a lot of like hard done by Chris Chans and Dan Larsons out there. And I mean, like, probably a few other, like, notable lolcows, too, but those ones in particular, you know.
Problems of late. The website's composed of various threads where users effectively congregate to document and follow individuals with a negative lens, okay? Now, we have to acknowledge that Kiwi Farms does allow doxing, okay? On the site, it's permitted to post the personal information of anybody being...
Well, doxing is, like, not illegal, though, so... I mean, it's, like, a moral issue. I mean, I can see that people can have a moral issue about Kiwi Farms. It's like, I guess. I don't know if I mean, I don't really care for the doxing either, but, like, you know, I mean, I could see where people would have that issue, maybe. But when they start to make it into, like, a whole, oh, it's an illegal website, it's a hate website. Well, no. It really isn't. I mean, it's funny how much Kiwi Farms, like, has just become, like, the new 4chan, basically. I mean, 4chan still kind of gets 4chan still gets grazed by the fucking gunfire, whenever the internet hate machine discourse gets buzzing again. But like, that's largely shifted to Kiwi Farms now. It's like Kiwi Farms, and I guess like, I mean, maybe like Soy Jack, that site too. I mean, but like that's a little less well known by the normies. Yeah, Kiwi Farms. I mean, and what's great too is like Keffals completely, like, I don't know what her actual intention was other than make a lot of money and snort a lot of cocaine. Spoilers for later. You thought I was joking about the crack with the meth? No, I wasn't. Fuck you. But I don't know what her actual goal was, if it was any deeper than like just get money, or maybe she genuinely just felt harassed and she's just a victim, maybe, right? Suppose anything's possible, but whatever. If her goals in any way were an intention to like take down Kiwi Farms, like that's what she claims. She claims her stated goal is to get rid of Kiwi Farms. And I can absolutely guarantee you that there are so many more people who know about Kiwi Farms now because of what she's done. Like, if she has driven traffic there in a way that, like, few could ever have dreamed of. I mean, Chris Chan could have raped his mom 6 times over, and people wouldn't have flocked to Kiwi Farms the way they did with Keffals. Because she got on the news and everything, worldwide fucking harassment, blah, blah, blah. Kiwi Farms was, like, mainstream fucking talking points for, like, a few months there, and it's remained that way, more or less. Not as mainstream, but, like, good job, Keffals. More people than ever know about your fart porn now, amongst other things. More people than ever now probably know about all the crazy weirdos that they actually rightfully document on there and keep tabs on. All of the people that we've looked at who are like, predators and rapists and whatever, actual criminals, dangerous freaks that want to kill people, and they have their Kiwi Farms thread where they, keep track of them because they, It's also funny when you consider that, like, a lot of the people who have a problem with Kiwi Farms happen to intersect with, like, the restorative justice, like, taking, that's not the right term, but, like, taking matters into your own hands, fuck the police, all, assigned cop at birth, all of that, all of that kind of stuff, which, like, well, I guess you don't like it when it, when it manifests itself. I guess it's not so pretty sometimes. I guess when you're staring into the maw of it, it's not as pretty as a fun little ratio campaign when you actually have internet justice and people, taking justice into their own hands online. It tends to look kind of unpleasant. So it's just funny. I'm sure a lot of the people that were on Keffals' side would probably have some opinions positively in regards to, like, completely abolishing the police or, canceling people for making jokes 25 years ago and things like that. And it's like, well, I guess when the turn tables, it's not so fucking pleasant, is it?
Discussed,
Crazy.
Including full names, phone numbers, home addresses, hell, even blood type if you can find it, and most other forms of personally identifiable information. It's also a site where anything goes, okay? It's like the Wild West of the internet. You ever try to look up me on some of these threads?
Remember the old days of the internet?
You'll probably find Indian and poo in the loo and...
Yeah, they say all sorts of shit about me on there. I mean, on some I've seen some of it, and it's, some of it's just from retards. Like, when I say, like, people that go on Kiwi Farms just to whine about somebody, I admittedly am talking about, like, the 5 or 6 people that we've banned from the Discord who've just inevitably gone to Kiwi Farms to, like, and like, we see it, like, 6 months later in the mod chat. It's like, oh, it's that retard. Yeah, he made a threat. He made a like an angry post about how we're all like how all the mod team are cucks and Deadwing is like a lefty bitch or whatever. You know, because we banned him for like shouting racial slurs in general or something. You know, like yeah, there's a lot of stupid shit. I mean, but it's like, hey, whatever. That's the thing. Like, I usually ban stupid retards from my comments. You guys have a right to congregate about your stupid retarded, you know, your stupid retardation somewhere. Like, you know, like, I have the right to ban you from my comments, and then you have the right to go and call me the F slur and the R slur, and even some other slurs too. I can help you with some like disabled ones if you need some assistance. I mean, I really like the word cripple as a slur. It's not even a slur, but it's just, it has a good, it sounds like bones cracking, you know? It sounds like what happened to my ankle the other night at the Blind Guardian show. Anyways, we're off topic here. We're off topic. The point is, like he's saying, you know, mean things are said on this website. It's not really the fucking end of the world.
Crazy stuff all day, every day.
The you slur?
2013 by Joshua.
Someone in chat says, retard is not a slut. I think I know what you were trying to say, but, unfortunate typo. I'll have you know I am this retard is a slut, thank you very much.
Connor Moon, also online known as Null. The original purpose of the site was to document internet figure Chris Chan. After they covered Chris Chan initially, it started to change itself and rebrand.
I know what you mean, Peacemaker. I know what you mean, but that doesn't change what it said.
Into a general purpose online gossip wiki, so to speak, where they started to cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie, Wings of Redemption.
A lot of people who deserve an entire sub-forum much more than Destiny probably does. This is what I'm saying. I don't know much about Destiny, but I feel like if there was enough to know that made him, like, super funny, I would know it by now. Like Phil got his own sub-forum because he's Darkside Phil. I can't believe they have a whole fucking, section for Destiny. He can't be that interesting. Where's the Vosh section? Come on now.
Actually have threads.
Come on now.
And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms. And as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now again, I want to start off...
Well, I mean... No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at chat and stuff, you know.
Cover various individuals like Darkside Phil, Boogie,
yeah, not just trans people.
Wings of Redemption.
And that was definitely one of the main things with Keffals' whole campaign, was that it was just this, like, a trans attack website. And, like, I mean, charitably, yeah, Chris Chan, you can tie it to, like, Chris Chan harassing a trans woman, blah, 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 whatever you want to say, like, quickie forums and all of that. You can kind of tie that, I guess, but like by and large, a lot of the people they look at are not trans. Like probably the majority of the people they look at are not trans. I mean, it's mostly just fat white guys. Most of them are fat white guys, like Darkside Phil, or Chris Chan. But I mean, that's a whole other thing.
Actually have threads. And the site does have a propensity to make threads about transgender individuals. Anti-trans sentiment is banned on a lot of major platforms, and as a result, the site has become a place for those opinions to effectively congregate. Now,
and like, here's the thing, he says that, but it's not just anti-trans sentiment. It's not just that. It's like, it's the same thing that happened with 4chan, basically, where a lot of websites, you know, in like the 90s or whatever, you could probably get away with a lot more on the internet, but then even by like the early 2000s, they were starting to crack down a little bit more on every website, you know, with forums and things like that. Everybody was getting a little bit more, you know, and so 4chan was kind of like, you know, it was an alternative place to go where other websites, oh, that edgy joke got you banned, uh-oh. You know, like I remember when I first joined 4chan, I made my account, you know, when I joined 4chan Gold, back in like 2007 or something. I remember I was on the GameSpot forums, at that point in time, and it was spoken of as this like evil dark place you're not allowed to go to. They banned the name 4chan on the GameSpot forums, but they didn't ban B or any of the like sub, you know, the forums, like the forums, the various forums of 4chan. Because it is a forum, obviously. The different boards, they didn't ban those. So you could talk about B, but you couldn't talk about 4chan. You could talk about V, but you couldn't talk... So, you know, it became like, what is B? What is this? And then I found it at like 14 or whatever the fuck. Probably not a great time. Oh, no, that's not true. Everybody found B at 14, so I guess it's fine. Yeah, it was the, you know, the forbidden nature of that, which is the same thing with Kiwi Farms now, but also, yeah, I mean, like, people were getting, it was people getting banned for posting, like, an edgy meme, and then they get, you know, they eventually find their way to 4chan instead. And so similarly now, the internet on a much greater level has been restricted. You know, you basically can't say most things. I mean, Keffals is a perfect example of that. Destiny didn't even say anything remotely transphobic to her, and he got his whole Twitch banned. You can't even think poorly about certain people if they're, like, part of a protected class on the internet. So, fucking what did the people think was gonna happen? It's all this rallying against human nature. Like, oh, if we just ban this type of speech, if we just ban people having this opinion on this website... You know, anything that's, like, slightly edgy, anything that's, I mean, yeah, anything that's transphobic or racist, it's like, you ban all of that, and where do you think it goes? It goes to a place where it's all accepted. People have nobody to blame but themselves when it comes to, like, Kiwi Farms happening. Why is there this dark, evil location that's fucking filled with bigots? Well, it's because you wouldn't let those bigots calmly explain their points and then get clowned on by everybody and, you know, like, do that on fucking whatever other website, you know, whatever other comment section. I don't know. Like, yeah, people get moved to fucking Kiwi Farms because they feel like they can't just, you know, whether you disagree with their existence and the things that they're saying, it's like, hey, they still think those things. They're going to congregate about them. And you've only separated them, shoved them off into a corner where they have other people. It's the same thing, you know, really, ultimately, if you want to look at it, it's the same thing as, like, furries or something, where it's like, you know, like, did you really want to make an echo chamber of these types of people? If you don't like this type of thinking, did you really want this to have to go get, like, shuttled off into, like, a secret little quarantine zone where it's just a bunch of people like that who, like, embolden each other? And I mean, Kiwi Farms isn't even that bad, really, but if that's what they think, then, like, it did not serve anyone, really, to have to, like, force people to have to go find another fucking website to congregate, because now it's probably not, like, it's probably not better than it was. I don't know.
Again, I want to start off by saying I don't endorse or support that behavior. In fact, I outright condemn it, all right? There's no reason to have any form of hate on the internet. That being said, all right, whatever goes on the site...
What do you mean there's no reason to have any hate? There's no reason to have any hate anywhere, but it happens. Like, people are hateful. Human beings are hateful. Yeah, there's gonna be places... You should be happy that they aren't doing it in a place that's even more private than Kiwi Farms, frankly. You know, like... You get those fucking private discords where it's like, yeah, we're just, like, leaking Homeland Security info or whatever, don't mind us. You know, I think, you know, I don't know, just keep them on... whatever, fucking keep them on the GameSpot forums to talk about how, you know, COVID is fake or whatever. That's always my thing. People have this problem of deplatforming people, or you can't let him share his beliefs. Like, no. Destiny should talk to Ethan Ralph on a stream, because then everyone can see that how dumb Ethan Ralph is. It would be great. Like, you have to have some faith that people are going to recognize stupidity when they see it. But then again, we are talking about Keffals, so never mind, I take that back.
Does fall under free speech and is entirely legal, okay?
Yes.
It's somewhat of a misnomer online that apparently doxing somebody is against the law. It is against the law to hack someone's account and breach their privacy to obtain their personal information, but that behavior is not encouraged by the site, and of course that behavior is punishable by law. But technically,
I have to assume that Kiwi Farms operates similarly to the way I do with my channel, which is like... I mean, like, they probably don't care that much if, like, somebody goes and calls someone poopy, you know? Like, on you know, the internet. I mean, I would thoroughly discourage, like, doxing or whatever, because that's, you know, pretty serious, especially on YouTube, and I don't really care for that sort of thing. But, like, you know, when it's like the whole, oh, don't go harass this person, like, you know, you have to say that as, like, you have to say that as, like, you know, as, like, a disclaimer, I guess. Like, it's like a legal disclaimer, but, like, anyone who's gonna do that isn't gonna listen to you, you know, whatever. So, like, Kiwi Farms has got probably a similar thing where they're like, you know, there's probably certain things like, yeah, organizing, we're gonna hack into her accounts and blah, 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 you know, shit like that. That would genuinely be illegal has to be like, okay, yeah, I know, have your fun, but, like, let's not get it, you know, to that level. I would assume, I'm not sure, but, like, again, I haven't used Kiwi Farms in a while, not for any reason, just I haven't, but, you know, back when I was looking at it more, yeah, I mean, you would mostly just see people making, like, mean jokes and, like, the anatomy of a typical Kiwi Farms thread, from what I've seen of the site anyway, would be like, or at least, you know, good threads, would be like a detailed opening post that has a bunch of links and information and stuff, and, you know, oftentimes it'll have the docs or whatever, but, like, it'll have a lot of links and information and stuff, it'll have pictures, it'll have, like, sound clips and video clips and stuff, and links to their online accounts and things like that. And then most of the rest of the thread, after the initial post, is just people making, like, comments for, like, Reddit karma, essentially. You know, like Kiwi Reddit karma. They'll say funny things to get, like, you know, it's like edgy Reddit karma, essentially. And then occasionally there will be, like, updates that are like, oh, breaking news! He was just spotted at a supermarket in Virginia! You know, but, like, for the most part, it's just, like, people being, like, trying to be funny. You know, so I don't know, the screaming fucking insanity over, oh my god, the harassers on Kiwi Farms. I mean, they're doing what a lot of these, like, you know, leftist internet people kind of seem to say that they want people to do, which is to not harass people directly, but talk amongst yourselves about how much you dislike someone. But apparently that's still bad. That's still bad. I mean, I guess, you know, yeah, you're going to inevitably have people go out from Kiwi Farms to their pages and call them mean things. That's gonna happen, I guess. But, like, ostensibly the site is there to contain that discussion. So you see this stupid asshole that you don't like, and instead of going and, you know, posting a comment on his Twitch where you'll just get banned, you know, or posting a comment on my Discord or my YouTube where I'll just ban you and call you a racial slur, you know, instead of doing that and just screaming into the void, you say it on Kiwi Farms instead. It's exactly what people like Keffals always say that they want, is to not send harassment to them specifically, but to just, you know, talk amongst yourselves, you know, talk with your friends and your rabbi and your pastor about this video that you've seen today. You know, that kind of shit. I don't get it. I don't get it. It's just that it's, oh, but they said something I don't like, so they can't be allowed to say it anymore. Well, you know, I don't know. It
is not against the law to post someone's address against their will. As shitty as that sounds, most controversial internet figures have threads on this site, where they not only document their personal information, but they collect any piece of content, tweets, and documents that they post online. So early on, Clara blamed the thread's creation on Destiny, saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later...
This is like what happened with Dark Viper when he tried to, like, strike Chud Logic. And he just became, like... Well, that guy, I think, is more insane than Keffals. Like, Keffals is, I think, a master manipulator. But, you know, Dark Viper, it seemed like he seemed to think that Chud Logic was the person who made the Kiwi Farms thread. and like other YouTubers that talked about it were all like the top capos in the fucking Kiwi Farms system or something. So maybe that's why Keffals he advertised it to his chat. Is that true? That's not true. Keffals, what are you doing?
Blamed the thread's creation on Destiny.
That's just not true. I don't believe that.
Saying he was the reason they found out about her. Later, she admitted it was her constant instigating that actually caught their attention.
How did the Kiwi Farm stuff even start? They noticed me because I started doing Twitter ratios. And they went from getting mad about Twitter ratios to digging up every single thing in the last 28 years of my life, looking for more
Well, it's unfortunate that you've done 28 years worth of horrible shit, I guess.
reasons to be mad at me.
Again, hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned...
And I mean, like, I guess you could say that this might have been taken out of context or something. I don't know, like, but I don't know what context would make those two pieces of information back to back, like, better. She's directly stating that it was Destiny that caused this to happen, and then claiming that it was, like, her ratios. No, it was because you got someone banned and then you were smug about it, even though you had fucking no reason to have them banned. And yeah, no shit, genius. Like, she almost approaches taking accountability, as they love to say. Almost approaches that, but, you know, like a good smug asshole on the internet who's, like, full of shit completely, they have to kind of, like, weasel out of it with, like, you know, yeah, it was my tweets that instigated it, but, it was because of, you know, it can never just be that, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have made those tweets that were, like, you know, obviously inflammatory and were going to draw negative attention to me. No, it's that, it's because I made those tweets, but it's their fault for being upset by those tweets, kind of thing. Like, I don't know, shifting the goalposts a bit of, like, kind of admitting what you did, but then trying to, like, explain it away. None of these people, it's like they feel like their entire fabric of the entire worldview that they're trying to, like, I don't know, claim that they stand for will just fall and shatter into pieces if you ever just stop and go, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I shouldn't have done that. Yeah, I probably caused that to happen. Yeah, that sucks. That's an L on my part, you know. Like the whole fucking left is just gonna fucking shatter like a mirror if Keffals says, yeah, I shouldn't have been such a smug, annoying cunt. And like that was just the whole fucking fabric of the political system would just implode into itself if one single bread tuber could ever admit that the right has made a good point about anything ever.
Hypocrisy and misstatements are going to be rife in this video. After Destiny got banned from Twitch...
Well, no, it's not just the left, but, I mean, that's who we're talking about currently.
The owner of
Again, like I say, if we can make it through this video, I'd love to watch some good conservative cringe as well. Maybe not tonight, because we're 10 minutes in. But, you know, soon. I'd like to watch something that's neither PragerU nor, you know, culture war, Star Wars is woke kind of shit. But I just don't know anything. Maybe we can go on, I guess we can go on, like, BitChute, and we can find some people screaming about the Jews. Yeah, I don't know. It can be trickier to fight. The left is just, they just happen to be funnier to clown on most of the time. A lot of the time with the right, it's just, like, depressing and boring. It's, like, depressing and annoying and, like, it's just, I don't know. It's not as funny. The left is like, they just happen to have people that are like really funny a lot of the time. I guess we could do an Ian Miles Chong stream, but that's like played out. I don't know.
Farms discussed their feud on their
Odyssey
podcast.
People.
The episode was streamed live on March 25th. Clara reacted on Twitter, calling him the final boss of transphobes, and proclaiming she wouldn't back down. I have done nothing wrong, nor will I be going anywhere. Her thread was created the next...
Well, the best crazy right-wing figure is Ethan Ralph, but you just watch the Medicare videos about him. I mean, I'm good. Mersh, maybe? I mean, you could just watch the Medicare stream about him, too. When did Medicare become the best, like, channel to talk about, right-wing grifters? He shit on Sargon and, like, Ralph and fucking Mersh and all of these. I mean, grifter, I guess, is nebulous, but, like, all these, like, horrible figures in the community, I'm realizing, like, wow, yeah, I did want to do Sargon as a stream, actually. I've wanted to look at some Sargon stuff recently. Chud Logic unironically put out a video recently that was called, like, 2024 Epic Feminists Getting Owned Sargon of Akkad Compilation Epic. And I just had to sigh about that. That was quite something. But yeah, so a Sargon-related stream, that could be some good smug chuckling. That would be some good smug chuckling right there, because I'm not familiar with what Sargon's been up to in the last, like, 5 years since he bought that suit.
Next day, racking up page after page scrutinizing her early life and online history. That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch.
Oh boy, now we're getting into it. Oh boy. The Catboy Ranch, everybody, it's time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, there's probably some people on here that, are just completely unfamiliar with Keffals. So welcome. So yeah, long story short, Keffals did a bunch of shit that got negative attention on her. And lo and behold, another deadly episode. Kiwi Farms found out that Keffals has got some bad stuff going on in association with her. Let's get the context here.
That included rumors of embezzling funds from her local Communist Party chapter for opiates, and a supposed Discord server called the Catboy Ranch. It was posted alongside her and her family's personal information, which understandably made her very upset.
Let's try. Yeah, I don't think she can delete that quickly. I trust Kiwis to find a way. Do download, archive the video. I see.
Clara spoke out about this, which led many people who'd been similarly targeted to join her in solidarity. This began what eventually became #drop.
What is this? No. Warning, do not use personally identifying info to report Kiwi Farms to Cloudflare. They will forward the info to Kiwi Farms registry. That sounds probably not... I mean, maybe that's true? Like, maybe... These people just have no understanding of, like, if they were gonna do that, like the idea here is if you report them to Cloudflare, then they're gonna give Kiwi Farms your docs because you reported them, and, like, Kiwi Farms is then going to make a thread targeting you because you reported them, kind of thing, I guess, is the idea. It's like, I'm fairly certain that if they got your information that way, even if that is true, that would not be something they're able to use. But when you spread around this myth that the site is, like, illegal or something, then I guess you would maybe believe that. I don't know.
Became #DropKiwiFarms. #DropKiwiFarms was a movement to get the site taken off the internet. They specifically went after service providers like Cloudflare, who provided DDoS protection and mitigation services. They argued Kiwi Farms was a stalking and harassment
far-right hate forum, Kiwi Farms. Okay, but, like, again, like, I don't know. I guess when you spin it as this thing that it isn't as such, like, the idea that it's far right is not even true. I mean, there's certainly people on there that are, and I mean, it's an edgy website, but that doesn't mean that, like, every person that uses the site is, like, a fucking, Confederate flag in bio or some shit like that. I mean, it just means that there's people on there that aren't gonna, like, shit their pants if they see a mean word or, like, something kind of edgy. Like, people who have a fucking backbone, maybe, I don't know, like, people who aren't annoying little bitches, basically. You know, if that means far right, that just sounds like a self-report, frankly. I mean, as left-wing dork, I don't stand by that at all.
Site that bully people into taking their own lives. However, this largely picked up after her story received widespread mainstream coverage. For a while, her focus stayed on trying to bludgeon Destiny with their reputation. On July 18th, Keffals announced a tell-all.
I didn't even know Destiny was central to this whole thing. Because I've seen some videos, I watched Willie Mack talk about Keffals, and, like, you know, I'd seen some stuff, but, like, I guess some elements of maybe it was probably mentioned and it just kind of washed over my fucking. I was busy playing East 9 or something. I didn't fucking pay attention. But, like, yeah, I mean, it's just I don't know. If I haven't seen anything that this Destiny guy said or did to deserve any of this, you know, coming down on him, like in this scenario. I mean, it's fine if you don't like the guy, whatever. But, like, it seems like all he actually did was just call Keffals cringe. And that was enough to get him banned. Not even on the site that he said it on. He got banned for off-site behavior. And the off-site behavior was calling her cringe. That's bannable. Apparently, if you're Keffals and you know people at Twitch or something, I guess. It's fucking insane.
All about Destiny's association with the site. This backfired because her thumbnail used a picture of Destiny's face, violating Twitch's policy on banned streamers. Her channel got banned before she could even start, forcing her to stream on YouTube instead. The attention only incentivized Kiwi Farms to keep prodding, and a week later she fell victim to an attempted swatting. The incident has made...
Now, but here's the thing, right? Okay, so she apparently gets swatted, and it's easy to, you know, obviously the narrative and, like... You know, it doesn't even, it's not even a far stretch to assume that maybe, okay, you get a Kiwi Farms thread, maybe some weirdo decides that they want to be, like, super epic and cool, and, you know, do the funny thing, do the funny bit. I guess that's possible, you know, it's absolutely possible, and maybe that's been proven. I don't know if it's been proven one way or another, like, who did that, or any of the, you know, spoilers, any of the future harassment that she receives, like, personally to her house kind of thing. But, like I said earlier, there's some strong proof, and maybe Muda's gonna get into it, but there's some strong proof that she just made up a lot of this supposed harassment. Like, I mean, like, at least some of, like, the Kiwi Farm stuff that she would say, you know, she would find some screen cap of a comment that was posted like 5 minutes ago and has like no other posts on its account, and she would be like, they're harassing me, and it's like, you know, stuff like that would really make you think. So I don't know. I mean, I guess it's not entirely impossible to assume that she might have just like fucking swatted herself. You know, she went over to the nearby McDonald's and she was like, hello? Well, I guess she's trans. She went over there and she went, hello? She had to pitch down the voice. Yeah, there's a streamer. He's trans. He's a bad man. I'm from Kiwi Farms. Okay, bye. You know, and then the SWAT team should, like, I guess it's possible that happened. It's I mean, like, I could believe it either way, is what I'm saying. Is, like, Keffals has demonstrated that it seems as though, at least, it seems like she's willing to fake the harassment. So, whenever that, you know, take it with a grain of salt. It's entirely possible that it is something that came from Kiwi Farms. But I also would not put it past her.
Public on the 9th of August in a video titled, My Life is in Danger, I Need Your Help. Clara explained that 4 days earlier, on August 5th, she woke up to police services pointing an assault rifle at her face.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
A letter had been emailed to every city council member in London, Ontario, threatening a
Oh, right, it's fake London. I forgot.
Clara was arrested, booked, and held in custody for 11 hours. They searched her apartment and confiscated several devices. They allegedly misgendered her and even booked her under her dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth. This worsened an already traumatic experience she
And it's an interesting scenario where you get a lot of people who, like, I mean, I get it, you know, I understand. I've had it explained to me in a way where I'm like, okay, I get why people don't, you know, they have a problem with the dead naming thing. I understand. However, you do get a lot of people, unfortunately, like Keffals, where they, from what I understand at least, I'm not certain if it's true of Keffals, I'm not certain, but certain people like Jonathan Yaniv, Jessica Yaniv, nay Jonathan, you know, but literally only transitioned to be that one Republican, like, boogeyman of the trans person that goes to little girl to like touch little girls in the bathroom. That's Jonathan Yaniv. And so, like, you know, Jonathan, he did some bad things. He did some bad things as Jonathan, you know, like, and his name, it's worth mentioning the name as to distinguish, like, okay, this is something that happened at this point in time. It's like ACBC kind of deal in some scenarios where it's like, it's worth noting that this is before this happened or after this happened. Some people just do it, you know, they just, like, whatever, dead name people to just be like, you know, again, edgy and cool, whatever. But some people, you know, a lot of the time, people will get criticized for just talking about somebody from before they transitioned, and it's like, that was the name. It's just going to be confusing because that wasn't the actual name of the person at that point in time. Like, it just becomes more confusing. I don't know. So you get that scenario of, like, people that are trying to talk about someone like Keffals, and then it's like, how dare you dead name? It's like, well, things happened when the person had this name. Like, it becomes a bit of a fucking minefield. So there's people that do it just to be assholes. And just to, like, you know, see what I did there? Am I pushing your buttons? You know, you get some of that. But then there's, like, times where it's like, I don't know, there's, like, a reason why you might write a certain name over another name. Like, I guess, yeah, if it's something that happened, like, before the transitioning happened, it makes sense to me to say the dreaded accursed dead name. But, I mean, hey, I don't know. I'm not trans, so, you know, much like Stan and Token, I'll never get it. I'll just never get it. So, I mean, hey.
Considered a hate crime. The video is posted alongside a GoFundMe with the stated intent of helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately.
Well, Yaniv did the shit after the transition, but there was, from what I remember, there was stuff that was indicating, you know, was foreshadowing events to come, let's say. So, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's nebulous territory. It can be really, you know, it can be subjective, I guess, you know.
Build a legal fund to
like
protect.
What reasoning you would have to bring it up. I guess it's not necessary to do either, but it's just like, it kind of makes sense if you're talking, I mean, depending on the, you know, what time you're talking about.
Intent of helping Clara recoup her losses.
So now, we need to talk about this, though. We need to talk about this. So person gets harassed by evil right-wingoids on the internet who are saying mean things and allegedly going to come to her house. So she leaves home, starts GoFundMe, evidently flees the country or something. There's a lot of crossover with a recent scenario that happened. By the way, note that the goal is different here. There's a lot of crossover with a recent scenario that happened, where Noah Samson was covering the whole Illymation thing that happened with that guy, Think Before You Sleep. And he brought up that Illymation, after having been harassed out of house and home by rightoids who found her video, she had to, like, break her lease or something. And now she needs the GoFundMe money so that she can, like, get a new home because she got trolled out of her home, apparently. You know, I looked at that and I was like, well, you know, let's be charitable here. You know, maybe it's just someone who got really freaked out and, you know, she doesn't know how to handle the situation, whatever. But then, I don't know. But then you look at this, right? And I don't know. It's proven pretty fucking easy to do this before, isn't it? You just kind of raise a bit of a fucking shitstorm, and then you go, please give money, please! Give money, please! And then you get money. And note the goal here. Again, earlier we saw this GoFundMe, and the goal was 100K. Goal's only 20,000 here. That's so crazy.
Helping Clara recoup her losses, move immediately, and build a legal fund to protect her rights. It received widespread media attention, bringing in over $100,000 in donations. Even with their support, however, it seemed like there was no escape. Trolls kept figuring out her location as she was forced into hiding, and her battle...
I love the idea of... Oh... Okay, somebody has to make this, because it would be super easy to make this. Because she's just sitting in front of a green screen right now. It's so late for this. Like, it's not even funny anymore. But I guess because of this video, maybe it's relevant now. Somebody needs to make a version of her, like, I am in hiding. They found my location somehow. I don't know how, but they found me. And then, like, behind her, it's, like, Times Square. Or something. It's like Big Ben, someplace that's really, like, really recognizable and identifiable, and she's like, I don't know how they found me, but somehow those trolls have located me again. I don't know. I think that would be it would be great.
Against Kiwi Farms continued. Even after fleeing the continent, eventually she was successful in getting the site dropped by...
Because that's literally, like, what happened, because she told people she was going to... I mean, we're going to get into it soon, I'm sure, but she tells people at some point that she's fleeing to Ireland. And, like, she then is, like, fucking amazed when she gets more harassment. Like, why did you fucking tell them, dumbass? And then she goes, oh, but it's a big country or something. It's like, it's a vast country. It's got a lot of miles. They'll never find me. Like, why are you giving them, like, clues? What the fuck is this? I don't know how. I'm here in the rolling green hills of Ireland. Oh, ah, yes, you'll never find me, you transphobic bastards. Oh.
Who cited an imminent threat to human life. Without their protection, Kiwi Farms became vulnerable to illegal denial of service attacks and was forced to shut down. Now this is the story that the public was led to believe. Concluding a successful campaign, Keffals reiterated over and over that the site had been shut down. It only became more...
show the video clip. I love the video clip where she's on the stream with the other person.
...difficult to insist as time had gone on, given it's obviously not true. Kiwi Farms is up to this day, and by all metrics, it has way more stability than ever before.
Yeah, no fucking shit, because a million countries now know what Kiwi Farms is. Your grandma probably saw the news report mentioning harassing... alt-right hate machine Kiwi Farms, and, you know...
And what many of her supporters don't realize is that this is truly the beginning of the web of lies that make up this entire...
Oh no, someone in chat says no one gives HRT to kids. Uh-oh. You might want to keep watching.
...ordeal. Almost everything you've heard about this whole situation is a lie. And that's why I'm going to explore in depth in these next two sections.
We've just been in the blue-pilled segment of this, everybody. We're about to get based and red-pilled. The whole rest of the video is going to be based and red-pilled. I hope you're ready.
These are two very important aspects to the story to address: her portrayal of the swatting and how exactly the money was spent. When it comes to something as serious as swatting, it's important not to downplay its severity. This is
Yeah, I mean, she mentioned earlier on in the video in passing, as kind of the spark to this fucking fire for some reason, it was Ian Miles Chong conversing with Keffals back and forth on Twitter. And Ian Miles Chong famously, or perhaps infamously, got someone's dog killed because he swatted someone, and the police, stormed his house and shot his dog, ACAB and all that. So, infamously, he has been associated with killing dogs since then, which is a very unfortunate thing for an Asian man to be saddled with, but that's the reality that he's brought upon himself. I don't know how that's just the state of things. But yes, Ian Miles Chong famously is the poster boy of being fucking careful when you're, swatting people as a funny haha joke or whatever to show you're like a cool tough guy on the internet. Sometimes people wind up getting fucking killed and dogs and stuff, and I guess this is another case of like fucking Call of Duty got this kid killed or something.
Crime that's taken innocent people's lives. But curiously, her story began to change as time went on. The narrative set forth in her initial video is one of terror. Clara says on the 5th of August, she is awoken by police services pointing an assault rifle at her face. This specific detail is referenced in her video several times.
On August 5th, I was woken up by London police services pointing an assault rifle in my face.
Oi, 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 oi! We got a tip here! That says that you are a mass shooter, isn't it? No, but it's the wrong London. It's the other London. It's just the shitty one in Ontario that's just a bunch of, like, really terrible, like, road, street, highway things that have, like, 5 lanes on each side for cars and no sidewalk. And it's just, like, big box stores. That's London, Ontario. It's a great location.
My home.
Fun fact, urbanist channel Not Just Bikes that taught me a lot about how fucked American infrastructure is. Unfortunately, was actually the way that I found out about this scenario, because as much as I do generally like his channel, I find some question in it, though, because he was apparently friends with Keffals. And the way that I learned about this was at the end of one of his videos. He said something about, go donate to my friend Clara, who is being harassed by trolls or something. And, yeah, it really calls into question all his videos about, like, streets and highways and whatnot if he, I don't know, if he believes that fucking shit, It's just amazing, like, these people, a lot of these lefty people are, like, incredibly educated. Like, you listen to that FD signifier debate, and it's clear the guy is, like, a very educated guy. He's not an idiot. It's not that he knows nothing. It's not that. It's just that he's, like, blinded by his own intelligence. A lot of these people are not aware, or they're like somehow both they're educated stupid. That's what it is. Jean Ray tried to warn us.
I was woken up by police officers and saw the assault rifle pointed at me. I thought I was going to die. I feel traumatized.
Her story then changed to an encounter.
I mean, I'm sure his channel's still good. It's just one of those things that reminds me to be skeptical of everything I fucking see ever. Because it's like, yeah, I mean, it sounds like everything he's saying is backed up by facts. I'm looking at it, it looks like facts, but then, come on, man, all my shit is facts, bro. But then, like, he was friends with Keffals. So, like, not great.
In the hallway.
Maybe not the best judgment, I don't know.
Exact phrasing is that she went into the hallway and then saw the weapon.
The email, Sorrenti says, had given out her real address and resulted in police with guns at her doorstep and her being arrested.
God, London, Ontario is disgusting. This town. It's just, it's endemic of most locations. Because the thing is, he's also from London, Ontario, not just bikes. I think that's why he knows her. And so he often brings up London, Ontario and shows video of it, and it's like, wow. Yeah, the downtown has just been destroyed. It used to be like a really nice looking small town, and they've just ruined it with these like horrible fucking strode things. It's terrible.
I went into the hallway and then saw that assault rifle, I screamed and...
Nobody make jokes about how slow she's talking. She has locomotor retardation. Or psychomotor retardation. She's a psycho retard. Don't make any jokes.
I thought I was going to die.
A month later, she admitted that they didn't enter her apartment until after she was in custody.
They did not go into my apartment until after.
It's more than that, chat member. Mandalore was one of the first people immediately retweeting all of that stuff you're talking about there. When those allegations came out, it was like him and GPM and like 2 other people were the immediate ones to start retweeting it. Very suspicious stuff. I think he apologized or something about it, but I don't know, because the guy makes good videos. It's a shame. It's like H-Bomber guy. It's like, man, I really like this guy's videos. It's a shame that he himself is kind of an insufferable cunt. I can't get over H-Bomber guy botching his own thing about internet aristocrat, because, like, he had good points. Everything he said was facts. His shit is facts, dog. Everything he said was facts. It seemed like. It seemed like everything he pointed to was... But he just had to, like, draw it into, like, him being edgy and having, like, apparently a bad fan base. And, of course, that just soured every point that he made into, like, just him being a fucking, like, you know, good boy. You know, it's such a sadness. Thankfully, with Keffals, though, her content is bad anyway, so it's like, you know, you're not really missing much by her being kind of a piece of shit.
After I was in custody, and they had a search warrant signed.
These next few clips are of
Internet historian, yeah, internet aristocrat is... yeah, there's a bit of a different connection between H-Bomber guy and internet aristocrat. That's a little bit of a Freudian slip, my bad. Yes, internet historian.
Her fiance at the time.
I was really incensed by the plagiarism stuff. It looked like... Because I saw a lot of people that were really, like, moved by the way that he did that video and that cave video, and it was just, like, all a bunch of bullshit. It's like... It would have been great if that wasn't baselessly tied into, like, politics and culture war for fucking no reason other than H-Bomber guy being, like, a fucking bread tuber, I guess. They just can't. They just can't make videos that don't, like, do that. It's wild.
Alex confirms she didn't wake up with a gun in her face and reveals Clara wasn't even the one to answer the door. They spoke to Alex first, who was already awake, and gave Clara enough time to put on pajamas.
You know, we're pause-andying, we're talking about stuff, but the basic gist here is that he is debunking the claims that she's making about waking up with, like the differing claims of, there was a gun in my face when I opened my eyes in bed in the morning, versus I opened the door and got on the floor and the cops were all doing the dinosaur outside my hall and there was a gun in my face. Like there's a couple of different stories she's telling here, and I think that's basically what he's getting at here.
So it wasn't quite that they knocked on the door and I answered. Rather, I was getting ready for the shower and there was a tremendous pounding. And so, yeah, someone did not wake her with a rifle pointed 3 inches from her face, but essentially, as soon as she woke up...
Was I in a state of undress? I was naked.
I mean, like, okay, I will say this. If it is a scenario, like, okay. Oh my god, breaking news. We're running sympathy for Keffals here. I'm sweeping for Keffals. I will say... If it is just like a misspeak, I mean, you don't want to misspeak in a scenario like that. You want to be very clear about what happened. She was sitting down in front of the camera and seemed very serious about it. And it felt like it was a very composed video, that one where she, you know, was talking about being doxxed and swatted and everything. It seemed like it was a composed video with probably like a script and everything. So, I mean, like, I don't know if it's a misspeak. It sounds a bit like I didn't mean freshly 18. I meant 18 and freshly out of high school. And that's why I said it like 4 different times the exact other way that I'm saying I didn't mean to say it. You know, it's possible she just misspoke and it was just like an exaggeration, is what I mean. Like, yeah, you know, I woke up and it was like, there was just a gun right in my face, man. Which is, like, maybe not exactly literally accurate. Like, you know, maybe she did open the door and then there was a gun there. But, like, yeah, it's hard to... I'm trying... There's, like, some level of, like... Something... I'm trying my best to be fair here, but, like, no. I mean, like, again, I feel like in the video that she made, she was very... You know, like I say, composed, and, like, it didn't look like she was just randomly going live and, like, you know, in the heat of the moment kind of thing. It looked like she had time to collect her thoughts and word herself correctly. And, yeah, in that scenario, you don't really want to be exaggerating something like that. So, on one hand, I can be like, well, you know, yeah, whatever. She slightly exaggerated. She basically woke up and there was a gun in her face, right? But on the other hand, I mean, yeah, it's not looking good, and it's one of, like, the hundreds of things that calls all of her shit into question. The microphone says trans rights, everybody. I mean, I guess if you're gonna make anything say trans rights, you want it to be the microphone so that it, you know, so that it's as loud as possible to as many people.
And I had to put on a pair of pajamas that was like on the floor before I could even go out to see the police officers.
See, the story has already morphed significantly from Clara waking up to guns in her face, to seeing guns in the hallway, to police never entering the apartment at all. The lack of consistency is concerning, given she was supposed to be taking legal action against them. And
Okay, someone in chat says you need hormone blockers for officially diagnosed gender disorders unless you want to torture your child. I'm sorry. Listen, I don't know anything about that, but there's people in chat that are saying that you're not exactly right about that. I mean, hey, seems like you've, well, the last message here is, K, those of you that don't understand, I hope you never have a trans child. I tried, I'm done. You see, this is the problem. People get so fed up so quickly. It's like, no one's ever going to understand each other if you just keep screaming insults at each other and then eventually, like, blocking each other in frustration. I get it. It's hard to explain your point. Like, maybe you have some information that other people don't have, you know? You feel free to keep talking about it, but, like, man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. Everybody, discuss, ladies and gentlemen. Discuss. Politely and respectfully, but, like...
I mean, Keffals went so far as to compare herself to a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain.
When she had an assault rifle. This is what I'm saying, Mutahar. That's you stopped reading the tweet halfway. If I'm tabbed out, it makes me sound like she had an assault rifle. But we're reading it. We know what's happening. It's fine.
Dog, whatever you think about the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse.
Yeah, she's the victim. A black man was killed by the police, and somehow that's a trans rights issue or something. Well, not really. That's disingenuous. It's not a trans rights issue. It's a Keffals rights issue. It's about her specifically. It's not even really... It's like not, oh, well, no, okay, it is about her white privilege or whatever. Okay, alright. I mean, yeah, this is, okay, I will say this is slightly disingenuous of Mutahar because he does cut off reading the rest of her tweet here. I mean, it doesn't make her point better, but, like, the way he reads it, it sounds like, oh, this guy dying reminded me of the time I got killed. I almost got killed, which, like, it is basically that, but she does sort of try to tie it in as, like, but it's because I'm white, it's my white privilege, it's what's reminding me of me. You know, I mean, like, it's not much better, but I will say that's, it slightly misrepresents her point. It's not a big deal. Like, ultimately, it's still a very fucking stupid tweet.
To a victim of police brutality. Every time I see another story involving an innocent black man being killed by the police, I think back to last month when I had an assault rifle. Dog, whatever you think about...
And I had an assault rifle, full stop. It's like, maybe she did. Maybe things were very different before Keffals touched that gun. Everything changed right after that.
About the interaction, it is by no means comparable to what happened to Elijah McClain. And the fact that she can't keep her story straight just makes this so much more worse. Clara also claimed
more worse. I'll stop. I'm sorry.
We're transphobic.
I like Mutahar. He did a great job making this video and putting all this together. It took him months. It's just he says things sometimes that are like, come on, Muta, more worse. What are we doing
and
here?
booked her under a dead name. If you're unaware, dead naming again refers to using a prior name for a trans person generally associated with the gender they were assigned at birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my...
Hang on.
At birth.
During the arrest, the police officer referred to me by my dead name. I was booked in the station under my dead name. The police, when talking to my mother, referred to me as her son. The fact that a fake email led to London Police Services booking me under my dead name reveals the prejudice that many police have towards transgender people. This is despite the fact that the email contained my real name before
Good day, citizen!
my dead name. This is one of the property bags returned to me after I was released from custody.
Yeah, she'd be opening up the door and just, stop right there, criminal scum! Yeah,
All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them. Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name, first to Kaylee Sorrenti on January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London police...
I'm not kidding. People are saying she sounds like AI or something. I know, it's psychomotor retardation, or, again, one of the other 600 things that are wrong with her, that are why she can't ever just say, yeah, I should have enunciated more, or, like, drank a fucking coffee before I went live. It's totally a disability, but, like, yeah, I've heard AI that are more lifelike than what she's saying here. I mean, like, not even kidding. I watched a video this morning. It was about Quebble Cop AI and how it's, like, proceeded, you know, because everybody talked about that a few months ago, and it was somebody like, oh, how's that been going for him? And answer, not very good. People are not happy with Quebble Cop AI, but the Quebble Cop AI, when it's not, like, glitching out its voice, it still sounds like an AI, but it sounds at least more alive. I mean, like, shit, it sounds more alive. This is not a great... I get it, you know, she's trying to, well, I mean, I get that, how do I phrase this? I get that the image she wants us to see here is that she's very distressed and distraught. But, you know, that doesn't mean that you can't have any emotion in your fucking voice. It's a very strange...
Bags returned to me after I was released from custody. All of the property bags returned to me have Roberts written on them.
This is almost as good as Drake's flow on all of his diss tracks.
Roberts was my last name until I legally changed my name, first to Kaylee Sorrenti.
Just throw a 4x4 over this and you're good. You just slap a beat on it and send it to Kenny.
January 25th, 2012.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being...
So this is from what?
Well,
from the London Police Department. I love how much of a fucking pain in the ass this woman had to be for everyone. Just like the cops have to issue statements... Cloudflare has to fucking get involved, and they made a statement, and then they took down Kiwi Farms, and everybody else is making fucking statements. And again, this is what I mean, like, it's amazing when you see all of this, like, firestorm she's able to cause. Nobody watches her fucking YouTube. She's got, like, less than 100,000 subs, I'm pretty sure, and she gets, like, far below her, like, you know, sub count in terms of, like, views, which, I mean... You know, so do I, but like, it's she has a lot of people talking about her, but not a lot of that translates to, you know, they say any publicity is good publicity. Well, you know, didn't all seem to translate to her YouTube channel. It had the effect on her YouTube channel that somebody posting a viral tweet, you know, a tweet that blows up. And then they follow that up immediately with, oh my god, this blew up, check out my SoundCloud! Like, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are gonna look at your SoundCloud because you made a funny joke on Twitter, dude. Totally.
On August 11th, London Police Chief Steve Williams put out a statement regarding some of her accusations. He states that all activity in the holding cells is monitored by audio and video equipment. They reviewed the footage and found no evidence of Miss Sorrenti being addressed by her dead name and gender. Williams concluded her dead name was used on property bags due to the existence of a prior police report, explaining that it was literally for tracking purposes.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, is like when that is the reason, or when it's like to clarify you're specifying a discussion about somebody before they transitioned. It seems really silly to, like, whine about dead naming in that scenario. I get it when it's just somebody being a dick to be a dick. Then that's fair game. That seems like a, you know, that's, you know, no need for that. But, like, if it's just the cops referring to you Like, I don't know, man, if we want to totally... I guess we add that to the list of things that we need to reform the police on, I guess. But, like, that's not... I don't know.
He apologized and ensured a solution would be implemented to prevent any of this in the future. Claire responded to the statement by reiterating her dead name was used during the arrest. She even speculated the timing may have been intentional so they wouldn't get caught.
It's important that he said, while I cannot confirm any conversations which might have transpired during Miss Sorrenti's initial arrest, and that's when it happened. The activity in the holding cells is monitored, and I never made a statement about any bad things that happened while I was in custody.
And this is what I mean where I say, like, the people that follow Keffals, or like Keffals herself, has to assume that the people that follow her are just, like, idiots. Because, like, it's how... I mean, you have to be. You just have to be an idiot to not... Or maybe you're just, like... I don't know, you hope for the best in people or something, and you're, like... You look at the obvious thing, which is, like, okay, what's, like, a hot-button issue now? Police brutality and, like, mistreatment of, like, minorities by the police. Does it sound totally insane to think that someone might try to use that for their own gain? Like, in a lot of cases, when we look at shit like this, it winds up just being like, are we just supposed to just pretend that people are all super kind, nice folks and no one would ever do something like that for their personal gain? Really? I mean, like, I know that's cynical, but it keeps happening. Like, I know there has to have been some lefty people that loved Keffals, or at least knew of her and were cool with her, that saw some of this shit, like the GoFundMe and this, and her just, like, trying to assert that they're, like, secretly, maliciously, they found this exact moment in time when they could be transphobic to her, and it's like, they're, like, doing that specific, like... No, obviously that sounds really suspicious, and, like, you're kind of just making it up for attention, and... Like, if you have a brain in your head, you have to recognize that that seems kind of fucking sus. I guess it just has to be, like, hoping for the best. I've learned that a lot of people, when they're politically motivated, you know, are very, very willing to just be like, you know, it's okay that this all seems really suspicious. She's on our side. So, it's probably fine. I'm sure she's doing it for the right reasons, because she's on our side. You know, that kind of thing. So, like, I guess a lot of the people, they might have seen this, they might have seen these red flags of how obviously, like, she's just trying to turn, like, you know, police brutality against black people into a Keffals issue. Hijacking that conversation and making it a Keffals thing. Like, you think that a lot of, they have to have seen that and just been like, oh, well, you know, I'm sure, just hope for the best. I'm sure she must be doing, you know, following her heart or whatever. But then a lot of these people are still defending her. So, like, I don't know.
I would absolutely assume that when the police know that these things are being recorded and can be part of public record, they would be more careful with how they go about their business. I don't expect them to acknowledge how bad the situation actually was. And there's no way of verifying it besides first-person testimony because there's no body cams in the London Police Service.
Her own partner then contradicts the claim that she was dead named during the address, though alludes to unspecified
the addressed
misgendering that occurred. Once again, any instance after the arrest should have been captured on recording.
And they yelled at Clara while she was in bed. So she got up. They were saying Clara Sorrenti. Note that they did not use her dead name at this point either.
As far as I know, is there anything I missed, Alex?
I think that's really the main gist of the arrest portion, which was really the most traumatic in terms of, you know, having the guns pointed at us, the misgendering that occurred. Yeah, that whole arrest.
What misgendering? Where?
That is how it happened. It wasn't straight up dynamic entry. They didn't...
The absence of evidence...
Like, I get that you're not gonna have, like, okay. Again, trying to be charitable to Keffals in this scenario is hard, but I try to do this with everyone, you know? It's like, I get that in a scenario like that, a lot of shit's happening fast, you just woke up, maybe you're gonna misremember things, right? Like, both of you might not have your stories straight, and I guess that's fair. But it is, again, just another one of those things where it's like, I'm willing to maybe, like, okay, I guess I can see why your stories aren't lining up here. I guess I can see it, because, sure, but that's just another thing that's suspicious and makes me kind of side-eye this whole thing, you know? Like, trying to be... Of course, I'm already bad faith, whatever. I've already kind of made my fucking opinion and made my mind up about Keffals, but, you know, I'm trying to be fair here and look at this, and it's like, yeah, I guess I could see how that might be, like, it's not the biggest smoking gun, right? That their, like, stories don't fully add up, but it's just yet another thing that's, like, kind of fucking suspect, so I don't know. It's hard to defend at this point.
Means that this only remains a he said, she said scenario. But it's hard to take Clara's word at face value given her complete and total lack of credibility. Another key part of her story was that police had confiscated their devices, resulting in significant financial damages.
They seized both my personal and work phone, as well as the work computer that I broadcast on Twitch from. Not only that, but the police seized my fiance's cell phones and laptop, as well as their external drive, which contained the only copy of their PhD thesis and other important university documents. Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones.
Super Mega left us homeless.
Justifications to launch the GoFundMe, to recoup her losses.
I started a GoFundMe to move immediately, recoup my losses, and build a legal fund to protect my rights.
I am not a computer. You know, that guy who's not a computer has a much more sonorous voice than Keffals does. You know, a lot more melodic, musical even. He's like an elf, you know? Keffals, you gotta listen to I Am Not a Computer, and you gotta learn about Katie and Tyler. You gotta, you know, that might help. That might help you.
But there were no losses to recoup. The devices were returned after 3 days.
I eventually got my stuff back in like 3 days and got an apology from the chief of police.
That's nice.
So, yeah, that was really nice.
An apology which you then ripped apart and claimed you were being, like, police victimized or something.
Nice how they responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she...
So, like, but here's the thing, too, with Keffals, is that she's, like, an admitted drug addict. I mean, I don't know if she's always on drugs, but whenever you see her and she's slurring her words and stuff, and there's times that are more worse than others, to quote Mutahar, but, you know, like, I have to wonder in a scenario like this where it really seems like she's got something going on. Also, cool scalp. Bad angle, unflattering angle. Really seems like she's got something going on. She's on something, maybe.
How they
allegedly.
responded to the situation, but I'll take it.
Now, if we're to believe that she meant 3 days after the swatting, that would place it on August 8th, a day before the GoFundMe started. There's also footage of Clara picking up her belongings from the police station, where you can see this property bag. It heavily resembles the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022. This again implies that she got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion.
Why would she... Okay, it's fine. I will point out here, I mean, maybe this might be a different one. I think this is a different bag, because it says, like... It looks like this is a 4 in the last digit up here, and this one's a 9. I'm just pointing it out because, I mean, it's probably just a different property bag that they gave her, like, but it, okay. Because I noticed this one has it written Roberts, whatever, and it's not written on this one, so I guess it's just a different bag.
the property bag seen in her initial video. A close-up of one of the labels shows us a date of August 8th, 2022.
We're really
This
getting
again
into it
implies
here,
that she
damn.
got her stuff back before the video and GoFundMe ever even went live, and knowingly lied about needing to buy a new cell phone and computer. Even if you don't want to make that assertion, at best, she got her stuff back the next day. Because this upload is dated August 10th. There is no way to reconcile these statements, and either way, it was dishonest to never update that campaign to reflect this.
Because of the negligence of the police, we were both left functionally unemployed, and I have spent thousands of dollars replacing our computers and cell phones, so our lives aren't completely destroyed by what happened to us.
Now, Keffals launched her GoFundMe on August 9, 2022 with an initial goal of $20,000. The page claims that if this amount was exceeded, the funds would be allocated to a legal fund to protect herself against ongoing and future threats to her safety.
Why are we talking about Snapcube?
However, this was later changed to,
Chat members, keep on topic here. Don't make me piss on the moon.
I am
I'll
keeping
do it, I will!
the GoFundMe up, but all donations are going directly to my legal fund, which I will be using to seek justice. Now, this is a
Justice.
very, very important distinction.
I'm gonna get Wei Shan on the case.
Because it means all the donations past the first 20 grand were explicitly for legal action. See, Clara gradually kept raising the goal until it reached over $100,000 on the 20th. If you want to be technical, it actually never ended, because she's still taking donations to this day. In fact, there wasn't even a fixed amount,
Really?
which is odd, as it makes it seem like her goal was to basically raise as much money as possible rather than afford an intentional expense. Naturally, with her effort,
Well, I mean, I think they do have a thing where it's like a fixed goal. Like, if it does... I'm not sure how this is on GoFundMe, but I think on, like, Indiegogo or something, one of those ones it has a thing where it's like, if it's a fixed goal and you don't meet the fixed goal, then you don't get any of the money. But if it's an open goal, then whatever amount you raise, you can get. So, I mean, like, I don't think it's crazy to just sort of be like, I need... Like, in a dire straits scenario, you're like, if everything she said was true, I guess I would be like, okay, shit, yeah, that's pretty rough. Like, maybe you need some help. But, like, then she's got it open for years, and, I mean, yeah, there is a certain degree of, like, an itemized, like, account of what they would have, like, destroyed or confiscated from her, or whatever she claims that the police did to her shit, that she now needs to, like, replace it all. There would be like a list of those items probably, so she'd be able to like generally figure out how much they cost, I assume. I don't know, we'll probably skip around a little bit in this video, because I mean, this is getting real into detail here, and I mean, it's all interesting, but like, I kind of want to get to some of the later arcs, and you know, it's starting to get dark out, and I gotta make hot dogs.
for raising over $100,000, there were questions over how the money was spent. Claire has tried to poison the well numerous times by calling anyone who asks this question bad faith. I'll never do a GoFundMe breakdown for bad faith actors who neither support me nor contributed
We really need to stop letting this buzzword happen. They need to stop with this buzzword. They need to stop. The fucking bad faith, the good faith. Because it does mean something, but who gives a shit? It doesn't anymore. It just doesn't anymore. It literally just... It's just an excuse word. It's just an excuse term that people use as a buzzword. Every time. Almost every time. I'll say almost, because every now and then you see people who are using it in the intended context of, like, you know, someone who, whatever. You know, the real meaning of good faith that's, like, a little bit more, like a journalism kind of fucking thing, right? It's like, you know, unbiased journalism or something. Like, if you're interviewing, you know, a sex offender or a murderer or like a drug kingpin or something, and you, like, you know, you're not allowed to get into like personal editorializing or whatever. That's sort of like going into, I mean, I guess that's not exactly it, but that sort of thing. And now, I mean, you know, every now and then you'll hear it in the right context, but mostly it's just this kind of thing. It's just this kind of thing. It's amazing that Keffals is calling out concern trolling. These people are really good at calling out the exact, like, pointing out the beats that they're following and somehow people don't notice it. That's
to the fund in the first place. Well, what if I gave money? Am I now allowed to ask? Ooh, that's a question we should bring up. You have to remember, this was a story that got mainstream coverage. There were over 150 articles published about the situation, including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Blue...
Look at this. Look at how many articles. Look at this. All across the fucking internet. All over the world. People are reading about fucking Keffals, kerfuffles. Los Replicantes. We got Shack News. We got Newsmax. We got Newsweek. We got the Daily Dot. We got Pink News. Got Time. Got Hack Read. How many of these fucking newses? We got a lot of newses. Know Your Meme? Is Know Your Meme news? It's on there. Kotaku? Is that news? I guess technically. Bell Tower News. Bell Tower News from author D. Hate. Das Trollforum Kiwi Farms. Und das Jahr. Yeah. All across the internet. Streamer trans souffle svatting. From Reporte Indigo. Down here.
Including The Guardian, NBC, CNN, Bloomberg, the Associated Press, and Canadians.
Whole fucking world talking about kerfuffles and the trans swatting. Immediate threat to human life. Controversial Kiwi Farms forum blocked by Cloudflare. Cloudflare blocks internet forum. The Voldemort of anti-trans websites got booted off the web. Of course, that's from fucking Slate.
State-funded news outlet CBC. Popular politicians like Jagmeet Singh of the NDP party took a stand by her publicly. Normies were led to believe a series of events that did not occur. And there are regular folk out there who don't have the time or capability to ensure their funds weren't misused, especially when there is a limited amount of financial support for at-risk members of the trans community.
That's the big thing, is that it's a scenario like that James Somerton guy too, where it's like the ironic thing with someone like this is no one was supporting James Somerton, right? But like with Keffals, for some reason, she's able to still, like, bait people into believing her bullshit just by saying trans a couple times, and people think that she's, like, a fucking crusader for trans rights, and it's like, no, she's doing all of this at the expense of the image of trans people and, like, actual people that she could be, like, putting money towards and stuff like that. I just, it's the same with like a person like Hassan, or, you look at the other side of things, someone like, fucking, I don't know, any one of those, those culture war, Star Wars, feminism channels or whatever. It's amazing that people can look at some of this and not recognize, that it is just so entirely motivated by your own financial gain. But yeah, those buzzwords work on people. You use enough buzzwords and you're like, you've been propagandized to enough that you just like, you just hear them and you're like a dog who's been Pavloved. You come with your fucking tail wagging and your tongue fucking dripping. You hear transphobe and you're sold. You believe it. And it's like, no, really, the biggest threat to trans people here is fucking Keffals. It's just no one looks at it that way.
Nothing wrong with questioning for transparency of where this money had went. In fact, more people should actually be asking where this money even went. Clara posted this photo in her Discord server, which was enough for trolls to bombard the hotel with pizzas.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of the word grifter that gets thrown around, and it doesn't necessarily always warrant use, but I don't know, like, it's, there's a lot of right-wing grifters, and people are always talking about those. There's a lot of attention being paid to right-wing grifters. Even sometimes when it's people who are like Matt Walsh, who are like, not really grifters. Like, there's a good video from Trans Woman Dead Domain talking about Matt Walsh and his views on trans people and stuff, and she explains that, like, as far as she can tell, based on, you know, research and looking into all of his stuff, he's not really a grifter. He seems to just believe the things he says. But a lot of people sweep a person like Matt Walsh into the grifter, you know, label. And then meanwhile, you get people like, I will fucking scream from the heavens that Hassan is a grifter until people start listening. God damn it. And Kerfuffle's here, and like, yeah, I mean, and of course one of the new big grifters is Mark Kern, Grums. He, you know, on the other side, of course. And that's a great example of, like, you'd think that a lot of the people who are supporting Mark Kern and all of his stupid Stellar Blade bullshit. He's got a new one now, because Hades 2 came out, and I guess, like, one of the fucking character portraits has, like, it's a woman, but she has a chin, so she's a man, I guess. So he's like, started up a new campaign to, like, direct a bunch of weird, I'm just gonna say, weirdo virgin incels. I know that's the brush that everyone paints old Gamergate with, and they're wrong to do that, but, like, I've seen the videos, right? And they all kind of look like that for Gamergate too. Like, they all kind of look like weirdo virgin incels. I don't know what to tell you. They do. And so, like, he's gonna send his pussy posse after, like, the Hades devs, I guess, to make the character less ugly and woke. And it's like, it's amazing that a lot of those people can't also look at what he's doing, screaming about death threats and adding the FBI because someone said, you know, some random tweet on Twitter about, like, $20,000 to whoever kills this guy. He's, like, adding the FBI about it. They're all swindled by the grift too, you know, because Mark Kern is saying the things that they believe. And he doesn't like the wokeness, so he must have good intentions. No one would ever have bad intentions. He's the good guy and they're the bad guys. Right? And just like here, Kerfuffles is the good hero character, and Kiwi Farms and everybody else involved in this is the black hat villain who, you know, Clint Eastwood's character has to shoot in a duel. Yeah, that's basically it. And any amount of obvious grifting and obvious, like, attention seeking, it can be real obvious to those of us that aren't, like, drinking the Kool-Aid and in on the ground floor, you know. But I guess, yeah, once you've been indoctrinated, it's real difficult to, like, boy, she just keeps doing things that get her harassed. I mean, boy, it's unfortunate that people keep harassing her. Wow. She keeps lying about it too. I mean, well, you know, the story is just different. It's just different. Alternative facts is all. It's alternative facts. Cope. Big time cope.
Next day, she uploaded a video declaring things had escalated, and she was...
Things have escalated, people, and you know, maybe you could just like key in, like, an escalator behind her. Oh, that would be kind of funny. Or, you know, it would be really a really good use of this green screen. Things have escalated, now I'm in hiding. She has, like, she put on like an anonymous mask and like you know, Groucho Marx glasses or whatever, and but then she's also on an escalator in the background. Perfect.
Now in hiding. If you recall, another goal of hers was to move out immediately after someone hacked her Uber Eats account and sent $500 worth of food.
So what happened?
How did you get password 123'd on your Uber Eats account, bitch? What the fuck? What?
And I woke up and I got
Jesus
an email
Christ.
that the Uber, the email for my Uber Eats account was changed. And then I looked outside the door and there was, like, at least $500 worth of food ordered with my hacked Uber account.
Well, it's a good thing you got all of that GoFundMe money then.
So I got doxxed again. Except this time I also got hacked.
She expedited an already planned trip to Europe. Her rationale was that London police didn't have the resources to stop online trolls. And then she...
And so, not only do you say, it would be one thing to even just say, I'm going to Europe. Narrowing it down at all like that is, like, asking for trouble. And I'm sure anyone who told her that was just labeled as a transphobe or blocked or victim blame, whatever, you know, read off the fucking Rolodex of buzzwords and pick one. You know, but like, because it's obvious that what she wants is to be harassed. She wants the attention. She wants this whole thing to have happened. I don't think she wanted it to go in exactly the direction that, you know, it has. But, like, yeah, I mean, I don't think she's dumb enough to not recognize that, like, telling people while she's being apparently harassed. I mean, no, let alone the continent she's going to. But the fucking she goes on to tell people that she's going to Ireland specifically. And I'm just like, you have to know. There's just no way. Don't play dumb, bitch. Again, I mean, don't make me play the music. You're either retarded or lying. You know, don't play dumb. I don't think you're that retarded. I don't think you're a Hassan. You know, I don't think you're just actually so stupid that you can scarcely be called like an intelligent life form. I don't know. I think it seems like it's a compliment, Keffals, that people don't believe you. Because if more people believed you, then they would think that you're the biggest retard in the world. By nature, you'd have to be. It's a compliment that they think you're like a scheming, manipulative liar who's just like grifted a million people. Because like that's a compliment to your intelligence. You should look at it that way. That's how I would look at it.
Went live to provide further details.
Are you moving to Europe?
Well, I mean, we know she's psychomotor retarded. We know she's psycho and retarded, but I'm just saying, like, I think she's well aware of what she's doing. That's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna be living there for a while, but I'm not moving there. My fiance is staying back in Canada, and I'm gonna be in the UK on my own for a while.
Okay. Yeah, my fiance keeps, like, going against my narrative and, like, accidentally mixing up our stories. So, he's gonna stay back home in the cuck chair. And I'm gonna go see Big Ben, ladies and gentlemen.
I think that the current plan is that in 2-3 weeks of my stay, my fiance is going to be coming over and we'll stay together for a while. On Monday, I find out if I got approved or not for the new place that I want to live at, which will give us a really good time frame of what we're going to do.
Her fans begged her to stop giving out information.
Stop giving out details?
Her fans, like... I love that. I love that. They know. It's like they're finding that they're licking the window of self-awareness. They know that it's a bad idea to do this. They know that it's a bad idea to tell everyone about where you're fucking going. And they can't comprehend. They literally do. They think she has to just be as that retarded. That's the mindset of a Keffals viewer is, oh, this poor idiot. She did it again. She doesn't know. Oh, Keffals, you gotta stop telling him, sweetie. That's the mindset. You're an idiot. Anyone who supports Keffals has to think she's just a fucking moron. Because if you think that she has any, like, brain in her head at all, then you have to reconcile that with the fact that she's also obviously lying and bringing this on herself.
Stop telling me what to do.
Later that day, Clara tweeted, "Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in North.
Giving out details? Stop telling me what to do.
Oh, stop telling me what to do. Do you want to have a meetup in Europe? Yeah, I think I have a feeling there's a few people based on things that have happened, Keffals, that would love to meet up with you at that point in time in 2022. Based on things you've talked about, I have a weird feeling that there's probably some people who would love to have met up with you. Not sure you would feel the same, though, but probably a bad look, Keffals.
Later that day, Clara
Good God.
"Do I have any followers in Europe? Let me know if you want to meet up." Her first stream back revealed she was in Northern Ireland.
So, I'm okay. I am currently in Ireland.
You stupid cunt.
I am staying with a friend.
His name is John Smith. This is his address.
I'm safe.
I love the idea that she accidentally doxes her friend in the quest to stay hidden and private. Just the ideas that I'm having watching this for like a parody of Keffals are just fucking popping left and right. Where she's just like, stop harassing me. Don't send pizzas to 123 Main Street. Don't! Guys, they keep sending pizzas. They asked if the postal code was... No, the postal code is... You know, I mean, like... $50 here, by the way, to the Catboy Ranch. I love when they take things like this, too. When, like, bad things are leveled at people and they just kind of, like... You know, they take it on the chin. They try to, like, own it or, like, you know, ironically twist it around, like me saying that I hate women and minorities, you know, because I know that everything that I do on stream winds up with somebody getting mad, so it's easier to just say that I hate women and minorities, and like, you know, just outright, you know, there you go, everyone who potentially is gonna get mad that I've said something about women or minorities. They know that I absolutely and categorically hate women and minorities, and that's real. That's true. You can put that on my gravestone. Although I have a lot of much funnier quotes than that, so I wouldn't recommend it. But definitely true. Yeah, but it's like when people do that sort of thing. Except in this scenario, you know, it's the Catboy Ranch, and you know, I don't know if you want to. I just don't. When you're, like, accused of being, like, a pedo groomer person, I don't know. I just don't know. And, you know, Keffals is, like, one of the main people who's probably responsible for that whole narrative about trans people. This is what I mean when I say, like, the biggest threat to trans people in this whole thing is Keffals. Not Kiwi Farms, it's Keffals. It's Keffals being a weird groomer trans person who wants to put kids on bathtub HRT that has led to a severe uptick in people in the last couple of years talking about that sort of shit. I swear it all comes back to her and Kiwi Farms and the news articles that were like hundreds and hundreds of news articles, all of the attention she brought on herself, and then you look into what she's up to, and yeah, it's like, good job supporting this person. She was a really great person to prop up, and real good optics for a lot of people.
Things are good.
Good stuff.
Don't tell people what country. It is completely fine. Do you know how dense Ireland is? Very dense country. I do not think it's gonna be a problem.
Guys, it's a dense country. Well, I guess there's a reason she went there then.
She was staying with a friend named Ellen. Her ex-fiancé never moved over, for reasons we're actually going to discuss later. Ooh. Ellen had already been doxxed months prior, and their apartment was found within 24 hours. And a troll took this photo outside their building. They were...
I'm just going to move along, but I will say, Muda missed something he needed to black out there, I think.
We're able to find...
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, here's the letter that Ethan Ralph wrote to Keffals. Ethan Ralph penned this letter directly to Keffals. This was him. Ethan Ralph sweated over it in his car like a fat hog, and he wrote it out, and he took this picture and everything.
Your location just by using a doorknob. To be clear, I'm not endorsing any of this behavior or doing it, or even saying if you're careless, you deserve that this happens to you. My argument is that if you're willing to leave a continent to another continent to escape trolls, there is a lot you could do for less to mitigate the risk.
I don't think Ethan Ralph actually wrote it. I think that was the meme. I think from what I remember, there was like a little whodunit mystery on there was a Megadoomed stream where he brought up this note that she got, and it was like, we're gonna find out who left Keffals this note, chat. Was it Ethan Ralph? Was it Nick Fuentes? I forget who the candidates were, but there was like 4 potential people, and one of them, of course, was just Keffals. I think if I remember correctly, the prevailing theory was that she just kind of made up this note that she got, but I'm not sure about that. I might be mistaken.
risk of doxing. For example, not buying equipment specifically for IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a...
Yeah, like, I just don't know how you can reconcile this and still... there is no way to look at this scenario where she is... She didn't do IRL streams before she started getting harassed in real life, right? So, like, why is she doing that now? That's insane. That's just insane. And the only way you can think that that's not, like, fucking ridiculous and obviously intending to bait people into a certain type of action is just by thinking that she's a tremendous psycho retard, I guess.
Poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one...
Yeah, it did. It's I'm stupid. It said first IRL stream. It literally says that. Hey everyone, I'm getting stalked and doxxed and harassed in real life. Come check me out. I'm gonna be down by the fucking shitter in the park, okay?
At one point, Ellen revealed that was going to visit a poutine truck in Belfast. The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an...
What is Psycho Retard is your favorite Slipknot song? No, I'm much more fond of Psycho Retard. Qu'est-ce que c'est? Keffals.
IRL stream on Twitter. Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake.
Run from Kiwi Farms.
Right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions.
Wait, Irish poutine?
Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake. Right?
Kiwi Farms threatened to bomb a poutine... Okay, I'm sorry. We every frame is so dense, just like Ireland, that we have to really go through it.
For IRL streaming and announcing where you're going to be in advance. At one point, Ellen revealed they were going to go to visit a poutine truck in Belfast.
A poutine truck in Belfast. I love this. Like, you decided to plant bombs in all those places. What the fuck? I don't know if I buy that this is a real comment. This is probably just some bullshit. Ellen is live. I mean, you told people to... Okay, and another thing, too, is, like, I'm sorry, at a certain point, once you're, like, taking Kiwi Farms to war like this, yeah, you're gonna get people that are gonna do some fucking heinous shit, probably. Like, this might just be a real post, and, I mean, should they have done this? No, but... Like, you poked the fucking beehive, you dumbass. What do you fucking think is gonna happen? And now you're going live. Fucking IRL streaming. There's just no way you can look at this as anything other than someone obviously wanting this kind of attention.
The owner received bomb threats, which Clara used to tease an IRL stream on Twitter.
If that's true, great job to this dumb cunt for getting some other person bomb threated. Like... Getting some fucking guy who works at a poutine truck or whatever has to deal with bomb threats. Cool, thanks, Keffals. You're such a fucking... You're so great. The world is so much better for you having been in it. Everyone around you is just improved by being in your presence.
Hey, maybe it's a one-off mistake, right? A day later, Ellen publicly fielded suggestions for future IRL stream locations in Ireland. I want to reiterate, if you are in hiding... Why would you buy new streaming equipment specifically for streaming in the public, and then also share where you plan on going in advance? By her own admission, she wanted to stoke the flames in order to maximize publicity.
By intentionally making myself a lightning rod, so I could make...
See, what's crazy is there are times when she can clean up and look decent. She looks good here. Why does she always look like a dumpy potato sack lady? Like... She looks nice here. What the fuck? We need Think Before You Sleep to give her some tips on hair volume and not dressing like a hobo.
Farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice, because every time they attacked me, I publicized it. One of the things that I
now we're right back to it.
Did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kiwi Farms on. I wanted them to attack me.
Yeah, it is the fat girl angle. That is true. That is true.
Because by doing that, I was able.
I mean, it's not quite the fat girl angle exactly, but it's like it's up there. It's approaching the angle.
To show.
Let's go back through this a little bit. What exactly is she saying? This is her saying she wanted to get as much attention as possible, right?
Farms more vicious and attack me to the point where Cloudflare had no choice, because every time they attacked me, I publicized it.
Right. So it was. Yeah, that's. I love that she says that, and she thinks that that's like I poked a beehive. It's such entitlement. It's like, why can't, like, these people were not even really aware of fucking Keffals at all, really. Maybe there was like probably a couple people that was like, haha, Keffals, this is a stupid person, whatever. And then she decided to do this. I think she completely brought this on herself. I mean, there might have been like a couple of... I mean, everyone has already said that, like, if she has a thread made about her and she just let it die, it would have gone away. No one would have ever, you know, it would have been one of those threads that just fucking falls back into the midst and no one cares, right? And a lot of the shit that came out wouldn't have come out. I mean, and she's trying to act like some kind of martyr, but no, you just, like, instigated a bunch of shit and then decided that you're entitled because you talked shit and then got hit. You're entitled to, like, have the website taken down. No, that's just not... If that's the way it works, it shouldn't be the way it works. That sucks. That really is just shitty behavior.
One of the things that I did intentionally for the success of the campaign was make myself a lightning rod. I egged them on. I egged Kiwi Farms on. I wanted them to attack me, because by doing that, I was able to show the world how fucking vile they are.
In the past, streamers...
You know, there was no evidence of them being vile, so I had to, like, fabricate some, basically. I mean, it's the brazenness. It's like what they're willing to acknowledge and admit to is sometimes really fascinating. When you see something like this, where someone's being super disingenuous and they're just like, you know, covering a bunch of shit up, and it's like, wow, you were willing to tell us that. Oh, wow. And it's like, what are you not willing to say publicly then? Like, wow, you were willing to basically just say that you fabricated, like, you... She brought it on herself. She brought it on herself, obviously, and she admits that, and there should be no one to blame other than her at that point. You know? I don't think Kiwi Farms... I mean, yeah, Null says some weird stuff about trans people. There's a lot of people that say mean things on there. But, like, by and large, I feel like if you're just a trans person on the internet, they're not going to, like, go after you just for existing. Maybe sometimes there's some people that I see and I'm like, oh, why does this person have a thread? Oh, just because they're, like, slightly cringe and also they happen to be trans, you know? You get some stuff like that. But, like, no, what they tend to do more than anything is just, you know, whatever things they can say about you, they will. It's like a diss track, you know? It's like everything is fair game in a diss track. Well, everything's fair game on Kiwi Farms. If they want to hit below the belt, they will. They don't necessarily go after people just because they're trans, but they won't pull their punches. If you are trans, they will use that as a reason to be nasty, just like they'll use anything they can. Is that like great behavior? No, but it just again goes to say that, like, nothing would have happened to her, or most people really, who don't, like, cause fucking trouble, who don't, like, start shit and act like retards on the internet and act like tough guys and then act like victims when people call them out on it, and all of that lolcow-esque behavior. Unless you exhibit that kind of shit, they usually aren't going to talk about you, and if someone does, it's not going to gain a lot of traction. There'll be some guy who makes a thread who goes, Keffals is stupid, he is ugly and gay, and, like, you know, does the whole thing, and they're mean, and they're just being mean to be mean, and, like, but if you don't react and they don't then find out that you're giving bathtub HRT to children, You know, like, you know, the thread would have been buried. No one would have fucking cared. No one would have cared. She's acting like she drew out the vile Kiwi Farms trans hatred. But no, you drew out, like, aggression because you started a fight with them. You started a fight, and they continued it. And then they won. So...
have been punished for similar behavior. Ice Poseidon was notorious for being a constant target of swatting. He was ultimately banned after streaming and getting swatted inside an airport, and while it wasn't his fault, at a certain point he was clearly feigning ignorance and enabling his troll's behavior for content. What makes Clara's behavior different, and what actually prevented her from staying in Canada? Well, if you think it's fucked up for me to question it, don't worry, because Keffals has since admitted that this entire cover story was all a lie. Nowadays, her explanation for leaving the continent was not to escape online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, and you just keep telling lies like this. Every day she's gonna lose like 1 or 2 followers, and it's just snowballed. Like, it's just snowballed. The more lies, the House of Cards, like... You know, it teeters more and more as more people, like, they realize this woman is retarded. This woman is not that retarded. This is a manipulative scam, basically. Like, one by one, day after day, people are falling off of the fucking Keffals train, you know?
The continent was not to escape.
And, like, you get this whole change to the very crucial elements of the story. Not even just, like... a slight, like, I'm willing to be like, okay, she said she got up and a gun was in her face. Maybe that means I went out the door and there was a gun there. Maybe that means it was one right pointed at me in my bed, like, misspeak, over-exaggeration, whatever, that's fine. That's fine. Maybe she misspoke, whatever. Freshly out of high school and 18, whatever. But you get to this, and it's like, no, this is a fundamental shift to the entire fucking story, and if you're someone who's followed this whole thing, and you've got 2 brain cells to rub together, this has to be the moment when you go, all right, that's lies, you're lying. And then you fuck off.
Online harassment, but to escape her ex-fiancé, Alex, who she now accuses of being abusive. To not get too deep into it, this is...
Yeah, I'm gonna be like banning people that do the funny haha he thing. It's so funny and so funny. This is the problem. This is the issue that a lot of people that like try to be edgy for laughs, they don't get that, like, there's a difference between being like, I'm not offended that you're calling this person a he. It's just not funny. I said earlier, if you're gonna make a joke about the trans thing, then at least make it a funny joke. But you're just like saying he. It's not. It's like just saying, I bet those 2 guys are gay for each other. That's not funny. It's not offensive, really, but it's not funny. Like, my point is that if you're gonna try to be offensive, then and like make people laugh with it, then you should really try. You know, like, it takes more than just saying haha he. Like, at least try. Come on.
After her ex-fiancé called her out for leaving to cheat on her with Ellen.
This is where I need to admit something. Last year, I was in the papers. This was on CBC, Canada's biggest media outlet. Twitch streamer and trans activist says she's leaving Canada for a while due to harassment. Earlier this month, Clara Sorrenti was the target of a swatting incident and has been doxxed and hacked. And there was a criticism that
Someone says, I'm not retarded. If I get banned, so be it. Well, you are retarded. You are now banned, and you are retarded because all you've done is say, haha he. Very cool. Epic. You really owned the fucking libs there. Good job. What an amazing and stunningly funny and captivatingly original. You know, that really changed minds and made everyone laugh, and everyone sees the world differently now because you've said he in this chat room talking about a trans woman. Congratulations. You're definitely not retarded. Don't come back.
I frequently got throughout that time. How does moving to a different country help you with online harassment? And as we found out, it didn't. because once I landed in Belfast, I had people showing up, making threats.
I was in Belfast, by the way, guys. Do you want my address? Oh yeah, loyalists against, Lucas out of our community, Kiwi Farms, all, right? Ulster Kiwi Farms force for Sneed and Ulster. Who the fuck is Ulster? Hail Josh the Corn Lord. I remember now. It wasn't that Ralph did it specifically. It's that Ethan Gunt Ralph told me to do this. That's right. Okay, I got it wrong. I did mislead people. Why does she have a PS2? This was really fundamental to your running away. You had to grab your PS2 and all your controllers. I mean, and it's like a fatty PS2 too. It's not even like one of the slims. I mean, come on. You can survive in Belfast for a little bit without the PS2. There's emulators. Come on, Clara.
It's outside of where I was staying. And I knew that no matter where I went in the world, I would not escape online harassment as long as I was an online figure. And the truth is, I left the country because of my ex and because I was scared of my ex.
Oh, so she's trying to claim that she, like, changed the story because, like, she didn't want to get harassed by the ex. Like, at the time she claimed it was, okay.
Because my ex was abusive and abused me emotionally and yelled at me.
This is so... I just don't believe that, though. But I don't, because, like, that... Just... I don't know. She was in the fucking call with the ex before, right? And that was the ex who was, like, not able to keep the story straight with the cops and the, you know, swatting and all that. The ex was not able to keep the story straight. And, I mean, like, it's funny to be like, that's why she dumped him. But, like, the guy seemed like he was, I don't know, supportive. Like, if this is just her, like, throwing this dude under the bus, then that really sucks. That's really unfortunate.
And consistently coerced me.
But, like, I mean, I guess it's possible, I guess. It's just, like, it's one of those things with, like, Lex from the Super Mega thing. Like, yeah, I guess it's possible that, like, one of the things she said is not a lie, but, like, everything else is, so... Like, I don't know why I would believe this, I mean...
Sex. That's why I left. But I couldn't tell anyone. I didn't want it to be a big thing. I didn't want it to be in the...
I love that this is in the paper, though. I mean, like, forced to hide out in the city that we are now pointing you to. Like, bigots hound trans streamer. This is where she is! And, like, you're in the news. You didn't want to be in the news? Are you sure about that? Are you sure? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. You're really expecting a lot. You know, I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to be, like, understanding that maybe some things might have been misinterpreted. Maybe some people were poisoned against her from the get-go and they didn't believe all this. By the way, we haven't even started the fucking Catboy Ranch in its entirety. We barely glossed over that. We're gonna get back to that, I'm sure. I'm sure there's so much more to go here. But, like, this is already just, like... I'm trying to be, like, charitable. Even before we get to the really creepo fucking stuff that makes her, like, a Sangi. I'm trying to be charitable, you know, and be like, okay, maybe some things, you know what, yada yada yada. But no, I'm sorry. You could have not been in the news with an article telling the bigots where to find you. If you really wanted that. You know, there's several reasons why you might not have wanted that. But yet that is still what is happening here. So, like, so no, I'm not stupid enough to buy what you're selling me, Keffals. I'm sorry.
Papers. Well, all the journalists were circling around and writing their stories. I didn't want that.
Yeah, it's good faith. I'm trying to be good faith here. And that's the thing, too, is when people try to be good faith and then realize that you're lying and then you still call them bad faith is, like, That's the other reason why that's a bad buzzword, is because, like, it's so subjective that people will be trying to be good faith, and then they'll realize, like I have, that it's just a scam. And then you're still calling them, you just call them bad faith at that point, because, like, it's bad faith because you don't agree with me. You can't handle my opinion.
To be known. I didn't want any of this to ever be out in public.
Can we just see can we see the list of articles again that were all about her? And just have, like, you know, just have some Benny Hill music playing as it scrolls through the list of hundreds of articles written from across the globe and in different languages about Keffals harassment. She didn't want any part of it, guys.
So here's,
Her escape basically amounted to a paid-for vacation across Europe, evident by a leaked post from her closed Twitter circle on September 14th. Clara reveals she was staying in Ireland until the 27th, then heading to Spain until the 11th.
Good lord. I'm in hiding, guys. Yeah, Drake was in hiding at that Epstein hotel. Yeah, she's in hiding. In hiding. Yeah, I'm gonna get on a plane and go in hiding down to the fucking Bahamas for a little bit. Yeah, I'm gonna be in hiding down there. Oh, amazing.
Before moving into her apartment on the 12th. Now, the dates imply that she had already just bought tickets, but she ended up in London instead to watch a play. Clara then briefly returned to Ireland before flying to the United States to attend TwitchCon. Not only did she stream the event IRL, but
I'm gonna go to a publicized event where people are definitely, like, I'm sorry, there's just, how could anyone buy this at this point? You're so full of shit. Disavow.
Even antagonized Destiny's ex-wife for being married to him.
Oh, that's right, she did just, like, randomly harass Destiny's fucking ex-wife because she has, like, this... What's weird, too, is that it feels like a super one-sided feud. Like, I mean, unless there's something personal that happened between them before all of this or something, it really feels like she just hates Destiny and just wants to, like, ruin him or something. Like, but it's like a real hatred. She just goes after his like, ex-wife. Why? It's, like, personal. What did he do to her other than call her cringe one time?
Keffals went to go.
Oh, hey, Chud. Back from the epic Sargon of Akkad feminist-owned compilation.
And she went up to Melina, and she was like, she was shaking. Like, it was like she was so anxious.
Destiny's wife, not manager. If you have a problem with him, don't come to me with anything. We were both stun-locked. We got baited into a false sense of security by her being friendly. Yeah, this is just... I mean, this is insane behavior. This is also getting into where we start to talk... We start to see that... we start to see that Keffals is truly just as bad as everything that she claims to stand against. I mean, that's something that we haven't even really touched on that at all, just how much of a hypocrite she is. She says so much against doxing and blah blah blah. I think this is maybe the first, maybe there was something before that gave this away, but this is maybe the first big sign that she is completely full of shit. If she doesn't like you, she will find you in public and harass you. She will find your pictures with your parents and harass you. And she will try to contact your parents' fucking employers and shit and try to harass you. And this is the first, this seems to be like one of the first signs of that here.
Anxious or so angry she was shaking, right? And she said, tell your husband, if he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted.
Keffals and Destiny could be, like, they could have been in a relationship. That, I like that headcanon. I like that. I want to go with that.
No memes. That happened, okay?
What happened exactly?
If he doesn't stop coming for me, I'm going to get his YouTube channel deleted.
What does that mean, coming for him? Maybe she means it literally, like, if Destiny doesn't stop coming for me, if Destiny doesn't stop, you know, coming, he has like maybe he has a goon folder of Keffals, you know, the fart porn, maybe? I mean, maybe that's it. But, like, I don't think Destiny's really even talked about her that much after this. Maybe he did. I don't know. I mean, that hasn't really come up in this video. Maybe the video is very misleading and is poisoning us against Keffals. I don't know, but it's yeah.
No memes. That happened. Okay.
So Keffals moved into her new apartment on October 12th and used some of the GoFundMe money to pay for a full year's worth of rent in advance.
Great.
So just a quick update. I have an apartment for October. I'm moving then. I have it. I've already paid. I'm putting it, like, I'm using the GoFundMe money to pay an entire year in advance.
Now, which is not...
It's another scenario where I'm like, if she had just changed up, like, I don't know, if she just made a GoFundMe and was like, hey, help me move. You know, it's like whatever, e-begging, but like at least it's just honest, just, hey, I need some help with moving and it would be nice and blah, 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 and maybe people would, you know, you don't have to support, you don't have to help out, it's not an emergency, whatever, like, just be honest, just say that you need money to move, and people will not donate as much, but they will donate, they will help you. They will help you, and it would be better in the long run than making up all these lies, but I guess we know what path she took.
Something she ever said she was going to do, and a huge departure from just moving. Clara moves into a luxury apartment, and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000.
Hang on. Peruse, have a quick peruse over this information, like Dark Viper. I will be right back. I'm gonna grab an ice pack for my fucking ankle. And I'm going to... Where is it? God damn it. I'm going to play the insanity music. I'll be right back. The insanity. I have my ice pack. And my frosty Coca-Cola. It's a shitty ice pack. It was like $10 at Walmart, but it stops being cold after like, I don't know, an hour or two basically. So it's a little bit, it's not the quality of ice pack that I need. Maybe what I need is a second one, and then I can just rotate them. If I need ice pack action, you know, I can just all right, this one's done, and grab the other one from the freezer and, you know, repeat the cycle. So what are we looking at here? It's Kerfuffle's apartment, I guess.
Clara moves into a luxury apartment and with a low approximation amounting to $28,000. So far, Clara has admitted to spending the money on new devices, as well as equipment for IRL streaming. She traveled across Europe, planning to visit Spain from Ireland, but ended up at a play in London instead.
Like, again, she could have literally just, it's not even, I need to move, you know, to a new apartment. She could have literally just said, like, I want to do some IRL streaming. I think it would be fun. Can we, you know, help me fund this so that I can bring you guys more cool content that's like IRL streaming, and you guys all like me, Keffals, and you all want to see me, Keffals, doing IRL streaming, so it's an investment for you guys getting cool stuff in the future. Like, you can just be honest about why you need the fucking money. Literally, you can even just say, and yeah, I'll probably use some of it for, like, some fun things just for me. Just say that! Just say that! Holy shit! I hate these fucking people that can't, like with just a slight, just be honest, and it would be fine. I can't get over it with that fucking, that stupid fucking Noah Samson video, where it's like, I could have super been on her side if you just tried to sell it to me as she was justified in doing what she did, and not, she totally didn't, guys, you're just wrong! No, don't lie to me. Don't fucking piss on me and tell me it's raining. Fuck off. Fuck off. You weren't doing this. Oh, I'm harassed. I need money. It's an emergency. Just say why you need it. Say you need some money. It's fine. You're like trans. People will just fucking line up to throw it at you. You're a trans activist. People are gonna... It's like charity for like bored rich white people. Just, oh my god, there's somebody I can give money to! Oh, I can feel good about myself! Oh! You know, it's like charity, but not charity. It's like, you know, it's better than charity. It's parasocial charity. It's perfect. She could have just said that. No, had to lie and be dishonest. I guess it's just her nature.
Instead, she then flies to TwitchCon in the United States before getting an apartment in Canada and then paying an entire year's worth of rent. There, she bought even more equipment to build a professional set with studio lights. While it's difficult to make an exact calculation for this, the gaming chair alone, her gaming chair, would have cost over $2,000.
I had to take extra caution with the set that I made. It's not even a set. It's just
not even it's not even like, she's not even good with the money. She got $100K and like, you know, $2,000 for the chair? Really? I'm sorry. You know, you don't have to get like a shitty cheap one like me because I hate myself or whatever, but you could get like a fucking, it's like a $500 chair maybe is like probably fine. What the fuck is this $2,000 chair doing for you? Are you kidding me? Fuck off.
It's like part of my home, but it is basically a set. I have like studio lights. I have like whole camera thing. It's very professional.
Yeah, it's great that you're getting 50 views.
So I had to go through all of this as soon as I got back from TwitchCon to make sure that I could just like return to my life before I was...
I'm just amazed at how much all of this could have been like avoid. Like, I've heard about this GoFundMe thing, but like actually looking at it, there's nothing in there that she couldn't have just explained honestly. Like, even down to, like, okay, worst case scenario, she used the money to buy drugs, allegedly. Like, I don't know if she's alleged to have done that, actually, but, like, hypothetically, allegedly, she used the money for drugs, like, some of it, right? Just say, like, yeah, I might buy some things for me, or whatever, right? And, like, let people know what the money's actually going to. It's fine. It's just be honest with them. What are you doing? They would be really happy. People would be really happy to like give you money. Like, you know, I joke about like, oh, you're trans, haha, but like, that's the joke, by the way. You're trans, haha. That's the joke. That's the entirety. That's the punch. That's the setup and the punchline. You're trans, haha. There you go. That's a great joke. Welcome to Deadwing Dork, where we hate women and minorities. But no, like, there's the cynical view that, like, yeah, people will line up around the block to like throw money at you, and that's not really true. That's not really true. But, you know, you will have support. People will, you know, people who like you will support you, and people who, if you explain it and you're just like, I want more, like, I want better cameras and better setup for my shit. But the problem is she's retarded. I mean, she is also retarded. I'm learning that now, because, yeah, she got $100K out of these fucking simps, and she wastes, like, 2% of that on just the chair for her streaming. I guess it's an investment because you're a streamer, you're sitting in the chair a lot, but you can do better than fucking $2,000 for a chair. And that's probably Canadian dollars too. It's probably like $3,000 or something American. Wait, no, it would be less. I don't know. But the point is that it's a terrible use of the money that she got from these people. And I mean, yeah, like, she would have probably set the goal at something like $100K, and people would have been like, why do you need that much? And then she'd be like, because I need $2,000 for a chair! And then everyone would have called her retarded. So I guess maybe she did need to lie. It's like being on a level where you both know that you're full of shit. Like, you're full of shit, and, like, you're aware of that, and you're trying to, like, you're trying to scam people, but you're also retarded enough, you know, to, like, I don't know, it's, like, right in the middle there. It's right in the middle there. Really special.
Swatted.
But see, that wasn't the only thing she admits to spending some of this GoFundMe money on. Clara also says she contracted a security company in September to keep herself safe.
I consulted with a security company, and they made all of my devices hack-proof. and they gave me tips on
They changed her passwords to 1234.
getting doxxed again.
There you go.
They also helped me with a whole bunch of other stuff that I can't talk about because I signed an NDA, like a non-disclosure agreement. I already hired a lawyer, and all of the information between me and my lawyer is privileged and confidential, and I can't talk about it. So the money
your lawyer ChatGPT
towards a legal fund is being utilized, but until the point where I can actually talk about what I'm doing, I can't say anything. So I use the money to find a place, to contract a security company to keep myself safe.
You know, also when she says that she's hack-proof, there's a lot of people who are going to take that as a challenge. You don't want to say things like that, Keffals. But I say that, no, it's entirely calculated. It's entirely calculated. She probably knew that that would get more people trying to, like, hack her and get more attention. She probably knew. She's smart enough for that, it seems. I don't know. Maybe not.
And to hire a lawyer.
This raises an interesting question on what the security company was doing beyond making her devices hack-proof. That same month, she confronted a prolific member of the Kiwi Farms thread. Keffals tried to intimidate the user with their personal information.
This user, by the way, shoutouts to Baneblade who got me to play that intro song 7 hours ago or whatever. I forgot to say what it was. It was from, I mean, he didn't suggest it, but it was from the Insignificance EP, and we were talking about it during Halo Night, from Porcupine Tree. It's a nice Porcupine Tree song that they never got like a real release, and it's not on Spotify, so I just noticed you're in chat there. I was listening to it this morning. It's a shame so much of that like EP never wound up on like a real album, quote unquote. It's a lot of nice stuff.
Claiming to have hired a private investigator. I know the PI will get me more though. He's still talking to the family and school officials. This didn't work because they doxed the wrong person. The user mocked her and asked if she paid for the PI using her GoFundMe. Clara responded, no, the
Keffals just tried intimidating me and got some random kid and his mom. Yeah, this is what I mean. We're really getting into it now. Keffals is... So if you're not convinced, okay, Keffals... This is a great video because we're into like Act 2 now, right? Act 1 was Keffals the scam artist. Act 2 is Keffals the massive hypocrite, I guess. And then probably Act 3 is gonna be like the... moonshine with a T, as they call it.
GoFundMe is
moonshine with a side of tea, a little twist of tea.
Currently in savings until I need to use it. In case you doubt the authenticity of these messages, Clara has confirmed that they are real.
There's someone in chat who doesn't know about user. Welcome. I hope you're enjoying this drama stream. This isn't normally what we do. Stick around for another stream that has user in the title, and you'll find out more. You'll find out they're good time. They're a good time. You'll enjoy.
Several times.
And to answer your question, yes, it is an internet slur. It is a slur for people that use the internet, yes.
And I don't know about you, but hiring a private investigator so you can confront trolls with bad info doesn't sound like the action of someone in fear of their life. Her messages also contradict a tweet where she says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentioned...
I like this fucking chicken game. You better use the legal fund.
She says $50,000 was already put into the legal fund. The final thing Clara mentions in that stream clip is using the money to hire a lawyer. What's interesting is that by her own words, she already had a lawyer and was consulting 2 more. The day after the GoFundMe had launched. It was one of her earliest responses to criticisms over reportedly raising her goal.
Yes, I'm using these funds to move, but more importantly, once I'm safe, the rest of those funds are going to be used for legal expenses. Because I'm not just moving, I'm also taking legal action. I already have 1 lawyer, and I'm consulting with 2 more.
Your Honor, let the record show. Look at this fucking retard that donated like $3,000 to her. You see this donation for like 30? I think that's 3,300 or 3,100. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I didn't realize it was like I frankly wish I didn't have as much morals as I do, and that's saying something, because I am a monstrous human being who hates women and minorities. But like, I could be a lot worse. Clearly, I could be a lot worse. I could just You guys remember my favorite Jay Bowman quote? Just trick 'em. Yep. I guess so. It's real. Apparently, it's just real easy to squeeze money out of people. Apparently. By the way, donate to the stream, please. Send me super chats. I've been harassed. I got harassed yesterday by my ankle. My ankle hurts. I got harassed by my ankle. It's ableist of my ankle to be hurting me right now because I already have one broken, like one limb that doesn't work, right? So like my ankle is not, it's bad optics for my ankle to do this. It's harassing me. So send me money. Thank you.
I'm going to get justice for what happened to me. And for
what happened to you? Can you imagine going to this is like, Your Honor, I started shit with a website and then they were mean to me. Like, what do you fucking think is gonna happen in this legal case? What does anybody think? How can anybody rationalize that legal case would ever go anywhere? What the fuck do you think is gonna happen in that law case? Like, ultimately, she brought this on herself. It is her fault. It is her fault. She started shit with Kiwi Farms. You can argue that they shouldn't have been so mean, but she is the one that started it. And, like, it's not... I don't see how you can really... I don't know. Like, that's such a, like... That person earlier that's like, you better use the legal fund. Like, that's the chicken game. She's not playing fucking chicken like that. Because she knows that if she goes to court over her harassment, quote-unquote, then all of this is going to have to be litigated. And that none of this would look very good. Right? So, like, that's all bullshit. The legal fund, all of this, that's not real. Because she knows fully well if she's able to do all of this, then she knows that if she actually takes Kiwi Farms to court, or any fucking person, any troll, whoever, she tries to take anyone to court, she puts her ass in a courtroom, all of this is gonna wind up coming out. I mean, I guess it's already come out, but like, no, she didn't want that. That's a total fucking jape.
For every other marginalized person in this country who has been victimized.
Thank you to all of the super chats. I'll be reading some in a little bit here. I think we'll do a little break when we get to the halfway point. But thank you to Aimbot with $5. Use this to buy some HRT, babe. You sure need it. Gotta be a user and take down the user farms. They're total user phobes. They really are. They don't understand. Like, they weren't born with user DNA, so they don't understand the struggle. They don't understand what it's like to have to choose between the DVD copy of Toy Story and the VHS copy of Toy Story, and then the store's closing in 5 minutes, so you can't choose, so you just pocket one and buy the other. Like, they don't understand that struggle that faces many users every day, and it's just not fair of them. It's just not fair of them to be so mean to us. Not fair.
Legal fees are incredibly expensive.
Thank you, Lunao Circuit for the $5. It is very brave of me. Thank you. I agree. I am brave. Thank you.
I feel very...
Thank you for pointing out the obvious, which is that I'm brave and courageous. Thank you.
Fortunate that I was able to raise this much money, because I would not be able to take legal action if it wasn't for that.
This is strange in retrospect, as only 12 days later, she made it very clear she was holding off pursuing legal action against the London police.
After it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I guess
Keffals is what happens if Adam YMS decides to transition. You know, it's been on the tip of my tongue this whole time. Keffals looks like someone. Yeah, yeah.
I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously, and I want to see justice. There's a lot of leads right now, and they might actually be able to catch the person who swatted me. And with what it...
So, like, okay, she was swatted, right? Like, that's fact. She did have the police come to her place and, like, confiscate her shit or whatever as, like, evidence, whatever. And, you know, it probably wasn't nearly as bad as she, you know, makes it sound like she was in fucking Auschwitz or whatever, but probably not. But, like, that did happen, right? That's a fact. I believe that's like known. Like, there's that letter from the London police, so that did happen. So my question now is, like, do we ever find out who actually did that? Wouldn't that be known in some way? I feel like they would have been able to figure that out. I mean, who called them? Like, where did the phone call come from? They can, like, trace that shit, can't they? I don't know. Like, I feel like if you're getting a fake swatting, that's a really big deal. And whoever is doing that is... something had to have happened to them, right? I mean, I almost want to be cynical and say, haha, she did it to herself. It's not real. She didn't, you know, she called in a fake swatting or something. But, like, that's a huge risk to take on something that is a big crime. I don't know if she would have done that. Like, I think she's an opportunist that saw the house burning down and realized she had to get a hot viral TikTok clip of that, you know. She saw the bad situation happening and realized she could capitalize. I think that's what happened, but I do wonder where that actually came from. Because, like, that is, like, the one thing you can really point to that it was, like, I guess harassment, was, like, somebody swatting her, which, yeah, that's bad. That's the one actual thing that seems to have happened, but I don't know why. Never mind. I do know why she needs to lie. We all know why she needs to lie. It's some people are just born, and that's what they need to do.
Is going on and the connections to kiwi farms, knowing that they're monitoring the thread, we might actually see something happen.
Now, at around the same time, she told the Kiwi Farms user the money was in savings. She claimed...
Fucking user. Why is this blurry? Did you pay for the PI out of the GFM money? Yeah, she's trying to, like, harass this guy. Do you still see your family often? How is blank? It's like this shit where, obviously, if you had this happen to you, you would call this harassment. You would call this threatening, like, intimidating language. You know, this is like the mob tactic kind of, like, we wouldn't want something to happen to your daughter. How is she at her school that's at this address? Like, that kind of thing. And she's trying to do that, but it's like the fucking, you know, it's like that version of it, you know, and I think this is the one, isn't this the one where she, like, accidentally doxed some, like, random kid and his mom, and it's not even the same person? So, she's probably got all the wrong info, so that's great.
She never said she was going to sue the police.
Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I wanted to be very careful with the language that I used, because I don't know.
I didn't want to implicate myself in all of my many lies.
Know exactly what the plan is. I know that I'm eventually...
Bitch, it's your plan!
...going to take legal action in some way or another, but I don't know yet, and I can't talk about the different things that have been discussed between my lawyer and I.
Now, going back to Destiny's manifesto...
I don't know if I already made the is her lawyer ChatGPT joke, but, I mean, it's entirely possible. I guess, no, not at that point. Well, no, 2022, I guess that might have been... You might have been able to talk to Akinator and get some legal advice at that point, I don't know.
So this was scrutinized on a much wider scale, which led many to start asking for a breakdown.
You guys remember when we all thought Akinator was magic? Good times.
...of expenses. Clara refused, because I'm not providing a product to investors, I won't be sharing expense breakdowns. I've been advised by lawyers to keep everything close to vest for legal and safety reasons. Clara rebuked that there was a legal fund.
Did the lawyer not also advise you to not tell people, like, where you're fucking streaming and doing IRL live streams? Like, I feel like the lawyer would, you know, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of advice you could follow, Clara.
She got an apartment and was now processing the entire event. Now, you're probably wondering, if she wasn't planning on suing the police, why did she hire lawyers, and what was the point of the legal fund? Well, if you read between the lines, some of you might be able to infer what actually happened. On October 2nd, 2022, Clara posted a client engagement agreement to prove legal action was underway. If you look at the bottom, you can see the document reads, "We have concluded a review of our records, and we confirm that we have not identified a conflicting interest in representing you in this matter. We searched the following names that you provided to us as being relevant. The terms they searched for were Clara Sorrenti, Kiwi Farms, and KiwiFarms.net. Now, this proves she was paying money to consult lawyers about a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms, but not the London police. It's dated August 10th, the same exact day as her stream, stating that she'd
That was a very busy time for her. How about that?
consulted a lawyer. There isn't actually even a good explanation of why she did this. Kiwi Farms was never mentioned as the intended target of her legal fund. The only entity named in the GoFundMe was the London police. So this took place around the same time she claimed she never intended to sue the police. And if you're wondering why it didn't go anywhere, for as much as people hate Kiwi Farms, the website is entirely legal. There are countless examples of attempted litigation that demonstrate this, and
Yeah, that's another thing, is it's like just an inability to even do research, I guess. I mean, I guess going to Kiwi Farms, you know, it gives you AIDS. So, like, you're not allowed to. If you're, like, a leftist, you're not allowed to go on Kiwi Farms because you just explode, is actually what happens. But you know, I mean, like, you could just go on here. Yeah, you can look at all of the different lol suits of crazy, stupid fucking retards that have tried the same shit and bumped up against the wall of free speech. That cursed free speech! You know, and there's a lot of them that have been really funny. Like, that one lady and her husband who are like witches or whatever. I forget their situation. The one who always called him by his full name and talked about like Yeshua or something. I don't remember. She was weird. She was a good one. Him being null, of course. But yeah, no. There's a lot of people that have tried this shit, and you could just like look at this and quickly realize that this probably wouldn't go your way. But again, that's implying that like Kiwi Farms being taken down was actually her goal. It really wasn't, you know. I mean, it wasn't. I think her goal was 100K. I mean, like, I know it's bad faith, yada yada, but like based on what I've seen here, it feels to me like the goal was 100K. The goal was money. The goal was big money. Big money! Big money! You know, the goal was big money salvia, and that's what she got. Well, salvia cut with meth. You know, so like taking down Kiwi Farms, that's just kind of like the stage for the play, really. And the actual play was the GoFundMe, and yeah,
why it never actually
in my
came
opinion
to fruition. One thing I also want to address is some people have said, "Whoa, did you get some of your evidence
Oh,
on the
big
Kiwi
money!
Farms?" Even if I did, that doesn't make the evidence inadmissible.
Yeah, the goal was that gif of the little orangutan like walking forward and sticking his hand out, palm up, just like, "Please, money, give some money, please." I love that gif. It's one of the best gifs on the internet. It's such an entitled looking little orangutan guy. He just shoves out his hand, and it's like every Twitch streamer, just like, yes, I will have some money now, thank you. It's great. It's great. That's exactly what she did.
A lot of the Kiwi
That was the
Farms
goal.
evidence is actually cataloged on archive websites that capture a snapshot of a web page and tweets and whatnot. This is to ensure that nothing that I'm showing you is actually altered, and it was as it was originally posted. This makes the evidence admissible. It's kind of like saying, wow, did you find that perfectly good piece of evidence sitting in the middle of a neo-Nazi compound? Yeah, trust me, I get the whole building surrounding it is pretty shitty, but that doesn't mean the evidence is inadmissible. It's still perfectly good evidence. I just wanted to address this point because it's a common deflection and one that I absolutely need to nip in the butt.
Suing
I guess that's to get into the idea that, like, yeah, Kiwi Farms, whatever you can say about it, most of the time what they've got on there is just off-site information, like logs from Discord, legal documents, you know, forum posts, whatever, YouTube comments, like screen caps of things mostly. Kiwi Farms is like an archiving and discussion website more than it really is like any kind of personal army shit, you know? Like, I don't know, I mean, there's like an element of that, I guess, but it's like, it's really not the main thing. And so, yeah, I mean, you get times where there will just be like fully legal or fully heckin' valid evidence that could be used, that easily explains something that like you can look at and, oh wow, that's proof. The proof is in the pudding right there. But because it's on Kiwi Farms, that's supposed to invalidate its existence. That's the narrative that was spun by Keffals and the people that were supporting Keffals.
Kiwi Farms was actually something that I
business
previously
casual
considered
Keffals,
and was
yes.
consulting with. I was consulting with lawyers about doing that, and I basically came
Someone
to the
says, remember Tipster wants to tap that. Listen, so does half the chat, okay?
conclusion after looking into it that it's not.
I didn't see people saying I would earlier. Come on now.
There's little I can do as a Canadian to benefit from doing a lawsuit against Kiwi Farms. The only possible lawsuit being a defamation lawsuit, which there is little to no benefit for me to do.
3 days after posting that letter, Claire admitted on a private stream that she hadn't even started yet. Her unnecessary traveling is blamed for keeping her busy, which to me is an admission that she wasn't all that interested.
No, it was very necessary, Muda. She was being harassed
in consulting her lawyers.
But now I'm going to be focusing more on the legal things because I'm settled down. I'm back.
Chat member, if you're curious, there is. I guess Muda's not going to get into the fart porn. I think we're well and past some of the funny things that Kiwi Farms found. I mean, maybe he probably will, because like we haven't gotten into the Catboy, you know, the whole grooming thing yet. But I mean, I'm sure that's coming. If that's not coming, maybe that'll be another video. I don't know.
In Canada, and I have time to work on this now. Consulted quite a bit with my lawyers, but we, at the time, were, especially during the campaign, basically unsure of how to go forward, especially because my...
This is so similar to the Mama Max shit with his supposed lawyers. Every time that he was ever like, we've consulted with a lawyer, we've spoken with whoever, we've talked to this, like the story kept changing, and it was always like, they advised us not to do anything other than make an entire public social media presence campaign about it. Like, that was what the lawyer told us was the best option. Like, I don't buy that. I'm not sure.
My availability was kind of all over the place.
And that's because this will be a very important issue later. She was still in the process of collecting evidence.
But the problem is right now is that I'm still in the process of I have to collect all the evidence. One of the first...
See, someone in chat wants to sniff her farts, you know.
Steps that you need to do.
Welcome. All are welcome here. I'm not like one of these people that shuts down people with bad opinions unless they like My Little Pony.
Is collect evidence.
I'll shut that shit down real quick.
And if you announce prematurely...
You are not welcome here if you like My Little Pony.
Who you are taking legal action against.
Not even if you're a woman. Get the fuck out.
It gives that party an opportunity to try and destroy as much evidence as possible. I'm not even going to publicly comment on the party either.
Now, for this to make sense, you kind of have to...
I'm not going to... I plead the Canadian fifth on all of that.
She wasn't talking about the police. In that case, we already know what proof does or does not exist. Her recount can't be proven, and even if we're to believe her, it's hard to argue the police acted out of prejudice. This is brought up by Nicholas Diorio, who got some interesting answers out of her on stream. The first clip is Clara stating she was still engaged in legal action against the police.
I wasn't aware you were still engaging with legal action of the police.
I am. It's just like
I like that chat member. Everything is grooming. Everything is rape when you're freshly 18. You know, you could really go places with that one.
There's been so much shit that happened, and then like immediately.
Why did we get brief gameplay? What is this?
There's been so much.
What are we seeing? Is this Pokken tournament? What the fuck is this? It's like Pokemon Let's Go or something. Oh, no wonder he blurred it.
Shit that happened.
Disgusting.
And then like immediately after like getting back from everything, I had to move, and I like just got unpacked like 2 weeks ago.
Claire describes a specific incident in which he was dead.
I actually want to start doing some of those, like, you know, some of those like play video game and talk about thing videos when it's like I don't want to do a whole stream, but I just want to like briefly look into something, you know. But I want to make sure that it's like cool games. It's not like Fortnite and Madden and like shitty Pokemon game for casuals. I got to make sure that it's like Nobunga's Ambition or something. We're gonna learn about Nobunga. I'm gonna do my YouTube gaming drama thing, and we're gonna play a visual novel. It's gonna be a great fit. That would be really funny, actually. Oh, that would be really great, actually, though, if I just play games that have no reason to be there. Because people usually do their games that are kind of like, you know, just sort of mindless games that you just kind of watch them for, like, visuals or whatever. You know, just some visual background. But no, I'm going to do a game that's boring to watch and just has text. It's just going to be like a 40-minute SMT cutscene about angels and devils and stuff. It'll be great.
Named while being put in handcuffs. However, she admits it could have been an honest mistake, and the officer didn't know what a dead name was.
Now, there are questions as to the dead naming taking place. They claim they have no footage of you being dead named once you get back to the precinct. And you claim there was dead naming. So the only time that could have happened is during the swatting itself. Is that still something that you claim?
Yeah, that was something that happened with the constable that arrested me, like when I was actually being put in handcuffs.
Look, I don't have a problem with spicing up the story a little bit, but and I understand the like how this upset you and your family, but it really does sound like you kind of slandered those cops.
Yeah, but fuck cops. Those small town police are evil. Those small town cops who, you know, probably haven't even seen a black person in London, Ontario, let alone beat one. I'm sure they're all also, you know, bad. I don't know about, I don't know. That's probably like what the excuse would be is like, oh, but fuck cops. But it's like, well, yeah, you did just kind of. And it's like slimy to me too, because you see that like apology that they give out for her, and it's like, you know, you're not like some terminally online weirdos. You're probably, it's possible they're like, oh shit, did we actually like, oh man, we didn't mean to, you know, offend this person, whatever. And she reads it on the stream, and it's just this whole thing about, no, they actually secretly did abuse me behind the scenes. They're lying. Like, okay, bitch, you know, at that point you retract the apology and you just replace it. You just have the article linked to like a big middle finger PNG. That's what you do.
I don't think I slandered them. I mean,
if
like,
we're taking them at face value, right? For that they thought when they were going into your house that they were like potentially dealing with somebody who was planning to shoot up a...
Yeah, I don't know why Mutahar needed to like censor everything on this stream. There's like chat that's censored. This is just like gameplay footage. I don't know why this is so much more work. I've had to be censoring minors' names like all day on that fucking one video that I'm editing. So like, I don't know why you would go out of your way for unnecessary reasons to do a cool directional blur, add a mask, drag it to 4 points, and then fucking set the blur.
Like public office building or something like that with like politicians. Then like, it's totally possible that they thought that was your name, like that you went by that name. So
I mean, no, because the email. Problem. Did you read the email?
Yes, I did read
the first sentence of the email is "My name is Clara Sorrenti,"
but then it was signed with your dead name.
It said "My name is Clara Sorrenti," and then my dead name is blank, and they put the dead name. So they made a decision at that point.
Yeah, they did. Made a decision to go with what's on your fucking records, Keffals. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
that they thought that my name wasn't actually my name and dead name was a real name. The officer that actually like arrested me said she did not actually know what a dead name
Yeah,
was.
chat, we're only halfway through. We aren't even to the sex crimes yet.
Now, this is where the story starts to take a very drastic turn. In the same private stream, Clara states that she had 2 years to take legal action due to the statute of limitations. Her plan was...
Mutahar, statue. You had one job, Mutahar! God damn it. It's the classic Seinfeld quote. That's right, George. It's a sculpture of limitations.
To start sometime in December or January of 2023.
A timeline of how things are happening. I have...
Yeah, with the 100K, she probably could... So, yeah, does that mean that her legal name is not Clara Sorrenti, then? Is that what that is indicating? That they went with her legal name, which is the dead name. She really didn't get it changed? Like, I know they charged some money for that, but you got 100K. I think you could have made that one of your... one of your fucking... expenses. I don't know.
A total of 2 years to take legal actions. That's a statute of limitations. I want to start before this year ends, ideally. Like, if I can kick things off.
It was just the last name, so it was like... Why did she need to change the... Like, it makes sense. I'm sorry. I get maybe the first name. It's like, okay, it's just your given name, but the last name is like, it's like your identity that people know you by. If you are officially known by the last name Roberts, then in records they will call you that. That's just how it works. You could have changed your name and they would have called you Sorrenti probably, but you didn't. This is entirely her fault.
In December or in January in the new year, that would be ideal. That's when I want. I talked to my lawyer today, and it's looking like January is the month where I'm going to be filing against the London Police Service. Okay. Once the video is out, everyone will know like all of the details of the case going forward. I've already been told that the case that I'm about to start could take up to 5 years.
Yeah, so apparently they used Clara, but they used just her last name, I guess. Like, that's very understandable. I'm sorry.
This came...
It's like pretty clearly like... And I mean, again, this is such a bluff. It's such an obvious bluff. It's such a bluff. Like, it's like, go for it, bitch. You're never going to sue these police. If you do, you know you can't. You know you don't have a case. This is a bluff. She doesn't have any case. Wow, Muta's got, like, a PC over here, and then he's got, like, at least 2 monitors over here. Jesus Christ, buddy. Like, settle down. Settle down with the rollie on the wrist and the...
Came to fruition with the activist drifting away from politics.
He probably owns that fucking guy with the Ricer car that used to drive by his window every night. He probably just bought that guy's whole life. You know, maybe Mama Max was right. Mutahar is quite rich.
Politics and stoking the flames of online drama. She started fighting with people like Keemstar and her own community to the point that Drop Kiwi Farms officially denounced her. Her self-destructive behavior...
He only uses that PC to play Siege. Someone says it says PUBG PC. Yeah, it makes sense to have a gaming computer separate from... That's fine. That makes sense. I mean, I'm not really critiquing any of it. I just think, wow, that's like... I don't even have 2 monitors. This guy's got like 2 computers.
Drew a lot of concern, which eventually led people to discover that she'd actually relapsed into addiction. It was leaked publicly on February 19, 2000.
She has relapsed into addiction. People who know her IRL DM'd me to ask her to lay off because they were afraid I would trigger an overdose. She's desperate for cash because she's an addict! This interaction right here is what triggered her to do Kiwi Farms 2. I mentioned daily intake. Pardon the ableist language. It's okay, I'm disabled. You're all right. I'm okay with that. So thank you for asking for permission. Forgiveness, not permission, and it triggered her because she thought I knew about her addiction, but I didn't at the time. She panicked and made the Reddit post. So
2023, and a
thought
few
I could scroll this, but no.
days later, that Clara admitted herself to.
I sent her this and blocked her with the intention of never discussing her again for her sake. But now I have to make this post because people who have access to Grind want to lie to an addict that's in a fragile state. I mean, you keep shouting addict in all caps. I mean, it's like you're getting the message out there. I don't know. You can claim it's like for her benefit, but I don't know. It just kind of seems like some tea gossip shit, I guess.
Inpatient rehab.
I'm gonna expose the secrets about this woman being like an addict. That'll be helpful for her addiction. Sure, Sasha.
Now, I'm not here to shame Keffals about her addiction. It's important for people to take recovery very seriously. But the timeline of events also can't be ignored. The relapse occurred after the attempt at swatting. Clara says after settling into her new apartment in October, she began drinking excessively. And at the start of 2023, she started doing full-blown Colombian. And I'm not talking about no coffee, boy.
I got really depressed. I lost interest in politics. I lost interest in basically all of the things that helped me build a platform in the first place.
Man,
around the end of 2022,
if only she had continued to lose an interest in politics, that would have been great.
Started drinking.
Like the person in chat named Beyond Safe Words. That's a scary thing to read in Keffals chat.
Made me spiral. It was around the time that I was in fights with Keemstar. I started drinking, then as more and more shit started happening, I started doing cocaine.
The politics to blow pipeline.
Yeah. At the start of 2023.
Near the end of the month, she went on an 8-day coke bender before finding out that some of that coke was, I guess, cut with meth.
8 days into a cocaine bender, I found out that the coke that I was doing was cut with meth. So for 8 days straight, I was doing coke and meth.
This took place a few days after she had said the dreaded R word. Ooh.
Oh my god, Keffals, we believed in you. We, the disabled community, believed in you. I mean, I guess she do be having that psychomotor retardation, so I guess she's allowed to say it technically, but man, we believed in you. I've decided that I'm allowed to say retard because I am disabled, so, I mean, it's technically not that disability, but, it's fine, fuck it. You don't know what it's like to not have half of your arm. It's very traumatizing. Every day I feel like I'm arm retarded is the thing, so it's my word. You guys can't say it, but it's my word.
Ooh, which she later blamed on...
The R word is not a slut, Peacemaker, that's true. She was dressed very appropriately. Just accidentally turn on his PS5.
Withdrawals.
Wait, what's happening? Why is he doing a Mutahar laugh?
Rated R word. Ooh.
I really hope that we can get a bit muda in this video somewhere, because that's like my favorite Mutahar thing.
Ooh, which he later blamed on... withdrawals, apparently.
Right.
Her spiral worsened as she started doing coke, meth, benzos, while attempting to buy H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth.
Oh, I don't like that she's on the dark web. I'm just gonna be honest. I think that the biggest bomb so far is that Keffals is on the dark web. That's a very concerning thought. So on this surprising bomb of Keffals being a drug addict, you know. You never see it coming. I know it. No one could have seen that coming, but we're gonna take a little break from all of that. I'm gonna be reading some super chats here. I already read some of these, but we'll take just a brief little super chat break here. It's been like 4 hours. And we're just about halfway. Hey, how's it going? I'm going to speed it up a little bit. You know, we'll still probably wind up being here for a while. Let me see here. $10. Oh, read that one. $2 from Autistic Wolf to please give us a nice big boy! Big boy! There we go. $2 from Tivy 2Vs. My Vita wiped itself yesterday, or today, halfway through Persona 1. Meanwhile, $10 from Shake Bakey, just finished Persona 5R today. Well, you know, you atomized Tivy's Persona energy into yours. You know, I never finished Royal, actually. I got to, like, the last room, and then I was just like, I'll finish it eventually, and then I didn't. I mean, I did the same thing with 4 Golden, you know, where it's like I already finished the main part of the game, and now you're just in that kind of wind-down period where it's like the DLC thing that's like, I mean, Royal's good, Golden isn't so much. The Golden content's not great, but Royal's content is good, but it's like, it's like a weird, like, post-climax secondary story that happens where it's like the story's over, but then it just keeps going, and it's just kind of awkward. I don't know. I got kind of... It's like it was interesting, but also boring at the same time. Like, the actual events were interesting, but the way they slotted in with the pacing... Because I fucking cried at the ending of the main Persona 5 campaign. That shit was powerful. And then it just kind of kept going. It's like, alright, you can end now. I guess that's just what they do with Persona, but like, I don't know. It's an awkward way of doing it. I don't know. It just kind of... There's a lot of great content there. That last dungeon's fantastic, and all the, you know, the story stuff is great, but it's not the best pacing. I don't know. And as for Tivy, yeah, that's a shame. I don't know what the fuck happened to your Vita. How did it do that? Did you, like, drop it? Did you throw it at the wall in a fit of rage? You don't do that next time. You know, maybe makes it save backups, I guess, in the future. That's a shame. You know what you could probably do? There's probably, like, save data editors. You could just, like, start it up again on PlayStation 1 or whatever, and just, like, or even PSP maybe, and just, I mean, I don't know if this exists, but a lot of games have that, where you could just be like, yes, I did all of this, and I am at 50 hours through the game. Yes, totally. You just change it all, but I guess that's difficult to do. $2 from Autistic Wolf. I'm centrist too. Great being hated by both sides. Oh yeah, no, it's awesome. 786 from... I mean, the worst part too is that I'm not really a centrist. I'm a big liar. I mean, I am, ultimately. In practice, I am, but spiritually, I am more left. It's just that, you know... It's just that that's just depressing to even talk about. 786 from Exiled Postman. Wasn't Kiwi Farms a spin-off of something awful? So doesn't this mean this whole thing is Low Tax's fault? Was it? I guess, was Quickie Forums like a spin-off from something awful? Because that's what it's a spin-off of, or like an evolution of. I don't remember hearing about that, but I mean, I guess I believe it, if that's true. Geez. I mean, Something Awful is like the fucking Blofeld for the internet. Like I said earlier, Destiny is the architect of all of Keffals' suffering. All her misfortune. It's Destiny's fault, apparently. Well, you know, Low Tax is... Something Awful is that for the whole internet. Everything that's the whole downturn of the internet has been Low Tax's fault, basically. $5 from Jafer. Have you seen the Medicare video on her? It's fascinating to see someone who hates KF engage in all their worst practices. Oh yeah, I think it was a stream, actually. It might have been a video, I'm not sure, but I think it was a stream. It's definitely fascinating, and she does that a lot, and I think we're potentially moving past that. I don't know. I guess this video is, maybe not the most fully comprehensive thing, because there's a lot of shit to cover, but I guess he's mostly hitting on the important stuff. But yeah, no, it's worth noting. I mean, well, we've seen a bit of that. I mean, certainly at this point, we've seen some of that, but she did that a lot, like in her fight with Null, and I don't know if it keeps happening, but she would just, like, post photos of him with his mom and stuff, try to talk about, like, getting his mom fired from her job because of her son and shit like that. And I mean, yeah, it's like, it's worse really than what Kiwi Farms does, because it's like they do it in sort of, most of the time, a lot, it's like, unless you're like a real scum fuck, it's like somewhat good natured. It's just like, it's like, let's look into this person, and he's a bit of a weirdo and whatever, but she's genuinely after like life ruination shit, you know, and like it's similar but sort of worse even. Like they just do it in a way usually that's just like for good fun, you know, laughing at some weirdos on the internet, and you can talk about the morality of that if you want, but you know, she's doing it in a way that's decidedly specifically malicious toward the people that she's doing it to. There was the guy she posted, a different guy, she posted a picture of some kid and his mom. I guess supposedly that kid was him, the guy she was talking to, but, you know, I think that wasn't even the case. And it's a lot of those kinds of tactics. Very scummy stuff. Very scummy stuff. Let's see. $20 from the Leaping Lemur. On God, fam. That's right, Crody. Welcome to the stream, fam. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you've been enjoying. Thank you for the 20. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Please go on about Kiwi Farms talking about your bans. Well, yeah, I mean, there was one person we banned from the server. Like, there was this one person we banned from the server because she was just being... I forget what she was doing. Oh, yeah, she was unsolicited sending people on the server links to her OnlyFans. And she, from what I recall, she was like a plus-size Indian OnlyFans girl or something. And I forget the extent of it, but it was something, and people were not comfortable, and so it was a few things that people had complained about with her, so she got banned. And then, yeah, she showed up on Kiwi Farms at one point, and she was just like, I don't know, it was some stupid coat post about like, they banned me and I don't even know why! And there's like a few like that. I mean, it's pretty funny. A lot of that's like, well, I mean, you're welcome to do that. I guess it's just funny. Like, it's like the guy that got banned. Like he got banned because he was ban evading on the server, and he only got punished, or he was punishment evading rather. He wasn't banned. He only got punished because he made some like comment about trans people, and you know, it was against the rules. It wasn't like a huge deal. He was just punished for like a few hours or something, and he decided to leave the server and come back to try to circumvent it like a little bitch. And so me and Bane were like, you know what, 1,000 word essay on why trans people are great. And he was not willing to do that. I mean, even in the age of Chat GPT, it really goes to show some people they just don't care. They just don't care. And then he went off and like made a deal about that on some other YouTuber's whole like Discord, and it became like a minor stir, and it was just like, wow, just like very silly little, like, I'm gonna go tattle on you to another community and tell them like half of what happened and make it seem like I got like unceremoniously banned for no reason. And I'm honestly, we need to start on the Discord. We need to start just banning people. Just like, you know what, I don't like this photo you posted. It's not, this meme wasn't funny. You're banned. You know, we need to just start purging some bitches. It's the only way. It's the only way. Times are about to get a lot more lean on the Discord server, motherfuckers! Alright, not necessarily, but like... it would be fun if we just... Maybe once per year we could just do a purge day where we just like... fucking be careful, people. If I decide to, you're out. You're gone. You're just gone. Purge day, bitch. Get lost. $2 from Autistic Wolf. I was on B when consequences were never the same. Oh my god, who was phone? $2 from Dr. Grubius. We raising to 40 with this one, boys. That's right. We be eating at New Ho King, watching Mutahar talk about Keffals, Crody. This is such a Canadian story today, fam. But most of chat don't know nothing about that. $2 from Sophia Claw, you're my favorite Stumpy. Thank you. $2 from Autistic Wolf. What's the most parasocial anyone ever got with you? It's to a point where I don't necessarily need to talk about it. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Oh, I read that one. I actually skipped a few there. Let me see here. $5 from peanut butter channel. I'm pushing bathtub. I'm pushing bathtub tea, as you can see. Kiwi Farms, don't you be watching me. Old dirty Keffals. That's right. You know my name now. Give me my money. Hey, HRT. I don't know what you would do with that. I don't know. 300 ISK from Baneblade. Of all the women to transition to, she picked Karen. It is truly remarkable. Yeah, she could have been a Vanessa or a Stacy, but she chose to be a Karen. $5 from Zachary Dalton. Thank you very much. $5 from Lunaus Circuit. And yes, it was very brave of me to continue streaming despite my ankle. Thank you again to Aimbot for the $5. Thank you to Miranda for the $5. You're so brave and courageous. Claw, also valid. Thank you. Thank you. I am. All of those things. Especially valid. I'm the most valid. Actually, none of you are as valid as me. Is there a limit to the validity? Is it like an on and off state? I ask as like a joke, but I actually do wonder, like the way they talk about, you're valid? Is that like, can you be more valid than someone? Or is it just like binary yes or no? I mean, I got, finally at least something is binary. €5 from Speedy Door. Bomb threats in Belfast are something to not joke about too. A lot of history up there. Yeah, that's another good point. That's another really good point, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, doing a bunch of funny bomb threats, like inviting that too. I mean, like knowingly inviting, like, you know, assuming that there might be people that actually are hatefully misogynist, whatever, bigoted, whatever the thing would be, trans misogynistic, whatever, and they are gonna come and like bully you in real life maybe, and like, do you really want to bring that upon wherever you are? What if they just come with a gun and they like do, like, what the fuck? If you're in danger for your life, like, don't bring that to other people. And to do that and then go to fucking like, go and... Yeah, I mean, if she called in bomb threats, like, I mean, who would have... I just find it, I don't know. Like, I know here's the thing, I know the perspective that, like, the perception that a lot of people have of Kiwi Farms is that they would do that sort of thing, that they would, you know, send bomb threats or whatever. But I'm just saying, in all of the time, and it might be like how I didn't think 4chan was that racist because I didn't personally go in the threads that were, you know, being extremely unpleasant, you know, about such things. You know, I might have seen a joke here or there, but I didn't see, you know, how bad it could sometimes get, because that was just not what I did. So maybe on Kiwi Farms there's stuff that I didn't see when I was, you know, using it more, but like, I've never seen anyone just like sending bomb threat. That's insane. I just haven't ever seen that. I mean, maybe it's happened. I guess it did happen there, like, but I feel like that's just something that you would do if you were false flagging. I don't know if that's cynical, if I'm being too charitable to Kiwi Farms. I guess I'm just saying, personally, I've never seen anything that would approach that from Kiwi Farms in all the time. And even the most hateful threads, even stuff about, like, zoo sadists, I've never seen them be like, haha, bomb threats. Like, they went after some of those people, and they found some of those fuckers. But, I mean, I don't remember anything like that. There was some mishandling there, too. I mean, they kind of... They, like, found the wrong place or something and did some stuff. I don't remember the details, but, like, you know, they're not perfect, but personally, I've never seen anything like that. It's hard for me to believe that. So it's like, if it is a false flag, or even if it isn't, I mean, whoever would have done that, that's really fucked up. Yeah, in like, Belfast is Northern Ireland, right? I mean, that's, like, IRA territory. I'm not sure, but, I mean, I guess all of Ireland is kind of fucking... you know, susceptible to that, I guess. $2 from Nicole 9volt. Love listening to you on the way to my shit job. Well, you know, I mean, maybe the shit job will be nice today. I don't know. I mean, here's hoping. Well, that's it. We're caught up on the super chats. Thank you, everybody. We're going to continue here. We're back to it. I hope nobody's left. Tell your fucking friends to come back, because we're doing it. We're doing more. This is Muta being like, whoa, guys, whoa, why are you leaving? Why are you leaving? The stream's still going. We got like half of the thing to do. The fuck? Whoa, but Muta, I was just gonna go take a piss. No, but Muta, come back.
H on the dark web.
Started doing coke and meth and benzos, and I was planning on ordering from the dark net.
Why are we censoring heroin, but is meth and benzos fine? What the fuck is going on?
After the backlash, Clara went into rehab on February 22nd. In the next few days, I will be admitted to rehab. The doctor said that because of the drugs I'm addicted to, without medical supervision, detoxing will kill me. Now, I'm inclined to believe her. The detox is trying to kill me! On this, given that she didn't return until about a month later. Clara later admitted that she spent more money going to rehab than she ever had on actual drugs.
I was in rehab for 34 days before I discharged. I went to the addiction rehabilitation Toronto facility, and it was
the idea of somebody in rehab for a while and they get out and they're like, man, it's good to be out. They didn't let me have any meth in there. I'm so excited to do some more meth.
One of the best decisions I think I've ever made.
While Addiction Rehab Toronto doesn't have prices listed on their sites, aggregators like Recovery.com price a 30-day stay at the facility at 20,000 Canadian dollars. And that is a fourth of the entire dollar amount. It's hard to believe that expense, on top of buying enough drugs to end up there in the first place, had no bearing on how that GoFundMe money was used. One of her mods admitted the habit went a bit into the fund money at the end. However much a bit is, we might never know.
From at Trans Cat Boy, by the way.
Her relapse began right as she was supposed to initiate legal action. That, by her own admission, hadn't even started. Remember, she was apparently collecting evidence to beat the statute of limitations. And after a vacation across Europe, new stream equipment, TwitchCon, hiring a private firm, security...
This is Muta's much better at like when it seems like he's coked up. When I turn up the speed a little bit, this fits better now.
Firm and private investigator, consulting lawyers about kiwi farms, and paying an entire year's worth of rent because fuck it, why not? She spiraled, necessitating a month-long stay at a rehab facility that cost approximately $20K USD. Sorry, hold on a minute. I'm having a little brain fart. Canadian dollars, okay? Big difference. With the latter beginning in the exact time frame she claimed to finally take action against London police. Now, of course, there is one last hope for the GoFundMe money going towards anything vaguely resembling those initial stated goals. In April of 2024, Keffals' lawyer, Justin Anisman, filed a...
Oh my god, this is like a month ago. What the fuck? And this is actually really funny in 2024, because like he was talking a couple months back, Muta was, about doing this video about Keffals. And really shortly, like the day after... I forget the contents of it, maybe we'll get to it later here, but Keffals made this video, this stream thing that was like... that was the one where the psychomotor retardation came from, I'm pretty sure. And it was more or less what seemed to be just her kind of baiting for more sympathy in advance of whenever this was, whenever this video came out. So it, like, she was aware. I definitely saw people who were like, oh, she's like scared. She's scared of this Muta video that's happening. And yeah, I believe it. I do believe that. So I mean, if like she knew that this was happening, she might have started trying to get her like affairs in order as quickly as she absolutely could. And so now we're talking about things that happened as of last month. Like, after he'd already talked about doing this video and everything.
Complaint against London Police Services with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. The application hereby argues...
We're really calling him Mutahar. See, there you go. That's a good one.
Discrimination by London Police Services, referred to henceforth as LPS. Now, the 5 examples given, 3 of them discuss her dead name being used in their records. This is true, and acknowledged by London Police in their first statement. The complaint further alleges LPS officers used her dead name and gender. During the arrest, this cannot be proven as no body cam footage exists. In a private conversation, she explained pushing body cams was one of her main goals. If I could get one thing from all of this, it would be body cams, since the police didn't even have them in my hometown. There is no evidence where she is well aware of, hence why her last point is actually kind of bizarre. The complaint introduces an entirely new accusation and has somehow gone unmentioned so far. Clara alleges that an officer groped her breast and said, "Yeah, it's a she."
I like when they like show up 5 months later with, yeah, they also touched my tits. George not found, grab my tits! Did he? Are you sure? Are you sure it was harassment? Are you sure it wasn't nothing?
The fact that we haven't heard about this before is insane. It completely changes the narrative. This realistically should have been her leading story, since it's also at gunpoint, apparently. If true, the interaction recontextualizes every claim of dead naming. It also makes her behavior afterward much stranger, given that she seemed to forgive LPS in favor of pursuing action against Kiwi farms.
Lawyers. Yeah, that's all I said. I never said that I was going to sue the police. I've basically had to make peace with it. Like, after it first happened, I was very mad at the police. And I wanted to hold their feet to the fire as much as possible. I wanted to even potentially pursue legal action against them. But they've taken the threat against my life very seriously. And I want to see justice.
Now, this is in stark contrast to the reduced feelings and security described by Clara as a result of her inability to trust LPS. This impacted her ability to earn a living. In the 6 months since the events at issue in this application, Ms. Sorrenti has seen a reduction in income of more than 25%. That document further alleges that their treatment of Clara left her unable to leave her home. By the way of example, she feels incapable of leaving her home or socializing productively with friends and family out in the community because of a fear that LPS will continue to discriminate against her. This is patently untrue, given that the time frame is when she traveled across the world. It also doesn't make any sense.
The London Police Department, who probably can't afford body cams for London, Ontario, Canada police, they also probably can't afford to go on an international stalking campaign. I mean, like, again, for you to be able to buy this, you have to, I guess, just assume that you have to literally believe in, like, a gang stalking situation. Because that's what she's, I guess, like, describing is, like, these police are, well, it's not gang stalking, but it's, like, I don't know, it's just, it's adjacent to that, where it just feels like it's very unbelievable. It's like conspiracy level, that, like, they're gonna come after you. In what way would you be threatened when you're out of the country or something? I mean, it's just USO is what it is.
Sense to blame
it's USO and it's KUSO, let me tell you.
London police for that reduced income. And it only gets crazier when you realize the complaint seeks $125,000 in damages. Accordingly, the applicant seeks the following remedies: a declaration that the LPS discriminated against the applicant contrary to Section 1 of the Code. In order for damages of the injury to applicant's dignity, feelings, and self-respect in the total amount of $75,000, and in order that LPS compensate the applicant for the loss of income suffered.
Well, Littlest Pet Shop doesn't have that kind of money.
And other special damages incurred as a result of the discriminatory plus interest therein in the amount of $50,000.
Actually, Muta, that says thereon, which just kind of looks like it's a new Arjen Lucassen spin-off. The Therion project. It's very exciting. It's going to be more synth-focused. It's awesome.
Now, I can't claim to know the intricacies behind the actual lawsuit over here and the Human Rights Tribunal. To be honest, I've tried researching this and I've called around as much as I can, but obviously information...
Shit's boring and gay, so I stopped.
...on a case, if it's pending and ongoing, isn't going to be shared, nor is a status really something to be handed out about. But at the end of the day, I'm not a lawyer, so me digging into this isn't necessarily going to do much.
Yeah, I had my feelings hurt. Give me many thousands of dollars. That's what it is. And I mean, like, the thing is, a lot of the time some lawsuits are won by that, you know? Like, some people will win lawsuits just basically by being like, wah, and then they just get many thousands by doing so. Like, if you have a legal team that can do it, you can just finagle some free money out of, like, an establishment if you really want to.
More than you would expect. But that being said, okay, with all of this brought up, this is, I guess, the only last Hail Mary that we have. And if you ask Keffals, the reason they decided to go with the Human Rights Tribunal rather than a lawsuit is because the Human Rights Tribunal has unique powers that a civil suit does not.
The Human Rights Tribunal is powered by Almalexia's, grace and all that kind of magical bullshit, so I can see why this is better than imperial law.
Canada, if they were simply to do a lawsuit, all they would get is money. They are apparently pushing for police body cams, which is the complete goal right there. And papers have been processed, and they're awaiting dates to appear in the tribunal. And I'm told this could take a minimum of 2 years at best, and 6 years at worst, depending on if this gets escalated to a higher judicial body. So again, I'm not an expert at the HRTO, and this section might be pending, and because Keffals is, I guess, quiet these days, I'm blocked, so I wouldn't really know. There might be updates to this, there might not be, okay? But to end this section off, to recap, Keffals deliberately tried to raise as much money as possible. None of her reasons make any sense. She didn't need to move, and used the money for a vacation in Europe, it seems. She didn't just use the fund for moving expenses, but a full year's worth of rent, something she never said she was gonna do. And as far as we can tell, she had no tangible losses. All of her possessions were returned within days, and the legal fund was for a nebulous lawsuit that has changed targets twice. The closest we saw to any
And also, she changed the reasoning for why she needed to move out of the country, too. She completely changed it and tried to rationalize her lying as being like, I needed to, like, lie about why I moved away because my predator husband was gonna, like, kill me or something, I guess. So I needed to go to Belfast and do IRL streams while I'm there. Like, even if that's true, you still shouldn't have given your location away. Like, perhaps even more so if that's true, you shouldn't have given your location away.
Legal action was that HRTO complaint, which doesn't even require a lawyer and is completely free. It's unlikely to go anywhere since she apparently has no evidence, no credibility, and seemingly no actual legal standing. Okay, so now that we've covered the swatting and her GoFundMe, let's talk about her campaign to drop Kiwi Farms. An important thing to recognize is that this is a public discussion forum. You can see what people are saying, and that also means it's different.
Oh, Human Rights Tribunal is what Jonathan Yaniv did to have those immigrant ladies wax his balls. That's funny. Yeah, I remember something vaguely about that. That was like kind of lesser on my radar than some of the stuff he did with little girls, but like, yeah, no, I do remember something about that. I didn't know that was a human rights thing, but that makes sense.
Difficult to prove something was their fault if they didn't brag about it on the site. To be clear, they're not innocent whatsoever. They're not entirely innocent. They collect and organize personal information, and I would never argue that they don't harass people. We can prove Kiwi Farms users doxed her old house and one of the hotel rooms. However, they weren't the main culprit. There is a completely different site that actually took credit for the harassment that veered into actual criminality. For the sake of not promoting it, we're going to be referring to this website as Website Zero, like others have before who've covered this topic. If you've read the thread closely, you'll discover Kiwi Farms users don't find out about the swatting until after her GoFundMe. On August 21st, Clara's Uber Eats account was hacked and she blamed Kiwi Farms. The next day, a post was made on Website Zero taking credit. She showed a receipt for the order as part of the docs. This post also included phone numbers, accounts, addresses, emails, and passwords belonging to Sorrenti, as well as many of her family members. The docs stayed pinned from the date it was created until September the 4th. It was being worked on publicly since March 28th, and with users actively calling for others to track her down. Despite this, Clara
some bad users
continued to blame Kiwi
Farms. I don't support those users.
Farms instead for hacking her account, her Uber account.
Oh yeah, this is that whole other thing too, where she wasn't. Oh yeah, no, we are getting into it now. She wasn't even hacked by Kiwi Farms. It was Website Zero or whatever the fuck.
Directly calling for Cloudflare to halt services in response to the hack. From here, she makes a decision to move to Northern Ireland to flee online harassment. And it's important to know that Kiwi Farms was down from August 26th to August 29th. Website Zero identified her location on August 26th thanks to that doorknob.
This is Website Zero. We have the information. Repeat, the eagle is in the nest. Over.
Keffals blamed the Kiwi Farms, calling them out by name on the 29th. The same day, she claimed a Kiwi Farms user had identified her location and threatened to show up. She claimed to have identified the user and forwarded their information to the police.
That user has been identified, ladies and gentlemen.
And this is true. If this is true, there's no reason for her to believe this individual had any association with Kiwi Farms. The user had been very active across 4chan and the rest of the internet on a variety of easily identifiable accounts. And they
on their 4chan account, their 4chan Gold account, right?
Also explicitly stated that they had no connection with Kiwi Farms. She already knew that this person was from 4chan, even showing the original threads in one of her tweets. When we spoke about his plan beforehand, he left comments on Website Zero, and Website Zero was never mentioned once in her account. Clara later claimed that this resulted in another swatting, stating the same thing repeated itself, except Northern Irish police did not put a firearm, did not pull a gun on her. Apparently the police were called to investigate a made-up stabbing. She noted they were very friendly.
This followed me. I leave Canada, now I'm in Northern Ireland. The same thing repeated itself.
Yep.
Except Northern Irish police did not pull a firearm on me, so that's cool. I appreciate that. Oh yeah, no, someone called in saying that there was a stabbing in the apartment I'm in, and they just sent 2 police officers and they're knocking at the door. Compared to what happened in Canada.
Yeah, that's good. It sounds like they're not really prepared for a situation if it really occurs then. That's awesome.
When I got an assault rifle pointed at me, that's nothing.
Cops are playing with the cat here.
That's interesting that the Canadians are also so militarized, the police there. I didn't realize.
Police were calm during this incident because Keffals was not swatted. It was a...
Yeah, someone points out, too, that, like, I guess one of the posts, like, blames it on kiwi farms, and it's like, yeah, that doesn't necessarily mean that's really kiwi... Like, it's sort of like when, again, when those people, like, doxed and swatted Illymation, and supposedly it was all done in the holy name of think before you sleep, but I strongly believe that it might have just been done to raise some fucking hell, you know, like they pin it on him a little bit and that sort of thing, basically make what happened happen. So I mean, like, yeah, it's an old classic to be like, this was hacked by Reddit or whatever. Pin it on some other board, even, just like, come on guys, it'll be great, we'll say SP did it. No one will expect the SP to have done this. No one will have expected SP to deface the abortion website. Why would they do it?
From someone afraid she was in danger. The person who contacted police reached out to Destiny to explain they were worried about a stalker. They specifically refute the idea they called in a stabbing. On the H3H3 podcast, Keffals stated that the swatting had mentioned a stabbing, but that there were no guns when they visited. This link shows the armed response unit, which is deployed for when someone reports a stabbing in an active situation. There's a picture there that shows a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States.
Yeah. No, that is bullshit. I mean, like... Stab wounds. Okay, this is like an actual stabbing, is what he's showing here. Like, this is a scenario where someone was actually stabbed. And yeah, they basically send in the fucking SWAT team. They've got like fucking 8 guys here, or something. And there's guns, and there's...
was a dynamic entry. Someone with Ellen's background wouldn't realize that Northern Ireland does actually...
Well, they really are the perfect mixture of, like, scheming, manipulative geniuses and also retarded. I mean, maybe not Ellen. I don't know about Ellen necessarily, but, like, Keffals at least just somehow managed to let it... Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course... Northern Irish police are not going to just show up with, like, 2 guys. No. Oh, there's violent stuff going on in Northern Ireland. It's gonna be like a GTA 3 response, motherfucker. You're gonna have that helicopter shredding you to 0 health in, like, 2 seconds. I don't... Yeah, no, that's a good point. That is a good point. I mean, I shouldn't say that that Clara's retarded for not knowing that, because I also didn't think about that, actually. But that is a good point that he's made here, that yes, no, actually, violent shit in Northern Ireland is probably not going to get you a couple guys knocking at the door, you know, curious about the noise.
We have a history of armed violence, and the PSNI response to what that violence is equivalent to the United States of America. The evidence strongly supports that the story Keffals gave on the H3H3 podcast about being swatted here is utter...
Can you recap what's been going on? Sure. Me and Mutahar both have one important question for Keffals. And it seems like that question is just not being answered. But we both have an important question for Keffals.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop you fucking lying.
And that's basically it. That's what's been happening.
Horseshit.
Oh, and also, well, I was gonna start playing I Love Little Girls, but I'm not sure if that's appropriate. I don't know. I love little trans femmes. They make me feel so good. You know, something like that. I'm not sure exactly, but, I think we're going to get into that soon. Don't worry. You haven't missed that part too much yet. We're going to get into that.
If you recall, law enforcement began actively investigating the people harassing her. As it turns out, they actually caught them. The harassment was largely perpetrated by a now defunct group on Website Zero known as Vile. Vile doxed several people related to hashtag Drop Kiwi Farms, including Keffals and the owner of the DIY HRT directory. This is easily proven as their signature is present in the pastes themselves. Some of their known techniques include using fake emergency...
Wow, they actually say they're not affiliated with Kiwi Farms. Really? Okay.
...data requests to impersonate government officials.
Wow.
They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information.
So this was not at all Kiwi Farms. This is like getting doxxed by Lizard Squad. What the fuck?
That info was then used for extortion.
It's like you and Sony. Good job, Keffals.
This criminal activity is only known because 2 members...
Fireplace. God damn it. What a shame. This Vile group, they've got like the whereas fucking NFO file, you know, where it's got like the ASCII text art. And apparently it's not affiliated with Kiwi Farms, nor do we know any staff or high-ranking members. But, you know, they're being, like, cyber gang charged... the cyber gang has been charged over DEA portal hack. So they were using portals to, like, hack stuff. That's devious. I never saw that. I would never have expected that.
They also use stolen passwords from law enforcement officers to subpoena companies into sharing private information. That info was then used for extortion. This criminal activity is only known because 2 members were arrested and charged in March of 2023. Now, while the group is defunct, as demonstrably law enforcement did their job, the important distinction here, though, is what Vile did was criminal. There is legal recourse for extortion. Amongst the many crimes they committed, Kiwi Farms, on the other hand, is still entirely legal.
So she went after Kiwi Farms for doing fucking nothing. They did nothing. Wow, maybe she's, like, in on Kiwi Farms or something, because, like, I mean, it couldn't be. She caused a bunch of problems for them, but, like, this is just they basically just, like, got a huge boost from her going to the news about Kiwi Farms, and meanwhile, this Vile group, like, I don't know what the fuck happened with that. I don't know, I guess she just didn't mention anything about them. It would have maybe been a good idea to bring them up as, like, a group that have been up to some bad stuff. Maybe they're hateful and transphobic and need to be, like, whatever. But instead she went after Kiwi Farms. Why? You'd think she could have at least directed people in the right area, but no, not even. Wow.
Which is why she has to poison the well against them. Her motivations are especially curious given this DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting, where she flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms.
Hang on just a second here. Hang on. Alright, I saw there was some kind of noise or something. I saw the noise, that's what I just said, yes. There was some noise. It's probably the fucking raccoons running around in my floorboards. It's so great. It's just so great. What is this? Filled with old porn of me, right? Okay, good. Keffals is getting into the lore here.
DM from August 4th, a day before her swatting.
Keffals is in my floorboards. It's happening live. It's happening.
She flatly stated she didn't want to talk about Kiwi Farms anymore. Later on, Clara admitted she targeted the site not because she was in fear of her life, but because it was opportune timing.
All of us are here talking about, like, Website X. We're all talking about how bad it is, how it's like...
Yeah, I need my old lady reading glasses so that I can see through the blur that Mutahar has put on the gaming. This is just like a Pokemon game or something. I don't know why it's blurred.
It's like a secret, how we don't speak the name of it, but everyone knows it and everyone's worried about it. And it's like... It sounds like the perfect website for a campaign for them to get dropped by their fucking service provider. Like, this is what I'm saying.
I don't think the momentum is there for that, though. Like, with the Drop Kiwi Farms campaign, it was just really opportune timing. I had all this media attention on me, and journalists were, like, following every fucking thing I said and did.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't even know about the second...
Because you were saying that you wanted this website to... She's acting like the media attention came from nowhere. It came from you saying it was Kiwi Farms and trying to get fucking Destiny banned. What are you talking about? Oh, God.
Website
I hate her.
Until they went after me.
I hate her.
Yeah, but when you describe it as, like...
Yeah, Keffals admitting that she knew that they did nothing wrong. Of course she knew that they did nothing wrong. They never did anything. they didn't really have anything to do with this scenario, whatever, until she got them involved, basically. And I mean, like, ultimately it was probably a net positive. You know, I mean, I guess I can't speak to that. I'm not Null. But, like, it was probably a fucking net positive. There's probably more people using the site and aware of the site now. Which, you know, probably increases expenses in running the fucking thing, too. But, like, hey, I don't know. It all works out somehow. I'm not a webmaster. But yeah, you know, she could have gone after this real website. I mean, what people are saying, the name... She could have gone after the real website. She could have gone after Vile. And she could have... Like, what I don't understand is, like, it would have been so easy to do this in a way that's not insane and lying. Just, again, I mean, before with the GoFundMe, it would have been easy enough to just e-beg and, like, hey, I need this money and I want to make more, like, live IRL streams and shit. And people would have supported her. She could have gone after either of these, like, the website or the group that, like, you know, did this whole thing, this Vile group. She could have gone after either of them and used basically the same arguments she used against Kiwi Farms. Why she went after Kiwi Farms is a fucking mystery to me. I guess maybe there's more support that she could garner from, like, randos they know. I've never heard of Vile, so, like, I guess Kiwi Farms has, like, more cachet, you know, that you can use in this scenario. But, like, I don't know, like, it seems like she could have had a very similar result in a much more honest fashion. But I guess she don't know nothing about that.
First version of the same website, but whoa, please don't talk about it. That's
because you lied about the GoFundMe, and you lied about the fart porn, and you lied about the Catboy Ranch and the HRT. Oh,
it's very revealing that when a site exists embodying the very thing she accuses Kiwi Farms of doing, her reaction is completely different. While it's reasonable to not want others to find it, that doesn't justify blaming Kiwi Farms for the actions of another separate community. It's her refusal to acknowledge the actions of Website Zero as the actions of Website Zero that necessitates its mention. When asked, she fails to address this in a...
Hey, $10 from Perhaps. BG was insane. Hear me sing out Bright Eyes before it played? I didn't, no. I think, when they got to Bright Eyes was when yeah, that was... I think it was at the end of, like, Twilight Hall or something that I went like 90 degrees on my ankle and I had to like hobble out of there. I thought I was gonna pass out. Thankfully it was fine. I mean, it's still sore, but it's like, you know, my foot isn't broken, you know. So by that point I was focused on other things, but it was fun, and thank you very much. You were a pleasure to talk to there. It was nice meeting you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. We're getting into hour fucking 12 or whatever of the Keffals stuff, so you know, nice to see you.
Fine way.
Question, Keffals, to you. So basically, if there's another website that's doing things as malicious or more malicious than the Kiwi Farms post, I'm wondering, like, why not draw attention to that website in particular if they seem to be more inherently dangerous?
I don't think they're more inherently dangerous. They also don't have as many active users because the people who... On the other side, the people
I really need somebody to make a collage, like an audio collage of people on the internet saying user. Just, I mean, for no real reason. It would be funny. You know, would it even be funny? No, it wouldn't even be worth it. It wouldn't even be worth it, but it would be notable though. I've thought about that because there was one day there where it was like early January or something. It was the height of the user streams when we were doing like 20, like 10 in a row or something. Where I was watching YouTube one day, and I think every video that I saw, at some point in the video, the word user showed up. And I just was like, you know, I could probably just do like a daily user report. Just every time I hear the word user come up, that could be ironically, that could be how I become a user, is by it's like writing a diary of every time. July 6th, man on the bus right? You know, that'll be my whole thing. It'll be like David Lynch calling out the numbers on the balls. It'll be great. Anyways, Keffals tits. What were we finding out about Keffals tits?
Have as many active users because
Users?
the people who
Right.
on the other side, the people who do it, they're more
Says
technically
tight!
skilled in what they do. But also because they had more extensive documentation of my family, and I didn't want to put that out there. I think that's reasonable, right? Like, I don't want my family to get hurt.
Sure, if you don't want your family to get hurt, that's fine. But the opposite of what you're saying right now was your justification as to why you have to go after Kiwi Farms. Like, this place is doxing you. This person's posting tons of your information.
Why do you
It's
defend
stalking
Kiwi
you to
Farms so
multiple-
much? I think
It makes you wonder if she wasn't willing to go after the site because she was actually afraid. Why did she target Kiwi Farms in the first place? Why
are you defending it, Mutahar? I like that was her first thing, was like deflect from why they're criticizing you and asking you questions and just, well, but that website's bad though. Source, I said so, trust me. Like, I know that they didn't do any of the things I accused them of, but they're bad though. It's so weird. I mean, someone said that she did this for clout. I mean, again, yeah, I guess that has to be it, because like no one would have known who the fuck Vile is. I get. But then, like, she could have raised attention about them in some way. I guess I mean, like, the cops have them handled. The cops are, like, arresting people from that group or something, so... Oh, I don't know how much they have it handled, but, like, you know, it's not in the internet's hands, I guess. So, like, maybe there's some thought there that, like, that wouldn't help, you know? But, like, going after Kiwi Farms for nothing. Just nothing. I mean, just nothing. I mean, so far she's attacked Destiny over nothing. She attacked Kiwi Farms over nothing. She's, like, she's tried to, like, show people their fucking pictures of them with their mother before. And they've done nothing. And it's just like she's been shitty to so many people that have done nothing at all to her. And I mean, like, you can argue that Kiwi Farms has got, like, some mean words about trans people on there, but you're not fucking helping, lady. Jesus Christ.
Continuously lie about the site being down to your followers? Why accuse anyone with genuine criticism of you as having used the site? Is there something that she was trying to hide? So, 47 minutes in, you probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because...
Are we finally... Wait.
So, 47 minutes in...
Oh... Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're fucking ready for this part of the stream. This is the big part of the stream. Let me just bring out the boy here. Bring him out nice and far here. You know, you're gonna it's gonna cut off the word a little bit. Things will be obfuscated because Sangi needs to be here. Okay? Sangi can't leave. He needs to be here, and I know he'll probably block some text on the screen, but it's important. Sangi is fronting right now, and this is relevant to him, okay? So let's just respect his wishes, okay? Don't be a fucking bigot, okay? So let's get into it now. This is gonna be the Catboy Ranch HRT bathtub moonshine with a twist, with a spicy twist of tea.
You probably know that I have to address the big, massive elephant in the room, okay? Horton hears a who, boyos. The reason for this is because I don't even think we can begin to have this conversation without showing now definitively that Keffals, as a narrator, cannot be trusted. The conversation surrounding the subject has been intentionally...
You know what? I'm gonna slow it down. We need to savor every moment of this at normal speed. We don't need to... We want to stop and smell the roses on this one. Let's get the full effect of this. Mood is animated enough. We don't need him to be on speed right now. I mean, Keffals, maybe.
Warped and obfuscated.
To be fair, when you put Keffals on extra bonus speed, she just sounds normal. She's one of those.
And even questioning it will
psycho retards.
Get you labeled a transphobe, okay? And I'm not a transphobe. I'm bringing this up, okay? This is very, this is a minefield I'm walking in, okay? When we talk about the harassment...
Listen, I will say, I understand that the term that has sprung up as a result of this is... This is where I draw the line a little bit, because I'm like, I mean, don't abuse it, but it is a funny term, isn't it? It is a funny term. I think Jim came up with that one. I think that was him. I know it's a mean word, it's a naughty word, I understand, but man, you know what? I'm going with moonshine with a little a little, the little wedge of tea in there, you know? Just, it's like a little lime wedge, just right in the drink there, you know? That's what I'm going for. But yeah, no, I mean, it's like, that's at least a joke, you know? It's a little better than just coming in here and saying, he, or green text she, which, by the way, I can't really clown on someone for green texting on a YouTube chat, because I do green text sometimes on Discord. I was gonna shit on someone. I was gonna shit on the people who come in here and do the green text she, but then it's like, I mean, I can shit on you for just trying to be like an asshole, but no, admittedly, people talk about how much 4chan fucks people up. The big thing that 4chan did to fuck me up is now I often think in green text. And that's not okay. It's just not okay. Like, I process my thoughts sometimes in the form of green text, and sometimes that's the way I communicate with the world, like an autismo. So it happens. I mean, that's just very unfortunate. Also, I scream racial slurs all the time.
From Kiwi Farms, it can't be understated that they are transphobic. It's true.
Not all
There's
of
truth to
them.
the idea they'll call just about anyone a groomer just because that they're trans. However, this has allowed Keffals to absolve herself of responsibility of her own actions and pretend as if there's nothing she has personally done for people to distrust her character. Not only that, but she'll discredit any criticism by associating it with Kiwi Farms, the big bad farms. At the end of the day, if documentation exists, then regardless of that source, it speaks for itself.
I mean, it's always good to, like, once again, this has just made the opposition, it's like bolstered your, like I keep saying, it's made Kiwi Farms, it's probably made them, like, they're probably doing better now, but, like, at the very least, they look like the fucking victim now. Like, Kiwi Farm, you've now got more people. God, this is what these people never get. You know, you just scream like a retard about the Republicans that are out to get you or something, and it's like, well, you're just gonna make this, when people inevitably find out that Kiwi Farms had nothing to do with what you were talking about, and you've just been, like, slinging shit at them for no reason, for fucking, like, unprovoked completely, people are going to take their side, you know? And it's like, it was probably not at least Keffals' goal to have more people wind up siding with Kiwi Farms. I mean, that seems like an unintended side effect, if there ever was one.
Keffals will hide behind her identity as a shield, accusing anyone who brings up her genuinely questionable behavior as pedo-jacketing. In reality, this is little more than an excuse to avoid accountability. And it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself.
I guess that's true. Most people will just side with a victim over Kiwi Farms. I guess the seed has been planted enough, but it is just like, I mean, if you're just slightly intelligent, you can look at this, like, this video is going to blow up super huge. Everyone's going to talk about it. The word will spread, and ultimately it will be known that Kiwi Farms did nothing to this person. And then that's just the crack that is like, oh, so those, like, 50 fucking suicides or whatever that Kiwi Farms is tied to, maybe those were all bullshit too. And, oh, maybe, you know, this and that also, like, it's, I don't know. It's a weirdly slippery slope that she's set people up for, by just, like, lying a bunch. And now, I mean, I can definitely see people just, you know, this could be the red pill moment for a bunch of fucking people.
Hormones and Catboy Ranch.
What are we learning about Muta? What's going on? All right, we're talking about pedo-jacketing, you know, and I remember Ethan Klein was calling this out, the term pedo-jacketing, because, like, it's like, oh, you shouldn't have to have that term. You know, like, it seems suspicious that you have a term for when people call you a pedophile. But it's like, but that does happen because everyone's calling everyone a fucking pedophile now. And by randomly shifting definitions, they some of them are, I guess. Like, I don't know, pedo-jacketing. I mean, yeah, I get it. It's the whole thing about, like, all the trans people are trying to groom the kids, but, like, Keffals, sweetie... ... That's my response to that. You can fill in the fucking blanks of where I'm going with that statement. Just Keffals, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, no. That's my addendum to the response. P.S. Oh, sweetie, no. Edit. poor Keffals. Oh, sweetie, no.
Accountability. And it's finally time to talk about do-it-yourself hormones and Catboy Ranch.
Well, pedo-jacketing is something that, like, because I first learned about the term in relation to Mama Max, because that was what he was doing. Anytime anyone would criticize him, he would just be like, "You're a pedophile," and just like call them that to, you know, escape criticism. But there's a lot of people that are sidled with that. They're saddled with that term and maybe don't necessarily maybe they, I don't know. I don't know. It's a weird term. There's some it's a weird kind of scapegoat, but also like it happens sometimes. It's a weird one. It's a new one. It's one of the new Neospeak words. They installed that one in one of the new patches alongside Riz.
In 2022, Clara began sponsoring the DIY HRT directory. For a myriad of reasons, hormone replacement therapy is often inaccessible to many trans people. The directory intends to teach people how to, quote-unquote, safely obtain HRT without a prescription. While some are legitimate pharmaceutical-grade medications simply imported from other countries, the site also offers a number of homebrew sources. They are colloquially referred to as bathtub estrogen, in reference to the actual practice of brewing your own HRT. This guide in particular is linked to...
Yeah, I mean, the colloquialism of the moonshine comparison is not entirely unfounded. Again, it is like the same type of thing that you do to like bathtub brew some bullshit. It even includes ethanol and everything. Like you're asking... Reminder, again, this is all shit. This is like this insane chemistry project that you're asking like 14-year-olds or whatever to undertake, you know, and make sure their parents don't find out and all of that. But it gets worse, don't worry. If you think it's bad now, it gets worse.
Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals, which is also listed on the directory. Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals is extremely controversial, for reasons that will become very self-apparent. The packaging is covered in sexualized depictions of...
Yeah, there's like a lolly art on the side here. I think Willie Mack might have had that in his video, but then it says, keep out of reach of parents here. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Doesn't this seem super legitimate, everyone? So, I mean, you know, people bring this up, and, you know, people bring up sometimes that all of the trans are trying to groom all of the kids. And then people prop up Clara Sorrenti as a voice for the trans community, and I just don't know about that, you know? I just don't know about that.
Young boys cross-dressing. Again, I have to blur this out because it is actually a violation of YouTube's TOS, with text on the box that reads, keep out of reach of parents. It's disgusting and clearly falls under the category...
I do like the material on the box, this kind of like reflective thing. That's kind of cool. That's the one thing about this image that I endorse.
Under the category of Shota or Loli, which Keffals has given her own opinion.
Oh. Well, this is a difficult opinion to read when it's formatted like this, but, sure. Catboy Ranch. This is apparently Keffals. You like the little Wojak? The little trans Catboy ooh-woo Wojak? That's cool. So this is the opinion, which means, you know, ultimately, it's just saying if you like lolly, you're a certified pedophile. Which is, I guess, an opinion that, well, I mean, that's what's on the box. I mean, you can't see it because of YouTube or whatever, but that's what's on the box. So, interesting that she is endorsing this. Yeah, very interesting.
Opinion of in the past. It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated...
Sangi was in the way? Where was Sangi? Oh, Sangi's in the way of the... Yeah, no, that is going to happen because Sangi does need to be fronting right now. Go away, Sangi, go away. Yeah, there's a trans cat boy ooh woo with like there's like a blush up there. Yeah, that's what you missed there. I'll just slither on down here then. Okay, Sangi. Okay. Hey guys, how are you guys doing? Are you enjoying the stream? Sangi, I don't want you to be talking right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's just don't. Okay, I understand. Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Has given her own opinion of in the past.
Sorry.
It's already questionable to endorse what are effectively unregulated drugs. It's even worse to explicitly advocate
Yeah, it does kind of look like Turkey Tom, you're right.
their use by minors. Keffals bragged about donating thousands of dollars a year to the site to help people get access to HRT before the age of 18. She said, "I do not give a single shit what you think. I am doing nothing wrong, nor will I ever back down." The directory was even added as a link to her website, with an accompanying chat command. By then, she was marketing her community as a safe space for teenagers. As a former trans kid who is now
Yeah, so here's the thing, right, is like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not whatever LGBT. I understand that it, though, that like, I understand once again that I will never understand the struggle, you know, yada yada. However, I don't know that being gay and struggling with your sexuality or trans or anything, I mean, you know, I mean, like, when I was a straight teen, I feel like it still would have been weird if I had, like, some strange adult that's not my parent show up in my life and start, like, I don't know, like, you know, doing this kind of thing to, like, help me understand my sexuality or something. Like, it's weird. I don't know. Again, it's a thing where it's like, I feel like inherently it's not crazy. You know, we've talked about this recently with other stuff where it's like, the inherent idea of, like, a student and an older mentor or someone that teaches you things, that's not, you know, just awful, obviously, right? Like, there's times when that's okay and the mentor person is not like a creepy weirdo and it's just fine. It's just somebody trying to help out a younger person. They mean them no harm, kind of thing. But, like, we see a lot of the time where they do mean harm, and where, like, now it's kind of like it's impossible to trust that. And I just don't see why Keffals is an exception to that. This person who's just like we're supposed to leave this person in control of our kids' sexual development or something? Really? Is that right? It's weird. I mean, it's just a strange thing. I mean, and I maybe I'm just straight, so I don't get it. I get maybe if you're gay or whatever, you can't necessarily always go to your parents to talk about that. So, you know, I do understand that can be a trouble for people. But as a result, consequently, it has led to a lot of people advocating for this kind of shit where it's like, just go run into the arms of some strange adult who promises that they have your best wishes in mind and wants to pump you full of wacky drugs from a website that you have to, like, brew in a fucking chemistry meth lab in your fucking bathroom. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like if I was like a kid, I would run the fuck away. I don't know. This is like some don't take candy from strangers shit. Don't take bathtub HRT from parasocial connections that you know through Twitch.
trans kid who is now a trans adult, I want to say, to all the young trans people who follow me, I love you, I care about you, and I will fight for you. We will win. There is hope for people like us in this world. They cannot and will not keep us down. I have no opposition to providing safe access to HRT for trans people who need them.
Yeah, that should be provided through doctors and the government and stuff, and unfortunately maybe it's not. But, like, I'm sorry that maybe there could be, like, some local... I mean, even this would have ways for people to, like, slither in there and fucking gum up the works, but maybe some kind of local, you know, outreach program, some sort of non-profit thing could work. You know, that's fine. But I guess that's what some of these are, you know. I don't know. I mean, it's a very thorny subject. Again, I understand, you know, you want to help out people that are young and going through it. But you can't just have these wacko fucking people. Stick around for some time in the next couple of days, I promise. In the next few days, we will be seeing the Oddball Online website full of trans groomer adult attracted minor attracted adults, weirdos with like, you know, xeno pronouns and fucking, they've got like, they're trans southern and, you know, and they want to smash the estate, they want to smash the state and fucking break the conditioning and all this like revolutionary shit, and they're all pedophiles and admitted rapists that are all calling each other valid and yada yada yada. Stick around for that. Stick around for that in a couple of fucking days. All these people that, you know, that's a perfect thing to pair with this stream. It'll be out in a couple of days, people. And I don't know that Keffals is involved in that community, and I don't know that any of these people are involved, but that is literally a community of people that are like, you know, everybody on the site is far left. They all have all the things you expect in their bios, and they're all, you know, pedophiles and rapists, and everyone's valid, and it's the same shit as this like it's the same. I can totally see these types of people. You can't let these fucking weird people like just do whatever they fucking want with your kids. Like, it's not about sexuality or whatever. It's not about they're trans. It's not about your kid is whatever. It's about they're a fucking weirdo adult that wants to just like have fucking just have at it with your child. Like, no, it's not. People have identity politics this into a fucking issue where it's just a creepy situation that like should probably not like be a fucking like identity politics. It shouldn't be a culture war thing to be like, don't let strange adults, like, if you're gonna do that, have the parent there or a guardian. And if like you can't do that, like, I'm sorry, you know, there's a lot of kids who aren't happy with their fucking upbringing, and there's like other reasons, like they don't like their fucking name or whatever. The parents themselves just suck and they're abusive. Like, it sucks. Like, I'm sorry, but there needs to be parents, they need to be involved, or guardians, something. They need to. And this whole fucking thing of like people trying to defend this, and oh, I don't even care. And it's like this rebellious act, and no, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. You don't make the mistake of thinking it's political. I understand the plight of the trans person, I really do. Well, I don't, actually. I mean, I don't actually, but I understand that there is a plight, and I respect it. However, that's neither here nor there in this conversation, but everybody makes it into that. It's just ultimately, don't let weird adults be near your kids in a time of sexual development.
Right? That's just a thing.
That's just a thing, Mutahar. I agree with what I just said, yes.
Doctors can come in, and there's a way to safely do it 100%. Get the proper people involved. Not me, not Keffals the actor.
And not a group of weirdos that are all talking about how you just haven't fucking cracked out of your egg yet, or whatever. Because, I mean, make no mistake, that's happening too. Again, it's not everyone. It's not your friend who's trans. They're not all in on it, but it's happening. And Keffals is an example of that. And you know, again, I'm so annoyed with people like her, who constantly get propped up. And it's like, I mean, finally people are aware that she's like a fucking con artist, allegedly. You know, finally people are aware to stay away from Keffals. But for the longest time, it's like you couldn't look at what she was doing and recognize that this is fucking weird and creepy. You couldn't look at what she was doing with the doxing shit and be like, oh, you're just doing exactly what you claim that they're doing to you, you know, like, you're a huge hypocrite, you're a fraud, all the stuff we've already covered. And I just went back to the start of the video. That's okay. I knew where I was, vaguely somewhere around here. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know, like, it's just baffling to me that people prop this person up, and then they talk about, like, oh man, don't call out Vosh, dude. Do you know how bad those optics are? Like, tipster. Don't call out Vosh. That's gonna make the left look bad, bro. The optics. Dude, you're friends with Keffals. Keffals is Keffals might as well go on a stream with Jonathan Yaniv at this point. Like, start a stream, you know, like a co-podcast where they both host. Like, at this, you might as well. You might as well, for as much good optics as Keffals is bringing to the community. You fucking might as well. I don't know, man. Very annoying shit. Let's continue.
Get the proper people involved, not me, not Keffals the activist.
Look at that. I got it back to right where it was. Good for me.
Both of us are clearly not doctors, sure, but it is dangerous to condone questionable individuals with shady histories like Keffals and deceitful messaging to illicitly offer these treatments online, especially to minors.
I love it when Mutahar gets angry. That's always fun.
The directory was created by an individual known as Bob Posting, or Chloe.
Oh,
Chloe
dear.
and Clara have a long history of friendship together. Chloe thanked Keffals for her sponsorship and even got brought on stream to promote the site. She would reply to Clara on Twitter, 1,000 minors on HRT. Her association sparked backlash after people began to notice her bizarre fixation on secret
Transphobic parents. Doesn't provide child... blah, blah, blah.
sending HRT to minors.
Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT. No, I'm sorry, once again, because I'm bumping into the same argument that I just encountered when I was editing that video today. Because I had a great response to the whole, like, but children sometimes are interested in adults, and like no children sometimes want things like my thing was when I was a kid, I remember I wanted like a wagon, and then you get the fucking wagon and then you just never use the fucking wagon. Like, so some stupid kid for like a week is going through a phase where they think that they want to be trans. I'm sorry, that's the same argument that we're seeing right here from Chloe. This is the same argument that they use for, like, the child rape. It's the same argument. It's, well, they said they wanted it, though. I don't care. I don't care. They're a child. This is bad. This is really bad. This is really bad, Keffals.
Minors.
You've got some weird people. Man, you got some weird people. You're hanging around with OV Ho over here.
Ironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one.
Probably a minor.
I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it.
This is a post that this person's making as a funny joke. Like, this is a funny joke that they're making. Here. What are these? Let's read this again. This is disgusting. I mean, this is, again, I'm sorry if you think that this means I have a problem with trans people. That means you're a retard. It's not about that. It's not anything about the identity. This person could actually be like an 80-year-old grandma who bakes cookies and is just pretending to be like trans on the internet, whatever. This is disgusting. I don't care what fucking politics. This is the same exact logic that I was just seeing when I was editing that video. It was exactly the same, like, oh, but they want it though. But they said they want it though. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. I've unironically pink-pilled. And look at this, the way that they, like, with the sweat frog. Yeah. Definitely all above board here. Everything's above board. But you're a piece of shit if you bring up what you're, like, clearly looking. It's like, you want to know why the left keeps losing people? You want to know why they keep... the alt-right pipeline. If the kids watch PewDiePie, they're gonna wind up alt-right. No, maybe shitting on people for calling out what they see with their own fucking eyes is the reason why they're no longer willing to call themselves, like, liberals or leftists or whatever. Like, oh, you're just a scumbag, you hate trans people. Well, if that is synonymous with hating this, that's what it means to support this. It's synonymous. Like, oh, you just claiming that, like, criticizing this is, like, transphobic means that, like, basically you are saying that grooming children is synonymous with being trans. That wouldn't be me saying this. That's anybody who comes at this whole thing of like, oh, but you can't say that, and that's constantly what's being used, is that it's a good thing. The trans kids, I don't care. I don't fucking care about the trans kids. There's your quote. And I hate women and minorities. I don't care. Let the parents help them. If they can't, I'm sorry. Sucks to be you. Really does. Unfortunate. It's unlucky. It would be nicer if you had better parents. A lot of people could do with better parents. Unfortunate. But you know, this is not better. This is not better. This is scum.
RT to minors. I've unironically helped like a half a dozen minors acquire bathtub estrogen. No one tell them I've helped more than one minor order. I don't groom children. I just show dozens of kids every week how to buy bathtub estrogen with cryptocurrency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does.
And it's disgusting that and like, again, this is so similar. Like, I'm not willing to necessarily say that Keffals is on the pedo site that I'm making the video about. This is so similar. This is so similar to the people who post, like, if you were there for that stream, you might know what I'm talking about. The people who post about it all cutesy like it's a normal part of their day, like, haha, I'm being a fucked up degenerate. What do you mean I'm a crazy evil rapist? Haha. You know, like that kind of thing. This is personally disgusting for me based on the things that I've just been working on most of the day today.
Currency and how to hide it from their parents. What are you talking about? The directory does, in fact, take cryptocurrency.
Also, Otoko Noko Pharma. So, what is Otoko Noko again? That's like, is that child? Because that's Kodomo. I think. I've been getting rusty on the Japanese a little bit. I broke my streak, and now I've been having trouble motivating myself to get back into it. But Otoko Noko is like, I think that's like little boy? Male daughter. Oh. Japanese. Okay, right. Because I remember, because it's like Otoko no Hito is like little boy, and Otoko Onna no Hito is yeah, okay. So it's okay, that makes sense. Right. I see. Very very cute little name there, isn't it? It's hard to, I mean, like, we got this, like, haha, you know, kind of, you know, very suspicious kind of tweets, and you got Otoko Noko Pharma, you got Loli on the packaging, and I'm sorry, I've been talking about 4chan a lot on this stream for some reason. I don't know what's brought it up, but I am just forcibly reminded of the old days of trap posting, back when a lot of people on 4chan were, having some trouble, you know, having some confusion about their gender, and I don't know. I would actually very much like to see a video that goes into the history of the trap. I think I mentioned this before, actually. Like, that's a whole element of, like, people think it's like a slur now, and I guess it kind of is, like, calling someone a trap, but that was like a whole culture on 4chan, and that really swept into a lot of things, and that's kind of what you're looking at here with this, like, so a lot of people on 4chan had this, there was like an old meme that was sort of a meme, but some people took it seriously, which was, I want to be the little girl, which basically meant, I'm sick of being a fat, overweight, you know, a fat, overweight Mexican furry with a 300 ping. It was a Brazilian furry, with a 300 ping playing Tribes Ascend. I'm sick of being, you know, who I am. I want to transition to being or magically, whatever, become the little girl in an anime, basically. And that was sort of the meme, and that led into a lot of the trap stuff, and so, like, that is what I fucking think of when I see this. Otoko Noko Pharma and all of this. It's old 4chan weirdos talking about how they want to be the little girl, and how green text, you will never be the little girl, and stuff like that. And it's not a fucking cool epic thing to liberate the youth and their gender. It's a fetish that a lot of weirdos had. And I mean, maybe you could go further into it was a sexuality, whatever, but it was certainly fetishized. And I mean, this is fetishizing it, and it's just unavoidable that that's what this is.
Cryptocurrency, and at one point even instructed minors on how to buy Bitcoin. If you're a minor, get a trusted adult to purchase Bitcoin for you, or go to your local BTC ATM. Chloe has also referenced minors in relation to an act known as pink pilling, the act of convincing someone that they are trans on multiple occasions.
Yeah, and that happens, that happens. I've seen so many people say that they've been, harangued by people that are like, no, you're totally trans, honey, you are! And it's just I don't know, it's just another one of those things we're conveniently supposed to pretend doesn't ever happen because it, makes people look bad or something, and, I don't know. You hear about it all the time, but it certainly does. The whole egg thing, and this pink pilling, I guess, is yeah, I mean, it's it's, and you're a minor, you're 12 or something, you've got some adult who's looming over you in a figurative sense, just come on, try it, you want to be one of the cool kids, don't you? I mean, it's peer pressure. It's the fucking weird drug addict in an old peer pressure thing about he's got the trench coat and there's all the drugs in the trench coat, you want to be one of the gang, don't ya? You don't know. Don't go to that person. Don't go to that person who keeps, pressuring you when you don't understand and you're confused and you're easily vulnerable. You're, vulnerable and easily manipulated. Don't listen to that adult. Don't. And then they try to make it a political thing. They try to make it a morally justifiable thing. And I know it's a slippery slope argument, but you need to understand, at the time that I'm recording, that I'm streaming this, I pre-record all of my streams, by the way. I spent most of the day editing a video where I was looking at people talking about how having sex with children is a moral imperative, and we need to. There's a literal quote from one person on that site. Literal quote. Paraphrasing the quote, of course, but it's a quote to the effect of, "We need to make it uncomfortable," and the specific word used was slimy, to not support having sex with children or whatever. The way they frame it is allowing children to consent, quote unquote, allowing their consent. Youth liberation is the new term they're using, right? So I've been doing this all day, so maybe I'm cynical or something. I'm willing to believe that. But this is all really similar to that, and I can't ignore that, and I would just be remiss if I didn't bring that up. It was also exclusively left-wingers, exclusively trans people on the site, and, that type of, bio-heavy individual filled with all of the things you need to know in the bio, don't you worry. One of those types of people. All of them on the site. So I know I'm poisoned against it. I know it's bad faith, but this is just, it's the same. It's I haven't even fucking done anything. I've gone from editing that, and it feels like I'm still editing that. It feels like I'm engaged in all of the same parts of my fucking brain are firing as I'm doing this, as I was doing editing that. It's the same thing.
Pink pilling minors is based, actually, if they reach out and express a desire for HRT.
I would give 98% chance this Chloe person is on that site. I mean, allegedly, of course. Fictional version of the site in Minecraft, but man, this is so similar. This might be one of the people that I've read messages from today, even. This could be Alyssa Graves, who wanted to just date kindergartners.
Ironically, pink-pilled half a dozen minors, and by pink pill, I mean point them to HRT resources after they reach out. So when this was brought to the public's attention...
The chat member, I sent in the super chats. It's all a big money laundering scheme. You don't understand.
Several changes to the site were made. They removed...
I pre-record everything, but including the super chat. It's all part of the system. I'm actually out murdering several women right now.
Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals and implemented a site-wide age warning. This seems to contradict their explicit advocacy for minors to use the site. 2 days later, Chloe announced she would no longer be involved.
No, I promise the video's almost done. I promise. Well, I promise it's nearly done. It'll be soon. It'll be real soon.
In the directory. Keffals similarly distanced herself and her sponsorship vanished. She has tried to downplay her accusation ever since, and this is what she had to say earlier this year when questioned about the directory. I gave a wiki site $500 a month and they put my website link in the banner.
Oh, that's bullshit, though. I don't understand how people can lie like this on Twitter. Like, you know everything can be... It's like the people that do Bitcoin scams. Like, it's amazing to me. The whole point of Bitcoin is the fucking blockchain. And yet people still manage to scam. Like, it's like, you know you're gonna get caught. It's just a matter of time before they look at the fucking blockchain and they see the transactions or whatever. Every time. It's like, that's every time. That's how CoffeeZilla does it. It's just he looks at the blockchain for a couple minutes. And that's how to fucking bust the scam. It's amazing. And it's the same thing. Like, you know they'll, even if you delete the tweets, they've archived them. Why are you even trying to make this lie? You know already. Like, what the fuck? Why? What's the point? Who are you convincing?
I have never produced or distributed or even purchased DIY hormones. I didn't sell anything to trans minors, and I wasn't involved in production or distribution. Claire didn't just endorse it, she was friends with the creator who openly gloated about pink pilling minors. She even joked about it with Clara on stream.
I wanted you on the stream because I have a lot of trans youth.
God, Keffals' voice is so annoying. Why is he blurring out the gameplay footage? I guess it's because it's Nintendo. This is the Switch UI. Nintendo's gonna come after you if you have Pokemon footage next to, you know, this bullshit. You know what? Maybe Nintendo's right to do that.
Who watch the stream, so you gotta
Copyright, I guess.
Chill your pink pilling stuff.
Wow, I have the perfect resource for you. So I am pretty well.
So she's talking about the Lay Funny epic pink pilling. She's talking about that.
Known for those who don't know, people know me for like being knowledgeable about DIY HRT and
very knowledgeable.
How to, access DIY.
Yeah, I'm sure you read a few comments about that. A few comics about that, rather. Some dojins and whatnot. I'm sure you're very knowledgeable.
HRT. And so I have the site, which people are already sending a link in chat, is DIYHRT.github.io. If the mods want to like plug that would be amazing.
Go to GitHub to download your HRT and along with some new RAM.
So while Chloe has since disappeared from the internet, there was actually a new development. It was discovered that shortly after retiring, she was convicted for robbing a bank in 2020. On February...
Fucking what? Mr. Dong? Oh my god, chat members. Mr. Dong is gonna get it on. I guess it's Mrs. Dong now. Miss Dong. Keffals associated. Oh, fuck.
Which...
Okay, thank god. Thank god it saved the position. That would have been disastrous. The Keffals associate who bragged about pink pilling little boys and sending them HRT has been convicted of bank robbery in Canada. Bob Posting got sentenced by a judge in Alberta, Canada back in 2023 because he tried to rob a bank called Scotiabank. A bank called I've heard of them. That's the big one in Alberta there. Proof it's Bob Posting. Okay, so...
Hiring. She was convicted for robbing a bank in...
Fucking insane. I didn't expect Mr. Dong to get involved with a bank robbery.
2020. On February 14, 2020, on about 7:18 a.m.
Yeah, it's Lo Wang himself.
An individual wearing a surgical mask walked up to the counter at the Scotiabank branch located at... and handed a note to a teller. It read, "This is a robbery. You are not in danger. Call the police 30 seconds."
They probably also saw that. That's so funny. They probably also... No, wait, this is 2020. This is before that critical video. That became a thing. Like, there's been some people that have done that. Because I guess the word got out eventually that you can just rob a bank by just, like, going in there with a mask on and, like, a note. And they'll probably still catch you. But, like, you know, you could just do that. I mean, like, it's very illegal and it's not advisable. But, like, you don't need to do the whole movie thing with, like, a gun and everything. Yeah, I guess it was just, like, the note kind of thing. The teller placed cash in the box, you know. The police were called. There, you know, the video that actually probably will never come out. I mean, it will. I do want to work on it, and I did record all of it already, but, the 4chan, the next 4chan video actually has an entire, like, 4chan saga of a guy robbing a bank, and I think he tried to do the thing where, as well, where he, like, just, like, with a note, he went in there and he just tried to, you know, grab some money from him, but then he was, like, very easily identifiable, and he was posting about it on 4chan, and he was, like, his bike got stolen at one point. It was very funny. So, you know, stick around for that eventually, but yeah, Mr. Dong, has been a very naughty individual.
After I leave the door, give me all your money, no bug money. The robber handed the teller a box. The teller placed cash in the box, and the robber then left the bank with the box.
Yeah, Mr. Dong robbing the Scotia Bank sounds like specifically a This Hour skit or Royal Canadian Air Farce. Yes, one of those. One of those. Maybe Rick Mercer report, but specifically one of those three.
Cash. The teller locked the door and told her manager what happened. The police were called. This individual was identified by police as Chloe. The teller placed a GPS tracker device hidden between four $20 bills. And when she discovered this, she tried to hide it beneath some snow. It was quickly found.
The fuck is? Oh yeah, we're still on the. I'm having a brain meltdown that we're talking about a fucking bank robbery. Like, I completely forgot for a second in this video about Keffals that a fucking bank robbery. That's new to me. That's a surprise to me. Thank you, Mutahar, for explaining the bank robbery arc to me. I had no knowledge of that. That's great.
Reported to police, and they retrieved $5,190 in cash, and Chloe was convicted in 2023. Though currently her sentence is unclear, the criminal notebook...
Yeah, after Mr. Dong robbed the Scotia Bank, Mr. Dong tried to hide the money that they robbed in the snow. Oh, those cops are gonna come down on you pretty hard there, don't you know? Oh, you tried to steal money from the Royal Nova Scotia Bank? Oh, that's a felony there. We're gonna take you up to Justin Trudeau, and he's gonna tell you not to do that again.
Resource on Canadian criminal law says the average sentence in Alberta for this exact type of crime is 4 years and possibly a fine.
Oh no, bud.
Owns a directory now. It's still around
the snow
this day. In fact, they recently added back Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, for like $5,000 too. This is so funny because that's basically the amount that the 4chan guy got too. 4chan keeps coming up on this stream. This is very funny. It's like not even related at all, but it just keeps being related. Yeah, the 4chan bank robber that I have the story from, I think he also stole $5,000, and then by the time that he bought a motorcycle. This is spoiling the whole thing, but it's fine. He buys a motorcycle, and it's like $2,000 of the money that he stole, and then the motorcycle gets stolen. So he lost that, and yeah, by the end of like a day or two, the money's all gone, and the cops get him. It's like, it's not worth it. They're not gonna give you enough to ever make it worth it, even if you like don't get caught. It's still like you're gonna have to like be in hiding and everything. It's like not worth it. You're gonna be like running from that for your whole life. It ain't worth the $5,000, dude. It could never be.
In fact, they even added back that filthy Otokonoko Pharmaceuticals. Clearly waiting.
Yeah, I think Dong got busted, everyone.
For that public...
Someone's gotta break Dong out of prison! Dong can't be kept in concealed! God damn it!
To die down. Needless to say, everyone involved in this entire situation has exhibited suspicious behavior at best. So, one surprising development that actually kicked in while I'm sitting in my hotel room right now is apparently one of the actual pharmaceutical groups that was listed on the DIY HRT directory, vanapharma.com, which, by the way, ships domestically only within the United Kingdom, accepts cryptocurrency only, blah, 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 blah.
I like that they say they have very good safety precautions. That's good. Well, they said so, you know. They wouldn't say it if it wasn't true.
Has actually been hit with a pretty
Our
bad
safety
letter
is
in
good.
this regard. So for this is from the Medicines and Health.
Nice Nick is not going to be very nice here. We investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products. Uh-oh.
Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency in the United Kingdom.
Freedom!
And if we look closely over here, you can see that we investigate the criminal supply of illegal medicinal products, and during one of our investigations, the following domain name has come to our attention: vanapharma.org. Internationally, every jurisdiction has its own law, blah, 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 blah.
Blah, blah,
So
blah.
what they actually were hit with over here, the violations, is Regulation 46, where a person may not sell or supply, or offer to sell or supply a medicinal
So
product.
essentially, this is like when we find out that, some, like, cure-all fucking fake snake oil medicine, is actually, like, in violation of some kind of fucking thing, you know, and gets hit by an FDA thing. We'll jump ahead a little here, because this is a little dry, but, who is data and everything?
And proving that what they were doing wasn't exactly above board.
So, we've got another one of these things. We've got one that's got, like, lolly porn on the fucking box, and it's basically just like a 4chan fucking, like, trap potion or some shit. We got this other one that's being, like, fucking investigated by the feds in the UK. It's not good, Keffals. It's not good. I mean, I guess the argument you'd spin is that the people that are in charge of the, like, the Nice Nick or whatever that group was, you know, I guess they're transphobic, I guess. You know, they've got systems in place and laws in place meant to subjugate and oppress trans people. So it doesn't matter that this group has... I'm trying to figure this out. I'm trying to, like, reason this out in my head. Like, okay, so I guess it wouldn't matter that the group has... that this, like, thing has been banned or whatever, and, like, it's illegal, and, like, it, you know, because, you know, the law doesn't matter, because we live in a lawless society and God is dead. So the law doesn't matter. This is bad. It's not good. It's not getting better.
It's understandable why many would
We haven't gotten to the hair in the HRT yet either.
Dubious,
which is not colloquialism like fly in the ointment, but it could be.
Their intention.
It's actually literal.
They also say, I guess one of their problems is that you are supporting young people, young trans people.
Here's Ethan fucking sweeping. It's so funny that Ethan... I don't remember when this... I don't know when this was... But it's so funny that he was so willing to come out against Vosh for, you know, admittedly pretty bad situation, but meanwhile, oh, you were just helping young people with their transition. Is that so? Was that so, Ethan? Is that so? Cool interview.
Who didn't have access to hormones, you were telling them how to make homemade hormones.
Oh my god. No, I don't know how to make homemade hormones. I noticed the new thing is they're saying that I'm teaching people how to make hormones in their bathtub, which just sounds insane.
Keffals calls anyone who questions her.
It sure sounds insane, doesn't it? It's almost too. It's pretty bonkers. Yeah.
Behavior, past or present, transphobic, accusing her critics of pedo jacketing and groomer libel. When Ethan Klein called her out for defending Bosch's horse folder, she poisoned the well. You had me on your show and called me a hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves. Now, hero for fighting against a far-right stalking forum that made multiple people themselves.
Listen, people. Listen, Kiwi Farms, this is a message to you. Listen, bullying can lead to... And I want you to take that home with you.
you are using out-of-context clips sourced from the same website to attack people. What's truly disgusting about this is something like pedojacketing actually can be a real problem. It would be dishonest to act like baseless accusations of pedophilia against the LGBT community don't actually exist. But once again, Clara uses all of this to avoid accountability for her own actions. Clara, Keffals, your identity is not a shield from criticism, okay? Every time you do this, you actually throw the entire community you're supposed to be advocating for under the fucking bus. And that takes us to the tale of Catboy Ranch.
Oh, we're finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can fucking goon.
For the longest time, Keffals used to block anyone who referenced Catboy Ranch. It was actually mentioned in the letter that caused her initial swatting. But journalists declined to include it.
Wait, hang on. Oh, this is like the fake letter, right? Okay, yeah, this is the fake letter that like misspells her name, and it's like written by like a retard. Not a psychomotor retard, but like just a normal retard.
Clara later used this to justify why no one should look into it. When I was swatted, the swatter...
I mean, ultimately, you can ultimately just, you know, you can pretty succinctly just sum up everything she's saying as
mentioned Catboy Ranch and giving children Catboy collars in an email where they impersonated me and said that they were going to shoot up City Hall. It was all Kiwi
DK Donkey Kong DK Donkey Kong grooms kids. There you go.
Information. Now H3H3 fans are regurgitating it. The problem with this argument is that ultimately the documentation speaks for itself. Nothing on Kiwi farms should actually be taken at face value, which is why they find it so important to archive everything. That ensures that the original source exists and allows you to verify the information for yourself.
Yeah, such that it doesn't matter that it's on the evil doxing website. It's just facts. My shit is all facts, yo.
With how much misinformation and perhaps disinformation has been spreading about what Catboy Ranch really is, it's about time we look at the facts and try to understand what it actually was. When I first mentioned the subject on Twitter, she posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created...
I mean, someone says they claim the... let's go back a little here. Someone says they claim the name Psychomotor Retardation for a band name, and I'm just imagining it as like the song Psychobilly Freakout, but with the words changed a little bit there. And this is an interesting part, actually. I want to get into this because this is when he announces that he's going to do this video several months ago. And shortly thereafter, Keffals makes... I mentioned earlier, Keffals makes a weird video that's like, you know, feel sorry for me, I'm a victim, and it's like extra hard because, like, I guess she knows that, you know, some bad stuff is coming out. She's gonna have trouble with this Mutahar video. She kind of knew that, I think. So maybe we're getting into that now.
She posted a link to the supposed Discord in question. By the way, the server is still up. That is not the original Catboy Ranch server. In fact, it was created in response long after, in June of 2023. The story of the actual Catboy Ranch server starts with a Twitter account she owned by...
Let me see here. Google Keffals, my boobs are in the top photos, right?
She owned by the same name. It was created in 2020. The plan? To create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys so I can herd them all into my rant.
And I want to point out that this is not even the first time this has happened. I mean, we talk about this other site that is like a trans pedo grooming website, and like, that's what it is. And it's uncomfortable for some people maybe, but that is what it is. But like, this is not even the first time. That's not the first time. There was a story years ago, and I don't even think that was the only one. On 4chan, where it was like Robot 9000 fucking transgender cult. There was like some Discord cult that was like sweeping fucking suicidal like incels into this, you know, thing, and like pink pilling them into becoming the little girl, essentially. And that was years ago. That was in like 2015 or something. Yeah, Nathan Fielder's here. R9K was a fake fetish server? What do you mean fake? Was that proven fake? I never heard that was fake. Fake? Well, there was like at least two, I think, because there was that one, but then there was like another one, I think. I think there were two back then. But then now there's like that, and then there's I didn't know it. I didn't hear it was fake. Wasn't fake. Creator is a pathological liar. It was fake. Well, I'm getting some mixed stuff here. He's a pathological liar who downplayed what was going on. Turkey Tom interviewed the founder. Interesting either way. Whatever's going on. This is just not either way. This is not the first time that there's been this scenario happening on the internet, on Discord, whatever. Left-wing people, transgender people, whatever, are going to have to eventually acknowledge that this is a phenomenon that's happening. It's not like people, I keep seeing like randomly, like I watch a video that's completely unrelated and it'll come up like, all those right-wing people who want to like call all trans people like groomers, I guess. Oh. It's not coming from nowhere. It doesn't mean everyone is guilty of it. It just means that you need to stop pretending that it's just some random fucking thing that's like, it's just Pizzagate weirdos. No, this is happening. This keeps fucking happening. Why is that? Can we figure that out? Lying about it and covering it up and sweeping for it is not gonna make those minors feel any better at the end of the day, you know? The plan to create a Twitter meme page directed at femboys,
It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community. Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara, her friends, or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual, and she did public calls for submissions and invitations. Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat.
The worst part of all of this is that it's a fucking Reddit comic rage face. This is disgusting.
It was by any metric an adult space.
Why are we on like fucking Finnish Twitter? What is going on?
With pornographic art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner.
Oh,
there are endless, and I mean endless, tweets that are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret about getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was for Catboy until he starts crying right about now. The account reached 8,000 followers.
Mudo looked a little too comfortable reading that one.
By early 2000.
It looked like he got caught doing something. Like, oh, I wasn't doing anything, Mom!
21. Around this time, her page got marked as being adults only.
Rewind and see some screenshots. Alright, we got some screenshots here. What do we got? One of them involves Vosh.
Ranch. It was somewhat gimmicky with close ties to Vosh's community.
Vosh confirmed as a Catboy lover. I mean, I like cats and I like boys. If you were to extrapolate that, and, if you were to mix those two together in some way, then the logical deduction that one might make would be that I like cat boys. But that is not necessarily true.
Most of the posts were submissions made by either Clara...
Wrong. They steal memes from Catboys. Doesn't stealing because Catboys don't need rights. Now, it's notable that none of this is inherently about children or minors. None of this is minor. None of this is like specifically about that specifically, but I mean, well, I don't know. The whole pink pilling minors thing does seem to kind of overlap with this a little bit.
Her friends or people in her DMs. And the page was overtly sexual.
Wait, what was that about Vosh? Oh no, it wasn't anything about Vosh. I just saw men's rights to be submissive cat boys, and it brought Vosh to mind for some reason.
Sexual.
Ask us how we do it. That's a patented secret. Well, I mean, that's too blurred to know.
And she did public calls.
Self-fulfilling. Like, what are... Cat boy ass is at the top of the pyramid. I mean, like, I don't know why you're... The censorship and I I'm so done with the YouTubers who are like giving in with fucking YouTube. I've said it before, but it's like nothing will change on YouTube by everybody just being a good boy and censoring like a bunch of shit that's like making this video actively harder to understand what's happening, because like I would like to know what this says here. I would like to know what is happening. I don't have the context for how, like, what does it say? I like to rape bunnies? Like, is it the worst thing I can imagine? Like, what is it? Why is it blur? Why is it censored? I don't understand. I get that YouTube is super autistic about that shit, but man, you gotta, like, I kept saying cunt, and I don't think YouTube considers that like a racial slur anymore. So like you gotta fight through. You gotta power through sometimes.
For submissions and invitations.
Hello and welcome to Catboy Ranch. This is the premier account for Catboy content on Twitter. Enjoy your stay, blah, blah, blah. And, you know, again, nothing about what I'm seeing here, to be totally fair, nothing about this is, like, specifically talking about children or minors of any sort. You can definitely make that leap. Not a fucking far leap to make. It's like a crack in the sidewalk between the pink pilling and all of that and then this, but... you know, technically this is not really connected to that so far.
Like this tweet if you want to be added to the Catboy Ranch group chat. It was by any metric an adult space with pornographic.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to the Discord, it might get a little worse. This Twitter is just the fucking front-facing part of this whole thing.
Art posted on the account and used as the Discord banner. There are endless, and I mean endless,
guys who wear cat ears, a collar, and thigh highs, and eats wet cat food out of a bowl.
Tweets
that person is not a good person. I've eaten wet cat food. I've tasted it. It's not good. It's not good. After tasting the recent batch of Catboy milk, we have come to the conclusion that putting sorry, I need to read this more like Keffals.
After tasting the recent batch of Catboy milk, we have come to the conclusion that putting catboys under severe amounts of stress makes the milk taste sour. From now on, there will be no subjecting catboys to cruel and unusual punishment.
Is there Catboy cheese?
Yes.
What's the going rate per ounce?
Are very explicit in nature. For example, my biggest regret
$80 an ounce. It's a luxury good.
About getting bottom surgery is that I never had the chance to nut in a Catboy. I'm coming out as someone who likes to get their prostate slammed and or slamming someone else's prostate. I really wish I was a Catboy until he starts crying right about now.
Whoa! I wasn't doing anything. Well, the stream was on the whole time? Well, the camera was on?
The account reached 8,000 followers by early 2021. It was right.
Yeah, I didn't sound defeated enough. That's true.
This time, her page got marked as being adults only. A recurring theme throughout her post was the idea
I deleted the virus! Stupid Catboy, why are you washing your face after
of ownership, which is when things get really strange as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020. Within 3 as we approach the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created.
Okay. Openly LGBT friendly server with a very Destiny? As in, like, game, or as in evil, transphobic, right-wing streamer? I'm not sure. Either playing games or talking, blah, blah, blah. So, now we're getting into the more LGBT angle of it. It's not just, like, funny Catboy fetish or whatever. It's, like, a... more specifically what it is. But, still not technically connected to children or minors. Nothing about, you know, minor HRT, nothing like that. I mean, again, I don't think it's a big fucking leap to make, but very technically, you know, there isn't anything about that so far.
In December of 2020, within 3 weeks, the server amassed over 600
Catboy Wrench in bio
50 members, partially because she promoted it under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of eyebrows.
Remember that time Keffals ran Catboy Ranch and had a bunch of under 18 Twitter femboys get collars with the name on it? Sad the cult shit is deleted. Uh-oh.
At one point, Clara shared photos of 2 collars given to members of the
Femboy Finance and Ali Maria, Cat Girls, property of Catboy Ranch.
Discord. clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's
they are adults? Okay, alright.
Clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible. Keffals has reiterated that the server has specifically...
Well, were there actually minors there? It doesn't seem to be all that clear. I mean, if this is supposedly adults doing this, because this is...
approached the Discord server. The Catboy Ranch Discord was created in December of 2020 under her viral tweets. While it doesn't appear any archives of the chat exist, what is public has raised a lot of...
So, I mean, I don't know. There's no proof here that any of these people are under 18. I mean, I don't know if there's anything else to suggest that. I don't know if there's anything else to suggest that. This doesn't necessarily like link to that at all. None of them are, none of them are user type names that have like the year of their birth in the name. So like it's hard to tell.
Eyebrows.
This is really just an allegation that they're all under 18. This is, I mean, that's kind of baseless.
When Clara shared photos of 2 callers given to members of the Discord.
Based on what we know about all the pink pilling shit, again, it's not a huge leap to make, but I don't, I mean, I'm not seeing it here.
Clearly engaging in some form of roleplay. These individuals are adults, and I'm not alleging otherwise. My point is that it's clearly a space for adults, and minors should have been kept away as far as possible.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure that they weren't kept away, though, based on what we're saying, unless there's more.
Keffals has reiterated that the server has explicitly 18 plus and required photo ID to join.
Photo ID.
However, she also stated that photo ID was only required for the not safe for work sections. These are 2 very contradicting statements. And ignoring the fact that she shouldn't have been interacting with minors on Twitter either, Win, also known as @FemGirlVR, was followed by Clara on both of her accounts. On September 28, 2021, Clara replied to Win calling her very cute. A month later, Win tweeted at Clara complaining she couldn't post nudes because she was 15. Then in November, Catboy Ranch replied to Win acknowledging her age. You are 15, your skull hasn't even fully developed. Win later proclaimed herself a proud member of the cult of Keffals.
Oh, it's getting worse. Oh boy, I was you know what? I was worried that I was gonna get to the end of this segment and be like, you know, there's not actually anything that suspicious there. Actually, no, it's getting worse. It is getting a lot worse.
I just can't get over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16.
You cannot tell me I'm not being fair. I'm being as fair as I can. It looked like there was nothing about minors until this. This is not good, though. This is not good.
Once I'm 16. Over how much hope you give me. I should be able to start HRT before I'm 16 or once I'm 16.
Oh, dear God. Yeah, no, this is bad. This is bad. Oh, Keffals, what did you do? Keffals, no, this is what they're all saying that you guys do. You don't want to do that. You don't want to do that.
So just knowing that there's the potential I could pass like you.
Sorry, that's, Sandy! 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 Alright, he's been sated. He's been sated. Yeah, this is a disgusting tweet because it's just like, it's very parasocial, obviously. How much hope you give me. The potential I could pass like you do, blah, 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 all this stuff. I understand if you're a young person going through a time like this. Again, I know it's not easy. I understand it can't be easy. I know. But this is bad. This is bad. No, this is bad. And then the fucking media props her up like she's someone to trust. And so, like, of course, like, you know, if you imagine if you're like a 15-year-old, you see that, you're like, oh, well, she's the fucking cat girl Jesus or whatever, you know, she's she's been harassed and she's a martyr for the cause. You know, I'm sure she'll be safe to be around. Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Does give me hope to keep going. Thank you. Maya, or Femboy Mats, is another minor Clara interacted with on Twitter. Maya claimed to have been a member of the Catboy Ranch Discord whilst underage. Maya said, "Hey, I'm the person involved. There was no grooming."
There was no coercion. There was no collusion. There was no grooming of any kind. It's totally bogus.
Replied, "Who said there was? You were still a minor in Catboy Ranch, which had ID verification." Maya then confirms that only the NSFW sections did. Maya was 16 years old when she began interacting with Keffals. 5 days after she turned 17, Clara replied to her selfie with a meme. "Damn ya ass fat, what's your pronouns?"
I mean, it's like if you can't... They wanted to lose the election, didn't they? Like, they really... Man, like, it's just one... It's like... it's like one thing after another in this fucking thing. You just... How can we divide how can we make people not want to associate with left-leaning politics ever again? Just show them this whole entire scenario, I guess. Damn, you ass fat. What's your pronouns? While you're grooming kids with your trans HRT fucking bathtub. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Did Trump pay for fucking Keffals to do this? That's my new theory. That's my new theory.
Clara later tweeted a meme at Maya about taking estrogen and getting erections.
Oh no.
In one thread, Catboy Ranch interacts with both Maya and Princess Emily, who was 15 years old. Now, these are highly inappropriate interactions for someone to engage in on their adults-only account at the age of 27. And this is only what we're...
when they're all looking up to you. I mean, they say cult of Keffals. Yeah, the cult of Keffals. It's a real shame that there are just apparently no... You know, there's logs of everything ever, apparently, but there's just no logs for this, like, Catboy Ranch server for some reason. Because there's probably some fucked up shit that happened there. I mean, you know, and it's stuff that, again, like, you've got some kid there like, oh, there was no grooming. Like, yeah, of course you think there was no grooming. You think that Keffals is a good person. You're an idiot. You're a stupid child idiot, and you're like one of her prey, allegedly. So, like,
able to see publicly. It's also worth noting Maya has since argued in favor of underage people lying about their age to people online. Maya turned 18th in January of 2022 and made an NSFW account to post nudes 3 months later. Now, this is where the story gets even darker, because we have to look at Maya's interaction with another user named Danny. Username...
Oh god, Daniel Larson, not this user.
Miss Synth is here. Danny publicly bragged about getting Maya on DIY HRT when she was a minor.
So that I can get called, something online. This is so unnecessarily... Like, you can at least just, like, censor one letter so we can figure out what it is. Come on. Or, like, a couple letters. Leave the first and last letter or something. We can at least work it out. Come on. God, you groomed me so hard. Oh, this is getting bad. So this is, this is another person on the server, I guess. I mean, this is at the very least negligence on Keffals' behalf, allowing this person to do whatever they do here. Whatever's going on here. This would be negligence. But it's already pretty bad for Keffals already on her own. You don't even need to necessarily bring other people into this, but alright.
About to start bragging that I got Maya on HRT when she was a minor. Maya began working from Oda Kanoko Pharmaceuticals a month after turning 17. I'm about to take the pink pill, still cis though.
I don't know what word it is. It could have been pedo, it could have been groomer, it could have been all sorts of cool words that come up on every stream now.
This all was with assistance from the DIY HRT directory. A year later, she was so unhappy with her results, she actually called out and blocked Chloe on Twitter. What happened? She got pissed about her hormone results? I mean, that wouldn't be Chloe's fault because that's not something she can control. Everyone reacts differently to that stuff. Also, there's different dosages. The two would end up having an
Yeah,
argument.
maybe you two fucking weirdos on the internet shouldn't have done this to this child. Oh boy, here we're getting to the fucking boy. Well, this is the victims of this whole kind of thing, aren't we? Somehow my estrogen dipped by like 60 points, blah blah blah. I'm so done with listening to these quacks online who pretend they're better than an actual doctor.
Specifics of HRT. Chloe calls Maya an idiot, and Maya says this: fuck DIY, fuck all of this. I don't know how this happened. My regimen didn't change since my last test. I am so done with listening to these quacks online
who Maya, you fucking idiot.
Pretend that they're better than actual doctors. As Maya herself stated, these people are not doctors. And someone like Chloe should not be allowed to posture herself as some kind of authority on the subject. No one without any proper credentials should.
And they just keep trying to like groom her further with like, no. So it's like a mixture of like, it's like the worst people. It's like a mixture of turbo politics weirdos, always online weirdos, groomers, you know, and they're also like those people again that shill like phony pharmaceuticals and shit, you know. Like cure-all pills. Like, oh, you just got the dose wrong. That's why you still have cancer. You stupid moron. Here, buy more. I'll teach you how to do it right next time, fucking idiot. You know, this is like every type of terrible person all thrown together.
Not me, not Chloe, not Keffals, not anyone. Maybe it would be less of an issue if everyone involved in the situation was a legal adult. But as we've demonstrated in the last 5 minutes, they are not. Clara explicitly advocated for the DIY HRT's directory's use by minors, while clearly aware of her friend's activities, behaviors, and history.
Yeah, it's good to have some more long-form creepy content from Mutahar. That's cool, yeah. Bit of a slow burn, but the end result, it's some spooky shit. Yeah, this is a good story. It's a good thing this isn't real.
But only compounded by her constant lies surrounding Catboy Ranch, when even what we can prove already paints an incredibly unsavory picture. There is simply no good justification for why Keffals, while being overtly sexual, was interacting with and befriending underaged fans.
And the only place they really feel safe talking about being trans is on the internet.
Mm-hmm. And so where do you guys do this? Is it like a Discord or something, or like a community?
Oh, it's like a Twitch stream.
So in other words, a bunch of stupid children unfortunately feel safe. They shouldn't. I mean, they should have a place where they can, I suppose, you know, at home, ideally, with their family who loves them, but that's maybe not always optimal. But in other words, what she's saying is that, like, I've inculcated a space where people let their guard down and feel safe around me. That's basically what she's saying there.
Oh, just on Twitch?
Yeah.
So it's all just out in the public.
Yeah.
Because they make it sound like you have some kind of secret or some community spot that's not publicly seen where you're talking with.
Yeah, they do, Ethan, you fucking fraud. It makes me wonder why he did go after Vosh, because it clearly wasn't because Vosh actually did anything wrong. Like, he did, you know, but it's not because Ethan gave a shit. It's just because, like what was it, for clout or something? I don't know. For the drama, maybe. But it's like, if you have any fucking principles, you can look at this and you can see what's going on. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Kids and stuff, but that's not even the case.
Also, look at the way he dresses. He's a fucking clown.
Oh.
Clown man.
Wow, that's interesting. They really...
Oh yeah, she doesn't give a fuck. She probably doesn't like this woman very much. I don't know why Ethan is allowing her on here. And like on her side and everything, and completely uncritical of everything she's saying, and like softball questions, you know. And she just looks like she's bored.
Just straight up lying,
doesn't
huh?
give a shit.
Now there's a lot of misinformation surrounding...
Yeah, all those fucking harassers are just straight up lying. Just straight up lying. You know, it's weird. It's weird because, like, think about it. Like Ethan went after Vosh for, understandably, having some pretty fucking strange pictures of, you know, little girls and horses and whatnot. And that's, you know, some pretty disgusting stuff, but it was all just drawings. And yet he doesn't seem to give a shit so much. At least a couple years ago he didn't give a shit so much about this person who's accused of actually victimizing children. Seems to be willing to just, it's all just lies, whatever. Cool, Ethan. Very cool. Very cool. I mean, you know, I guess good job pointing out what happened with Vosh, you know. I guess, but like, once again, it's like Mr. Beast giving a homeless guy $1,000. Like, I guess you did it. I guess it's nice that you did this, but, you know, we know why you did it. I don't know.
Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several
Maybe he'd care
alleged
now.
screenshots. And to be clear, these aren't from a server Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asked."
So many fanboys. One thing, the straights and Baltic national. Oh my god, how to discredit yourself in 2 words. Baltic nationalists. Holy fuck. In my mentions today, don't understand. The support and acceptance of the LGBTQ is not conditional, earned, or asked for. It is not a choice.
Asking you, we are telling you, we will turn your kid gay.
Man. No, there's no agenda. More people need to condemn this. I'm sorry, you need to condemn this. You are doing a disservice to your whole LGBTQ fucking letter people if you are not condemning this, if you are not strongly discouraging this. Why do the Republicans keep saying that we're grooming kids? Why? I don't know. I can't fucking guess. Couldn't throw a dart at a board and figure it out. Just couldn't ever fucking guess that. Obviously, it's not everybody, but no, it's not enough people. It's like the fucking furries. Yeah, not every furry is an insane degenerate, but like, you know, enough of them are that when most of them don't fucking point that out and like acknowledge that and like, you know, make excuses for it when it happens every other fucking week. It's like, what are we doing here? Do you give a shit or not that people are being victimized? Because it doesn't seem like it.
On June 23, 2021, a Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright...
I'm glad for the people in chat that say they do. Absolutely. Good job. Congratulations. 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 Keep it up and keep doing it. You guys are fighting the good fight by pointing out, you know, that insane shit is insane, right? Like, I mean, shout outs to you, to fucking unsung heroes that are willing to go against the grain and be called, like, what's the LGBTQ equivalent of being an Uncle Tom? Because I'm sure you get thrown that all the time. I'm sure that happens, you know. But no, you guys gotta do that. It does nothing for you guys if I say that this is fucked up. I just look like a Republican, which is stupid because I'm not even American. But like, you guys with the purple hair and the pronouns in the bio need to fucking take action. You guys are the ones that you're the only ones that can do this. Stop the Chaos Emeralds!
Den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a
gay uncle? Is that the term? Okay.
13-year-old, and calling them a cute little bottom cat boy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors?
Not underage users. Hang on, I got distracted by chat. Someone is 13 there? Jesus Christ, hang on. What the fuck? What? Okay, I was not paying attention.
Information surrounding Catboy Ranch, including the circulation of several alleged screenshots.
We're almost done, by the way. I don't know how many of the boys are covering up the time, but we're almost done.
Be clear, these aren't from a server.
I've got another little treat, by the way, after this. If you care about Drizzy and Kung Fu Kenny, there's some insane. It's not even just funny haha pop feud. It's legit. There is like Epstein level, Pizzagate level conspiracies happening, and I would like to share that with some of you. I'm getting a bit hungry, but I want to go I want to go even further beyond. So stick around. We're almost through.
Clara owned, but an acquaintance named Femboy Cooking. Femboy Cooking is infamous for saying this: "It's not a choice. We are not asking you. We are telling exposing turn your kid gay." On June 23rd, 2020.
So I've been tipped off on something real grody. Gonna be grody in the family, grody! Those Vosh cultist femboys, yeah, their Discord is at best unsafe when it comes to how it handles underage users, and at worst an outright den of grooming. Behold, flirting with a 13-year-old.
A Twitter thread was made exposing Femboy Cooking's Discord server. A user named Sorrel called it an outright den of grooming. The server had roles to identify both adults and minors, and in spite of this, he caught an adult openly flirting with a 13-year-old and calling them a cute little...
I don't have... okay. Catboy Kernel Corruption. I don't have homework and I'm 13. There's a yikes. Dat Gamer says, ugh.
Little bottom...
What if I have ears and wear skirt? Fwenchy says, same. And then you are a little cute bottom catboy, :3. Always the :3. The fucking rapist face. They love this fucking face. They always love this face. If you ever hear me call this thing the rapist face, that's why. Because Snake Thing used it, fucking Goon Clown used it, those people on that pedo website use it, this guy's using it, fucking hell.
Catboy. When confronted, admins defended the server's practice of allowing underage users. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed? How if they've been taking... how if they have been talking about having with men, you can...
Wait. Why would we bar minors from the server on the off chance that they'll be groomed, lol? The whole server is grooming, retard. You're so far into this you don't recognize that, but the whole thing is grooming. Don't you think there are better ways to fix the issues of grooming and blank on the internet than just barring children from using the No, that is ultimately the best option, actually. That is the best option, ultimately. But failing that, I mean, you know, banning the pedophiles at least would help, too.
Taking, how if they have been talking about having with men, you can show me
With
where,
men.
but your sexuality is a part of you. There's nothing wrong with it. You're kind of the...
If you've been talking about... Okay. Yeah, this is so groomy, dude.
The one introducing the adult-oriented element. It's kind of weird. Keffals admits that she was in this server and called the screenshots disgusting. I have absolutely nothing to do with that Discord, and I think that is disgusting. I'll warn people about the Discord. Someone replied, "By that you mean you'll leave the Discord?" And she said, "Already did. I wasn't aware or active about any of this until now." Bruh, I was joking. I didn't know you were a part of it. That changed after the person who made the call...
Why would people think that you weren't a part of it? Your name is Catboy Ranch. The Discord is named after you. There's tweets that say, like, Cult of Keffals from 15-year-olds. Why would you think that they weren't involved?
Got suspended. Clara celebrated the thread's deletion, even though she admitted it had evidence of an adult flirting with a minor. Those are her own words. A just wrote an entire thread seething about me from behind a block, and tried to get his followers to dogpile my tweet, and then got suspended. People combed through Femboy's Cooking Discord and discovered an adult flirting with a minor, and decided that I am somehow guilty of this. Once again, suspended.
It's your server. At the very least, you have allowed this to happen on your server. Maybe you can argue that that's not really their, you know, that's not her fault that grooming took place near her, you know, unlike her. Like, I have a server. If grooming happened on the server, it's not really my fault that I have the fucking server, right? Like, but... her server is different, though. I mean, it is. She's got fewer people. She's got a cult of Keffals. And, like, I mean, that was like wasn't that like a moderator or something? Or, I don't know. I'm not sure. It still feels pretty weird to not address this in the right way. You know, I mean, it's suspicious the way that this is being addressed. It's not maybe fully accurate to state that this person is, like, responsible for the grooming happening that they didn't do. But then again, on the other hand, the server itself is basically grooming, like I say, so I mean, the whole thing is rotten to the core.
This is stunning admission that she helped cover up an adult flirting with a 13-year-old for her own convenience. And there's also no proof that the person who made that thread is a P-word. Early into Drop Kiwi Farms, Clara promoted an...
There's a chance, by the way, that the Discord screen caps or whatever are fake, I guess. I mean, I'm just saying that because, like, I mean, fucking anything could be, right? I mean, like, I'm being that asshole who's gonna be like, well, actually, there's like a fucking 2%, there's a 0.2% possibility that this is all just a huge misunderstanding, but probably not, though, right? Like,
artist named ZR Kalo. Kalo is known for running the account Transphobes Posting Their L's.
Oh, I've heard about this name. I think I've seen this person.
She faced backlash for knowingly associating with actual zoophiles, including a moderator on @Transphobic L's. She also is known for drawing what would some describe as necrozoophile art.
Jesus Christ, it only ever gets worse. Why does it only ever get worse?
Keffals defended her purely on
Why do things only get worse and not better, chat? Why do things literally only ever get worse?
That she had a thread on Kiwi Farms.
But the thing is...
Hang on. Sangi! There you go. Fits perfectly, actually.
Is like, I know they lie about literally everyone, so why would I believe their claims? Like, they're calling Zerkalo a necrozoophile, and it's like, they call everyone everything. Nothing they say is truthful. I have no reason to believe that.
Cool. They say those things. They're right wing, so like they'll say that. I mean, probably.
You do furry gore? Look, I personally think that that's kind of weird. However, I don't think you did anything wrong. I can just choose not to look at the part of the internet where people post things like that.
You could do that with Kiwi Farms, too.
As long as no one's getting hurt, I do not care.
Then she calls out every person with the thread on the site to band together. It's probably a good time to bring up that Kiwi Farms has actually put criminals in jail. Put actual criminals there. Most recently, putting a prolific animal abuser behind...
Someone says maybe being non-binary was a mistake. Listen, be whoever you are. I'm not suggesting you shouldn't be who you are, you know? Whoever you feel like you are. Don't let pressure from anybody influence how you feel about yourself. However... Just be willing to call out bullshit when you fucking see it. That's all I'm saying.
Bars. I'm not saying every user or thread is virtuous. Even if you hate the site, you gotta admit, some people deserve to have their actions exposed. Keffals' campaign eventually took her to Chris Chan, who she brought on for an interview right after Chris got out of jail for allegedly having relations with their mom. Hilariously, she had to keep up the lie that Kiwi Farms was still down. A lie she maintained for years.
Fun fact about that video, by the way.
At this point, I need to post...
Why is it not pausing the video? Very cool. Fun fact about that Keffals Chris Chan video. She did the video, and it was like kind of... From what I understand, and I didn't watch it, so this is just how it's been described to me, is that it's been described as being very leading in a direction to try to get Chris to shit on Kiwi Farms. But more importantly, she apparently only had like some of the interview up publicly. I guess it's private now, but it was apparently the full version of it was like on her Patreon or something for like $100,000 or some shit, some insane amount. And you know, it was like if some crazy Christorian wants to pay that much for the full interview for Chris Chan history or whatever, Christory, you know, then I guess they could do that, you know, but like it just kind of seems like another cash grab, another money grab from Keffals is like, I don't know. Have you considered the optics of this, Keffals? Come on.
The question.
Talk to Tipster a little bit, your friend Tipster. He knows all about the optics.
Goddamn moral high ground does Keffals have over Kiwi Farms? It isn't doxing. She paid money to dox her critics, as well as innocent members of their family. It can't be cyberstalking. She got ousted from her own community for trying to gather dirt on who she called a prototypical lol cow. It can't be some belief of criminality. The whole point of getting Cloudflare to drop Kiwi Farms is making them susceptible to illegal DDoS attacks. And when the site was hosted in Ukraine, she posted the address to the servers publicly, and then accused them of supporting Russia.
Oh yeah, this was another important part of this that he hadn't mentioned yet. So, first of all, this Liz Fong Jones is the one who's... I guess she, like, works for fucking Google or something. So there were all these, like, conspiracies surrounding her being friends with Keffals and all the people who would... It barely got touched on here, and I understand. You know, I've joked a little bit about the video, and like some of the things Buddha says is like a little funny, but it's been a very good video, and he couldn't get everything in. This took him months to, you know, get all of this like researched and all that, and he had other stuff going on, and like it's a pretty well done video. All things, you know, all joking about the I don't like the censoring is unnecessary. It goes too far. It goes too far in a few places. However, all this to say, I'm not to shit on him for like missing a few things here and there, but it was, I guess, alluded to a little bit with the Destiny thing and how he just got fucking yeeted to the Shadow Realm within like fucking minutes apparently of like getting that report. He was just fucking gone. He was banned on a different site, not even on Twitter was he banned for saying that she was cringe. He was banned on fucking Twitch for saying that Keffals was cringe on Twitter. A completely different platform for a non-bannable thing that's just an opinion. And so that was one. There were a bunch of other people. And I think Willie Mac Show, if you want to check out some more videos talking about Keffals, he has some more pretty good information. Some of the things that are not here, you might find there. He's got a series of videos talking about it, and they're all pretty good. Yeah, I mean, she does this with this you know, like several different accounts that would like talk about her. Not like, you know, shitting on her, not calling her whatever slurs or anything, but just, you know, having the wrong opinion, I guess, would just get banned. And so a lot of people started thinking that this Liz Fong Jones, who works for Google, there was like this whole conspiracy theory that apparently she was involved. So she's involved here. And yeah, this is Keffals essentially saying like, we need to get like the Ukraine people to take down Kiwi Farms because Josh Moon likes Putin. I don't even think that's true. I don't even think that's true. I don't even fucking think that's real. I'm not sure. I can't speak for him, but like this is just extremely, the guy could get killed over this. I mean, you can't argue that this is fucked up. I'm sorry, if you're gonna rally against doxing or something, this is AIDS. You can't do this. Fuck you. Bad. Terrible person. Terrible, terrible person. I'm sorry that Josh Moon stepped on your stairs, Muffin, or whatever, but, like, this is not acceptable behavior. People should have known right then and there that this was bad, but they were all caught up and whipped up into the fervor, and they didn't recognize. They were convinced of this boogeyman, this, like, straw man version of what Kiwi Farms is, so of course any justice would be acceptable, even like being fucking shot by a firing squad or some insane shit. Yeah, very cool behavior.
In some weird hopes that I would imagine would be retribution. Her entire MO is exploiting other people for her own benefit. Every time she claims people are criticizing her, it's because she's trans. She undermines the actual hate directed towards trans people on the basis of their identity. And what about her cynical use of other people's death, from James Somerton to the victims of Kiwi Farms to bringing up Tony in the inner feud with Ethan
Tony?
She starts this motherfucker off with "in memory of Tony Winchester, who was the RS Glory and Gold."
Why bring him up? What the hell?
He, first of all, I'm speechless with that
This
one.
is a guy who I don't know, I think Keemstar like called him a pedophile or something. It's some like years old thing that I guess Ethan has some connection to, but you know, it was more like sympathy baiting kind of shit. I think we watched some of this video. I barely remember it because Keffals sucks and video was boring.
How many deaths do we have to watch or weaponize until we all get together and can agree invoking someone's name in this way is just really fucking disgusting? And finally, to top it all off, there is no transparency surrounding the GoFundMe. She seems to keep inventing new details about her swatting, and many of the criticisms thrown in her face over the years are rooted in reality. If there's anything to learn about all of this, is that Clara Sorrenti has no morals. She will completely disregard the truth for her own gain and profit. There is no scenario where you can take her at her word, because she is shameless in her attempts at manipulation. If you are
could really mute this and put some like Hitler audio over this. It's one of those kinds of rants where there's like hand gestures and it looks like you're denouncing a whole people or something.
Someone who felt sincerely invested in Kiwi Farms being taken down, then she has failed you. Ich will Scheiße! The site is stronger than ever, and they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund.
Defending the Kiwi Farms. Russell Greer. Oh, this is like, I think this is lol cow litigate. Hang on.
And they've raised over $150,000 for their own litigation fund. They've already seen results in getting a company to retract their libelous claims. Dropping Kiwi Farms proved to be a terrible business decision for Cloudflare, who stated it caused a loss of potential customers and significant adverse feedback. And now everyone knows
everything that Keffals touches turns to shit. She's like the Queen Midas of fart porn.
Exactly what she was trying to hide after all this time. Now, this final section of the video, I have to preface with some caveats. When I first announced I was going to be working on this video publicly, several former friends and editors reached out to offer their perspective. They expressed feelings disillusioned by her behavior and provided what appears to be pretty damning screenshots, one that I started this video off in the beginning, as you can imagine, regarding what Clara did with her money. The reason why I waited to introduce this is at the very end is because I wanted to show that you can make a strong case with what is already publicly available. I have also been very honest about the extent of my knowledge regarding...
I mean, how much of what's publicly available is really, like, admissible in some kind of court? Because what he's about to show is this, like, screen cap of her saying that she would get canceled if people found out how she used the money. Which is, like, you know, damning for us. And, I mean, I don't disbelieve it or anything, but it's, like, I just don't know that it would necessarily fly in, like, a court. I guess it could, depending on how you tried the thing. You know, asking the question of where the fuck the money went. That's, I guess, maybe. I don't know how that would work, but, I mean, usually, I don't know how much, like, internet mess, because again, it could easily be faked. It's not hard to just, like, throw some text on a screen and, hello, I am Keffals and I like Hitler. You know, like, it's not difficult to do that, but, I mean... They're probably not fake. That's just like, I mean, if you assume everything is that, like, everything I ever look at this point is like, yeah, it could be AI or just like Photoshop. I mean, I guess, but it's like probably not, you know, like that's a possibility, but there's not really any reason to think that necessarily. However, I mean, I don't know that a court, you know, would care. No, I mean, it might be like, it might be a piece of evidence to add to a whole kind of thing, but like I don't know if it'd be like the smoking
evidence.
gun.
Okay, I have to be very honest here. Keffals has faked DMs in the past, even doing so on stream before.
Based and fake DM pilled Mutahar. He's talking about. So Keffals has faked DMs, like with Inspect Element or whatever. I see.
Or posting them as if they're real. Keffals and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually...
Keffals has, like, taught people how to fucking, like, fake DMs. That's so neat. Like, hey everyone, I'm gonna teach you all some cool info that you can take to, like, what good do you think people are gonna do with that, Keffals? Do you think that's just gonna be a funny joke? Are you sure no one's gonna wind up trying to defame anyone. Are you sure about that? That's cool. Cool stuff to share with your people there, Keffals.
Doing so on stream
Love
before
it.
posting them as if they're
On
real.
stream, yeah.
Keffals and her camp have demonstrated being actual disinformation agents, and having to vet screenshots are actually a serious concern. This is why I say I never believe an actual message until I open up the server myself, hit refresh, and see it with my own.
This is wise stuff. This is a smart man who knows things.
Fucking eyes. I don't just believe any screenshot thrown at me. With all that being said, this is what I was shown. The first is from a screenshot from a private group chat dated November 30th, 2022. Feels really bad watching the GoFundMe deplete. The rest will cover a year's rent and my psych fees if I talk to a psychologist once a week for the next 11 months. Ellen tried to comfort me by reminding me...
I always do have a little bit of sympathy when I see something like this where someone's just being, like, I guess betrayed by their closest friends, I guess, and having this, like, info leaked. But in this scenario, I mean, you did just... I mean, basically just... Like, can you call it a lie, though, ultimately? Like, I do have a... Like, that's the question. Do you think the people that gave her the money feel scammed? Like, because that would be the question. There's no way to calculate that, but, like, I feel like a lot of people gave her the money because she was, like, you know, saying she was a victim and wanted money, you know? Like, I don't know, like, ultimately they wanted to give someone their money for, like, you know, to feel good about themselves, something like that, you know? Like, it gets into a whole thing. I mean, in a legal sense, I think you could make a case for it being fraud or something, but, like, I don't know, like, in the sense of, like, who do you think's supporting Keffals? Like, I feel like a lot of them would still be probably okay with their donation. I mean, like, they definitely would have. Like, I keep saying how she would have been easily supported by people if she had just, like, you know, e-begged with, like, a stream and just been honest about what the GoFundMe was for completely. Just, it's for life expenses and moving and stuff. And, like, I want to buy fucking cameras and shit to, you know, do more streaming content and stuff. Buy an IRL streaming camera and all this shit. Like, you know, and like, be honest about that and everybody would be fine with it, right? But, like, even, I mean, shit, I don't know. I mean, this is just, it's just hard to defend at this point. After everything, it's hard to defend.
That it was an emergency.
It's like,
fund.
yeah, I want to almost have a little bit of, like, sympathy. Because, yeah, it's like, it sucks. I guess someone in your closest circle is, like, kind of ratting on you here. But, like, it sucks for Drake, too, but,
I kept trying to think of how it depleted so fast, and it's just so many little things. Travel and replacing furniture and helping my friends out, buying new streaming gear and clothes. If legitimate, this is an admission that the GoFundMe had greatly depleted after just 2 months. It also calls into question if she actually did buy new clothes and equipments for her friend. That isn't even remotely covered by any of her stated goals. Claire seems to understand this, going on to state, if anyone ever finds out about how I spent the GoFundMe, I am definitely getting cancelled. And these messages were deleted, like, what, 7 minutes later? If you recall, in September of 2022, Clara mentioned hiring both a private investigator and a cybersecurity firm. This conversation, dated November 12, 2023, appears to shed further insight as to why. The source first sent a tweet from YouTuber Bat Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Claire responded by sharing his Bat Empanada, shed further
the average white American LGBT person would be a Nazi if they weren't born into a group where that's inconvenient. Most self-centered, zero solidarity, imperial. Yeah, I mean, I don't fully disagree. There's so much, like, lack of empathy in this. I mean, I don't know about the LGBT, but just, like, you know, lefty fucking Twitter, always online weirdo. Yeah, they think that they are super empathetic, but they completely lack it. They have no understanding, and they're, like, blinded by this kind of shit. Yeah, this is generally okay take, sure.
Insight as to why.
There's a lot of people say things like, you know, if there were lynchings still, these would be the first people to, like, you know, to get it going. You know, these people to just immediately jump to conclusions and not ask any questions and just believe whatever the masses are telling them to believe, basically. Yeah,
the source
decent take. Why are we fighting about this guy?
First sent a tweet from YouTuber Bad Empanada, who had criticized Keffals in the past. Clara responded by sharing
This
his
is unrelated. Never mind. All right.
full name, date of birth, and
Oh, no, it is related. Okay, Keffals is just doxing this guy. Awesome. What a cool person Keffals is.
home address. When asked how she obtained this information, Clara gloated she was insane before revealing the name of another YouTuber named Second Thought.
Second Thought is another, like, lefty tuber. He's another one of the, like, bread tube names that gets brought up sometimes. I don't think I've watched anything from him, but I've heard of him. It's weird that she has this vendetta against other lefty YouTube. Maybe it's because other people actually don't take her seriously, you know? I mean, all that I've been saying, I mean, maybe she's not really held up that much. I mean, the news had her on the fucking... You know, maybe it is just a minority, you know? Hopefully. I would hope that that's true. That it's like, that most people would not look at Keffals and take her shit seriously. But, like, you know, she seems to have an issue with certain other people. She has another video that's like the fall of BreadTube or something. So I don't know, some kind of chip on her shoulder about that sort of thing.
Does Kiwi Farms have this info? No, I did it myself. I never published this info. It's just like a game for me. Claire...
What?
Claire continued. I'll have more soon.
Oh, this is fucking weird, dude. So he's saying, by the way, that he's confirmed these, I think. Unless he's saying he's just showing this and this is all alleged, but he basically said, like, I don't, you know, take these things unless it's, like, verifiable and I can refresh it and see it for myself. So that implies to me that, like, what we're looking at is definitely Keffals. And definitely Keffals talking about being insane and doxing people for fun. Wow, Keffals. Wow. If only there was a website you could go to that does that sort of thing. That's always the funniest shit, is that if Keffals was just on Kiwi Farms, she would have been like a popular person on Kiwi. Like, she has... I don't know, she has all of the things in her mindset that she is projecting onto them. It's wild.
I paid for another information request from an Argentinian PI firm. Honestly, my dream is to retire from streaming and be a PI. Dox people professionally. The lady who wants to drop Kiwi Farms, ladies and gentlemen, used the money raised under false pretenses to indulge in her fantasy of being a professional doxer. Allegedly. Given the nature of these screenshots, we have to be very careful about their legitimacy. However, I did end up reaching out to both of the YouTubers targeted to verify if the information was legitimate.
Mental.
And unfortunately, I did not get a single response back, as sad as it sounds. I think at the end of all this, the real harm that Keffals has done is not necessarily just to herself, but for the people that she quote-unquote wants to advocate for.
Oh, absolutely.
Look, throughout covering this video, I've learned that the trans people that I've talked to just want to exist. And in most cases, they're just average people. And their identities are...
And having this huge fucking, like, media campaign drawing attention to this creepy fucking person. This strange human being that has a lot of malicious, potentially malicious intent, ominous past on the bingo space, you know? Yeah, maybe it wasn't a good idea, taking her all that seriously, I don't know.
Or just their identity.
I guess maybe people didn't know at the time, but I think one of the problems is people quietly, like, disavow each other. Like, they're so willing to, like, denounce someone if you're, like, a Republican or whatever. If you're, if the tables are turned, those filthy wokes, you're so willing to do that. But the moment someone that's close to you politically does something that's, like, disagreeable, and maybe you were even for it at some point in time, I feel like people are really, they quietly, maybe they unfollow that person and they don't talk about it anymore. But I mean, you can't erase that the guy who informed me about Keffals in his video and how she was being harassed by a bunch of right-wing bullies, and I hadn't heard anything about this. And I watched this video and he mentioned this and I'm like, oh, what's going on? I bet this is exactly what it sounds like. And as I was immediately certain that it would be, it was exactly what it sounded like. But like, you know, people like that who draw attention to this sort of thing and they're like, hey everyone, my friend Keffals is doing this. And like when you eventually do realize that she is a scammer, she is a scammer, ma'am. When you eventually realize that, and you realize that she's like a weirdo with kids, and she likes to, you know, all this weird fucking shit. We didn't even get into the fart porn. I guess that's not necessary. That's just funny. That's not really relevant, but it is funny. But, you know, all this stuff, you know, yeah, you have to eventually be like, I'm sorry that I, like, promoted this person. This was a bad person to talk about. This was a shit show. Like, we need more people to publicly denounce people that are like them and not just like, he said the N-word 10 years ago. Oh my god, I denounce. No, talk about the person that you know that you're friends with who said the N-word. That's much better. Just have everybody fucking turn on each other. It'll be great.
That's it. They actually have lives outside of what their, again, trans identity usually is. And a lot of those people I talked to have all disliked Keffals.
Yeah.
And they've all disliked him because, you know, as far as I can really tell you, this person's like the Jesse Jackson of trans people, okay? They will use this as a shield. They will constantly try to be an activist. And I feel that Keffals' behavior has made her the perfect controlled opposition for making trans people just look terribly bad. So the end of all this, ladies and gentlemen, Keffals is in fact a liar. They are evil, they are malicious, and they're at great harm to not just themselves, but the community they quote-unquote claim to represent. That said, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Thank you, Mutahar, for your service. Thus ends the kerfuffles. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for sticking through it. It has been a trying time. We all kerfuffled pretty hard there. And it went on for quite a while. But I think we made it through. We successfully survived. Keffals is a bad thing. This was mentally examined. Most people are not like Keffals. Most trans people are not like Keffals. Most left-wing people are not like Keffals. You know, understand that whenever you see this insane shit that we look at, you know, it's because I'm not looking at shit that's boring. Like, I'm not looking at normal people who are agreeable and, you know, what the fuck would be the point of that? No, we're looking at crazy people. And, yeah, it's definitely some crazy people. I think that was a good time. Now, I have one more thing here. We're getting late. It's getting late, but I have one more thing here. It's more drama. Drama that's been happening. And I don't know of any other time to talk about this. So we might as well do it here. Now, I understand if some people have... Under normal circumstances, I've talked about this already, but like under normal circumstances, I would never give a shit about some rap beef that's happening. I never would. I mean, unless I particularly cared, and I do like Kendrick, and I don't like Drake, so I mean, I admit I had a vested interest just in that, but even that said, like, I knew that this was happening for a few days, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool, I'll probably listen to these songs eventually, not the Drake ones. But then I realized how much it was escalating, and how there was like 4 fucking songs from Kendrick, and so it was already interesting, right? Like, I was already super engaged with this. I'm like, I can't wait for what happens next. There might be a whole album. It's gonna be awesome. I hate Drake. I was super invested in the downfall of Drake. I'm so ready for Drake to be done. And then this morning, it just fucking went insane. It went to an extent that I wasn't prepared for. And I don't think anyone was prepared for. So there's this user on Twitter, by the name of, I think it was Ebony Prince 2K24. And they posted this video. And it was playing one of the Kendrick diss tracks, Meet the Grahams, the one that kind of goes over the items. There's like items that Kendrick, to sum it up, Kendrick supposedly has a mole within the Drake camp. And, well, to sum it up further, Drake is a huge piece of shit and a loser, and he has not a fucking artistic bone in his body, and he is a hack fraud who has no talent whatsoever. But also he like has been like alleged of grooming kids and doing weird stuff with kids for like over a decade now, but nobody cares because he's famous. So there's a lot of stuff, and they started feuding. And the one thing I can level at Kendrick is like, if you had all this knowledge about this guy, why did you only bring this up now once he like disrespected Tupac? That seems like you might have wanted to mention it sooner, dude, but whatever. Whatever. But so there's like allegations, a lot of famous lines now, certified lover boys, certified pedophiles, trying to strike a chord, and it's probably a minor. And yeah, like to quote Pat from Castle Super Beast, to quote Pat in their fantastic video with Pat and Wooly talking about this whole situation. I mean, it was a podcast clip, but whatever. It was to quote him, "Dude, the song of the summer is Drake Touches Kids." And there's just something very funny about that. I mean, there's like several songs that have released that are, and they're like varying degrees of insanity. And some of them, one of them is like really dark. 616 in LA is just kind of forgettable. One of them is very hateful. Not Like Us, though, is like a club banger. Where it is legitimately just like calling him a pedophile. It's just, Drake is a pedophile, is essentially the lyrics of that song. And there's a lot of stuff to back that up, there's a lot of like, there's a lot of potential stuff rather to back that up. There's a lot of stuff that's hinted at that like we're all kind of waiting on. So somebody shows up, this guy Ebony Prince 2K24 shows up at like fucking 1 a.m. or something last night, and they start posting this. There's this video that they posted, which is they're playing the song "Meet the Grahams." I'll actually just show the video because it's like a fucking spooky video. It is a horror. It is a horror video. Let me find the video here. Where is it here? Ebony. Right, it's this here. I hope the Twitter's still up. Might have been taken down. Okay, it's still going. It's still going. Okay, so we got this tweet here. And I think this is the first one. Number 1, King Kendrick Lamar is not a liar and I am not a thief. Number 2, Mr. Aubrey Graham at Drake and Mr. Livingston Allen at Academics have until noon Monday, 5/13/24 to retract your claims of theft, or my attorney, Miss Adrienne Edward, and I will exhaust every legal option available.
We will furnish you with every available lawsuits.
And what is included with this is this video here of him listening to Meet the Grahams by Kendrick, one of the diss tracks. And I mean, yeah, there's a bunch of I was simplifying the whole thing, summing it up. Kendrick has allegedly got a mole within the Drake circles, right? And supposedly this person has supplied him in some fashion with oh, by the way, I'm white. I just thought I'd point that out. I'm white. Supposedly he has supplied him in some fashion with several incriminating items from Drake's posse, which could incriminate him in many things, potentially. There's a lot of dark implications generally, like in the lyrics. There's a line like, that's basically saying, it brings up another rapper who's like done some shit, and it's like, I know some shit you've done, basically, that like is worse than that. Like, I don't know, maybe I'm misinterpreting some things, but there's elements of you know, there's supposedly this leaker, this mole, and the mole supplied him with the info that Drake has a secret daughter and all this stuff. But the mole, this video features, so right here we've got this laptop, which is this like military grade fucking laptop. It retails for thousands of dollars. And yeah, this video plays this song.
Dear Adonis, I'm sorry that man is your father. Let me be honest. It takes a man to be a man. Your dad is not responsive.
And we've got a random fucking newspaper from Brooklyn, which has apparently, which was the date was like a couple days ago. It's like May 8th or something.
I look at him and wish your grandpa would have wore a condom. I'm sorry that you gotta grow up in this day.
And we've got all these little like knickknacks that are apparently associated with Drake. I don't know what these mean. Other people don't know what these mean necessarily, but it's getting people's fucking almonds activated. And the implication here is that Drake knows what this means.
Behind him, life is hard, I know. The challenges always go beat us home. Sometimes our parents make mistakes that affect us until we grown. And you're a good kid.
And so now we've got like receipts. These are literal receipts. And this is a receipt here for an Andrew Ferguson, which is like Drake's stylist, buying like fucking thousands and thousands of dollars worth of jewelry, apparently, in New York City. He has this. This isn't, I mean, I guess it could be fake, but it looks pretty fucking real, doesn't it? And we got like just, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff I'm probably missing here. This like shirts and shit. This is probably like potentially Drake's fucking clothing. I don't know. But there's just this like this weird spooky fucking video where he's like just panning over these items while this song, which is already like kind of a fucking spooky song. It's this, it's a rap diss track of Kendrick Lamar talking to Drake's children and his parents and being like, this guy sucks and he should die. This guy is a terrible person and should die. Your father should die. He sucks. It's like a dark song. And you couple that with this like weird ARG shit that's going on. Here we have a prescription, which this was one of the early ones. This is for Aubrey Graham, and it's from Dr. Farzam Mike, which is apparently like Kanye's doctor who got him. I don't know what a 5150 is, but like that's what Kanye had, and that's what Dr. Farzam gave him. So like, weird shit's going on, man. Fuck what Ozempic did. 5150 is an involuntary commitment for being insane. Yeah, fuck what Ozempic did! We didn't pan over the Ozempic when he said it. We have another pill bottle from Drake. Another pill bottle. So people have been calling this guy the Riddler. Like, people have... It's very widely spread now, the meme that this is like, bro, Drake feuding with the Riddler now. What the fuck's going on? Yeah, I mean, like, fuck Drake, but like, this is frightening. This is frightening. This, whoever this guy is, and it gets weirder. It gets weirder. Whoever this guy is has all of this fucking info. And it's fucking strange. It is fucking strange. He has all of these items that he should not have. People are theorizing who it is. It might be like a hotel guard or something, like a security guard. More Aubrey Graham pill bottles, man. Like, I don't know, dude. I don't even know if I should be fucking showing this, but Holt Renfrew bags, and like, he's got the whole thing, and look at the fucking skyline. We're like on a balcony here in like New York, I guess. This must be the hotel where it's happening. So, And we're zooming in here. Anything here could be like some real ARG shit, but it's not just ARG shit. This is the good ARG shit. You know how much I fucking disdain ARGs most of the time? This is what I'm looking for, bitch. This is what I'm after. When it's like connected to something that's already happening and it's spooky and mysterious. And like, I already want answers for the other drama that's just the normal rap feud drama. Like, what's Kendrick talking about? Well, it's alluded to here. These are the fucking things. This could be the mole. I mean, it's theorized this might be the mole. Now, so this account has some interesting stuff, but the comments here are great. I have to say, I'm a big fan of Black Twitter. I've always been a fan of. I've always enjoyed whatever I've seen of Black Twitter. It's a very great section of Twitter. Just when Drake thought it was over, you know, Darkseid pulling him back. Black Twitter has the best reactions. It's great. It's great. They're always just the best reactions. Best diss track of all time. I mean, I think Not Like Us is like kind of better, but like this has the lore behind it now, doesn't it? J. Cole is just out here chilling on a beach. J. Cole, he don't know nothing about that. He's just chilling. Drake, you said you sent him those false information. Did you try to manipulate us? Because he lied about the information, and he lied about the mole. All Drake had to do was not mention this man's family and keep it a friendly fade. Instead, this ish gotten deep as fuck. I mean, it sure has. It sure do be that way. And there's a lot of theorizing going on in there. And this is Ebony Prince 2K24. This has gone up like 30,000 followers since I checked this at like 8 this morning. This has gone up so quickly. And it's a very strange account. There's a whole Reddit that's dedicated to figuring this out. So there's a banner here that says Ebony, established 1978, Brooklyn, Ontario, CA, Paris, France, London, UK, all these locations. And then you get this, 2024, the year of truth-telling. Major questions will be answered this night. And it's this weird, like, I don't know, movie poster? I have no idea who these people are, but the historical House of Ebony that's mentioned here seems to tie in with this show that's on. Somebody in chat might know of it. I was not aware of it, and you'll know why when I explain what it is. There's a show on HBO Max. Sorry, that's the dead name. Max. There's a show on Max that is called Legendary. It's like a voguing competition or something. Whatever that is. I literally don't even know what that is. Like it's like a Madonna thing. I have no fucking idea. I'm white and straight, so it's like it's not happening. It's just not happening. But like it's a TV show. I guess it's like a bunch of groups compete with each other, and one of them is the House of Ebony. And I don't know how much this is actually related to that. I did a little digging, but like I didn't go super deep into it. But like a story by We Don't Stroke No Egos Productions, written by stars, statements, legends, and icons. Screenplay by La Familia. Now, is this the date of the election, too? I don't know, but some of these names, like Overall Overseer, Icon, Uncle, Mike Ebony. I don't know if these are the real people involved with the House of Ebony. I don't think they are, because I remember one thing about it was that there was the woman who's like the leader of the group is a white lady. Or maybe like mixed, I think, but I think she's a white lady, and the rest of the group is black people, and it's like notable for that reason. And I noted that she had a different name than this. It's not Mother Toya. It's like a different thing. So I got to thinking this might be some kind of bizarre like fanon wiki thing, where it's like this is like fictional version of like this TV show voguing competition or something. I have no idea what this is getting at. But I also, again, I am white. Just like Twitter is Grok is woke, unfortunately. I am white, unfortunately. I don't know what to tell you. So I mean, like, I don't know a lot of this. I don't know about the culture, you know. I don't. So there's a lot of things that are probably going over my head. A lot of things. I mean, I've been listening to these the Kendrick tracks, not the Drake ones, because why? It's like, hello, you are Drake. It's the same fucking flow for the H song. He has no talent. He just has no. I am amazed by the people I keep seeing that are like, well, Kendrick's winning, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. And then they'll say like, but Drake is still a musical genius. No, oh, deranged. Click off. No understanding of music. Stupid. But you know, that being said, I have little understanding of hip hop and rap in the grand scheme of things. So there's a lot of things that might be going over my head, but it is fascinating. We've got some new tweets here, but I'm going to go back toward the beginning. And so there's this ebony thing with the crown and the knife. Then we got the tweet that I just showed you, and it's tagging like all of the fucking TMZ, BET Music, the Shade Room. These are apparently, a lot of these are like hip-hop gossip kind of channels. And so this is another one. To Mr. Aubrey Graham at Drake, may this photo help jog your memory as to where you discarded those items. The issue in the photo should also jog your memory. Jimmy Brooks would not have been proud of you that night. So we got this photo here. And this is a photo of, I'm not sure if this is Drake or if anyone here is Drake, but this little like baby person in this stroller, take note of this person. Take note of this person, and also apparently take note of these floors, because people quickly apparently drew connections between these floors, and they found like they he will not divide us. They pulled a he will not divide us, and they found the floor. They found the hotel, and the hotel is in Epstein's black book, apparently, or whatever, his like book of like locations that he frequented. This is a hotel that Epstein liked to use. So I mean, hey, it's a rich people hotel, you know, sure, lots of people probably go there. Not necessarily anything super major, but this is an interesting, very cryptic tweet, as you can decipher here. It's obviously just like, you know, jog your memory a little bit, and it's like, you know, it's doing that whole thing. The issue in the photo should also jog your memory. This is very much, it's interesting because the implication, obviously, with this, that word's coming up a lot. The implication is that none of us are going to know what the fuck is happening. No one reading this is supposed to know what's going on here. But everyone at Drake HQ is just fucking exploding right now. They're probably, this is crisis hour for them, if I had to guess. The issue in the photo should also jog your memory. Jimmy Brooks would not have been proud of you that night. Now, this is very interesting, because this man here, it's not a baby. It is a man. It's a grown man. And we'll get to that in a minute. But this guy here is a disabled man. Jimmy Brooks is the character that Drake played when he was in Degrassi, and he was in a wheelchair. So the implication, because of the implication that I'm getting from this, is that something fucking happened with this little wheelchair man. Someone pushed over the little wheelchair man and then laughed and did like a teabag on him or something. I don't know what happened. I'm just saying maybe that's what happened. Maybe. Like, I don't know what's going on. But, like, I guess the implication, like, there's a disabled guy. Jimmy Brooks is Drake's disabled character from Degrassi. Did something happen with this disabled guy? I don't know. The issue in the photo should also jog your memory. The issue in the photo. And this has also been confirmed, by the way, the date here has been confirmed to be the same date that Drake had to, like, cancel a concert in New York because a fan fell out of a window into the crowd. I don't know much more about... I don't know nothing about that. I don't know much more about it than that, but apparently that's something that happened. And people have cross-referenced the date and everything. So this whole fucking thing is going insane. I'm gonna take a look at chat. It is. Dude! Q Black Anon. He pushed him! I mean, maybe this little guy pushed him. I don't know. Like, I don't know. What happened? The issue, very suspicious. Yes. It all goes back to Jimmy. Apparently. In the Epstein Hotel? Yeah, Drake is living in hell. This is not good for Drake right now. That baby man is associated with DJ Khaled. That's true. That baby man is important. Wait a minute, that baby man. That is very rude, though. That is a man who's got a disability. It is unfortunate that he, has to live that way. But yeah, no, that man is associated with DJ Khaled. And let me take a look here. There are no comments allowed. Only accounts Ebony Prince 2K24 mentioned can reply. So that means that like TMZ, Shannon Sharp, BET Music, all of these. Rick Ross, who I've heard the name, but I don't know who Rick Ross is. It was very weird though that like Drake is being called a pedophile and being put on fucking blast as a culture colonizer. And Drake's response song is like both as a diss at Kendrick and also Rick Ross for some reason. I don't even know who Rick Ross is. Stick to fucking Kendrick, dude. Stick to the... Get on subject here, man. You're getting fucking pounded into the dirt there, Drizzy. But yes, they going hard on the family, Crody. So you can't. There's no comments, but there are several thousand quotes and retweets and stuff. Quote tweets, post engagements here. Here is a video featuring Aubrey Graham Drake at the same hotel with the same floor. We have confirmed that Drake has been in this building. Drake has been in the stripy zebra floor hotel. Okay, thank you to Char. Hey guys, did you know that this photo is taken in the Mark Hotel, a hotel that has its number listed on page 92 of Epstein's Black Book and has been protested before? The rabbit hole's still deep. I can go further, I promise. And so yeah, there's connections. There are connections. Why does that guy being there feel like this? Apparently the guy in the stroller is named Christopher Alvarez. He's a journalist. There are images of him at Drake's 2018 tour. Drake knows this guy. You can't forget someone like him. And yeah, you got this little video montage here. Drake was just photographed next to him. She used to call me on my pedo phone. So yeah, he's a little man. Apparently he's a journalist. And unfortunate scenario with the disability, but he's living his life. He's living his best life. He's really doing he's living better than any of us. He's best friends with Drake, How could you do better than that? But yeah, he's been, photographed with Drake and people that, Drake knows. And he is known from DJ Khaled circles as well. So the little man is potentially very, very integral to all of this. Yes, Joker. So another fun thing about this, people are calling out how much this is like the Riddler. I noted that it's similar to the Joker only because when I looked up the name that was on that receipt in that video, it brought me to an article that mentioned, it brought me to a Reddit talking about it that somebody else, I guess, also looked it up. But it was a GQ article or something that mentioned that name and also a person, and Drake, and also a person named Jackson Napier. So there is officially a Jack Napier involved in these shenanigans. Like, I don't know, man. I know that's who I don't think it is in that stroller. 29 Mexicans! And that's him, apparently. That's the little fella. And he is, he's photographed in this hotel. Apparently he knows Drake. A lot of mysterious stuff going on. Yeah, that's right, Cause. This MF is part of the beef now. And that is Lamau. I agree, my fellow homies. But, yeah, so that's another one here. Then we have another tweet. This one, these next few all have comments enabled. Oh, and then we get to some of the new ones here. Oh boy, that's exciting. So these all have comments enabled. This one says, "You've had many things discarded on your behalf over the years. I wonder if you can remember them all." Motherfucker pulled up to the beef like Jigsaw on a little bike. Straight out of Total Recall. Oh, hey, Tyler. There's also the theory that Kendrick knew about that and included 13 seconds of ventilator noises in 616 in LA. Yeah, I mean, I get that is also, I heard, yeah, I think you might have mentioned something about that. It goes deep. There's some wild fucking shit. Drake doesn't recycle? What is going on? You dead ass the Riddler for real. Oh my fucking god. Where is Drake's daughter? I don't know, man. I don't know. Good morning, y'all. Let me just scooch in right here and take my seat for the shenanigans. Welcome to the show. Post more proof, big bro. Oni-chan. Here's Drake right now. I mean, here's my question. You could have made the AI just do this with Drake. Why didn't you? You have infinite power. You could make the AI just have it be Drake instead. 6 a.m, fire on the street. Burn, baby, burn. That's all I want to see. We know it's you, Drake. What is going on? You're scaring me. Early morning action. Yeah, so Ebony Prince, once again, you're blocking my money with your lies, so you have forced me to get it another way. The Riddler versus the Drizzler! Fuck is even going on anymore? The logical conclusion is he was supposed to pay for the cover items, but now that Drake has exposed the fact that he played you, Kendrick's team won't pay you. I don't know if that's logical. Smooth. That might be a little bit of a smooth brain take there. Smooth. Something in the way. What's happening? Bro really said to Drake, "Oh, you're really not as smart as I thought you were." Yeah, this means Drake winning. I don't know, man. I think you capping for real. See, I know the words. I know some of the words. Oh, but. This is Dot! Hello, Dot? What other way? Rap industrial complex. Push-ups? Really? Should have kept that to yourself. And I said, this is some enjoyable scub indeed, my fellow homies. Yeah, they did. I don't know. Nobody else enjoyed the scub, sadly. I didn't get any likes on that. But this is some very enjoyable scub. Yeah, Push-ups is the name of the, one of the diss tracks, I think, that Drake did. So now we're getting into the ones that I haven't seen yet. These are new. Had you not lied, I would have just waited until you died to sell my goods. Sell my goods. I guess all of the shit that he's got, the memorabilia. Someone says, whoever this person is, definitely not Kendrick. He seems too pressed to prove something or trying to get paid. And Kendrick is definitely not this pressed. He's already moved on, but I'm definitely here for it. I don't know if he's moved on. If everything is to be believed, he's got more shit coming. It's just waiting for the PlayStation Direct next week or something. It's gotta be 50 Cent behind this account, bro. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Let me see here. What are next? Two black American men became unemployed at this exact moment, and you made an enemy. So this is an interesting one. This posts this timestamp here. 1/22/2023, Sunday, 03/19/21. At this exact moment, two black American men became unemployed. Well, let's be real. That happens all the time. I'm sorry. Okay. Who are you? And you made an enemy, anime evil villain. I mean, this is very anime villain, but I'm all for it. You know, normally it's cringe, but this is good. This is some good stuff. Some good stuff. And why does, what does that mean? You made an enemy! So, this is another one here. I don't know. I mean, again, I may be too white, maybe too out of the loop, out of the culture. But what Nino said, children of Harlem, stand up. P.S. We don't want to hear you say fella no more, nor any of the rest of you foreign cultural appropriating savages. Well, that's fair and valid and heckin' valid, but I don't see. I mean, I see what this. Well, okay, I get the general vibe is about the Drizzler. He got that skibbity drizz, you know, on lock, for real. But I don't know what this has to do with. He's promoting videos now. Stop edging us and get to the point! Listen, bro, the point is the edging. You really gassed this clown and thought it was real? Listen, man, it seems pretty real. How is it fake? He's got the receipts. He's got literal receipts. How do we know you're not like us? How do we know you're not like us? We never come back after we curse out the service providers. Is this Keffals? What are we doing? Is he going to take down Drake's Cloudflare or something? The same person in the CC footage. We got a content warning here. Sensitive content. It's just a video of Drake. It's the same video we saw of Drake walking in the hotel. Oh, but yeah, there's another guy here that I think it's the guy in the orange hat is the one that shows up in the footage. Let me see here. Where is it? No, that's like a different thing. I don't know which of these guys appears in the footage, allegedly. But definitely the same hotel. Like, there's no denying that. Bro finna drop the receipts on the 2nd anniversary of Mr. Morale. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely that's the next arc, I guess. Let's see here. Yet 6 months later, the circus returned. What is this? It's a New York Post article. We're gonna fucking read a New York Post article, ladies and gentlemen. It's 12:06 in the AM. We're gonna read a New York Post article. Rejected teen drinker accused of smear campaign against swanky New York City hotel says he's sober now. A rejected underage drinker accused of launching a wild smear campaign against the swanky Mark Hotel in Manhattan, complete with paid protesters, said Friday he's now on the wagon. I thought it was off the wagon! Theodore Weintraub, 19, who allegedly hatched the bizarre revenge plot after repeatedly trying to buy drinks at the hotel with a fake ID, told the Post he's been sober since January. And this is in August of last year. So January of last year is when this was all going down at this hotel. It was like January something, I forget. Let me see here. 6 months and 28 days, 209 days of sobriety, he said. It was the proudest day of my life when I made that decision. The Upper East Side teen, son of a prominent doctor, boozy Long Island iced tea was his favorite. Right. Weintraub refused to discuss a lawsuit filed against him by the hotel, which alleges he hired protesters to wave signs accusing the business of supporting pedophile Jeffrey Epstein and denying the Holocaust. The teen allegedly grew angry and aggressive after he was booted from the hotel in the summer of 2021, when he repeatedly tried to buy drinks, according to the lawsuit, which accuses Weintraub of defamation. The suit claims he and other protesters began staging the bizarre demonstrations in June 2023, roughly 5 months after he says he stopped drinking. So, after says he stopped drinking. The article has a typo in it. This is cool. Journalism in 2024. So this is several months later. Something happened with this guy. But it's all started with some kind of, like, Pizzagate related Epstein shit. Which I guess that's why he predicted it. I guess that's why Drake predicted the Epstein angle. Weintraub said he now opts for water with lemon and has lost nearly 100 pounds after getting sober. Oh, that's very nice. Let me see here. Yeah. So it's, he's, oh, wait. Weintraub and other protesters allegedly also harassed VIP hotel guests, such as the rapper Drake, on July 17th, according to the lawsuit. So that's July of 2023, not January. I think that's when that was supposed to have happened, that security footage. So in July, Drake was back in the pedo hotel. I mean, the Epstein hotel. I mean, the Mark Hotel. The Mark Hotel is the name of it. Drake was back in the Mark Hotel, and this teen drinker, I guess, they keep calling him a teen throughout this whole thing. They keep calling him a teen. This teen drinker apparently harassed him in July. This is after he apparently stopped drinking. But the teen said Friday he loves Drake and even went to one of his recent concerts. It was a fantastic show. I enjoyed it. I've got nothing against Drake, he said. Asked about allegations that he staged protests and attacked hotel guests, he played coy. Hopefully the full truth will come out and my side of the story will be heard. That's the best I can say, he said. And that's the article. The tweet just says, yet 6 months later, the circus returned. So, I guess 6 months later, the circus returned. So, like, 6 months after... Right, so, okay, so it started in January, and then 6 months later, something else happened, and at that hotel. That's what this means. So that's why there's that gap. This guy is involved in this. Dog is providing more timestamps, and y'all, he don't got nothing. Yeah. Rapper Drake on July 17th. The dots all connect. 5% will comprehend, the other 95 is lost. Indeed. I guess he's referring to this. Man, I'm finna turn these notifs off. Listen, what do you mean he don't got nothing? What are you talking about? He's got so much, you stupid people. You stupid people. He's got clearly quite a bit. He has quite a bit. This is very suspicious stuff. And then he posted this. Again. He posted this, like, movie poster thing. And he said, don't you all forget now. November 9th, 2024. Auction of items before the ball starts. So something is fucking going down on November 9th. Like, the kings will be fucking crowned and will be toppled on that day. Okay? Some shit's gonna fucking happen. This is getting old. Hurry up this shit, man. Black Twitter has no appreciation for ARGs. That's what I'm learning. And that's fair. That's totally understandable. Neither do I most of the time, but, like, I'm definitely in on this. I don't know. This is just something different here. This feels real. This feels like it. This is reminding me of when everybody was certain that there was going to be, like, secret extra Metal Gear Solid 5 content if we just, like, looked extra hard at the data or something. And there never was, really. I mean, there was technically, but it wasn't really anything. You know, this is like that, except it seems like something real this time, though. November. Yeah, make this happen faster, though, dude. Yeah, what the fuck is the bloodline? Nobody knows. This is, like, very strange. It connects to this, like, TV show on HBO, and I don't even think any of these names are actually related to that. This is, like, a code for something, probably. This is probably some kind of fucking, like, secret code. Just try to translate this secret code. I don't know what they're getting at. I don't know what's going on here. But November 9th, we gotta wait that long. It's gonna be a fucking while. God's plan. Funny how that works, isn't it? Follow IGN. I'm not an extortionist or career killer. I am a black American capitalist. You have inserted yourself in between me and my money. Move! Humble yourself and tell the truth. I just want Keith David to read these tweets. This is great. Or, like, I don't know. It's like, you know, James Earl Jones. This is, like, great. This is why I tell companies I don't conduct company business on my personal cell phone. But since you're so finicky, they insisted I install WhatsApp. Subpar service is not in line for the Forbes standards. That's what you pay for. So why would you think there would be no proof? Found item number 2, the Mark. This is the Mark Hotel. So this is like a lost and found item that this person has access to here. Rest in peace to the modern godfather of Black America. Tonight would have been another good one, I'm sure. He only meant well, and he was well received by so many. And I mean, this is definitely not Kendrick. Don't lose the plot. Okay, yeah, it's over. What happened at the Mark Hotel? People are really quick to let this seem like to like lose like faith in this, but I don't know, man. I don't know what he's posted that's like so. I don't know what he's posted that's like so unbelievable. I guess he hasn't had much in like a little while. And that's it. Like I think that's the new. Oh, there's another one from 20 minutes ago. Oh my god. Oh god, no. There's a YouTube video chat. Oh god. What is going on now? So, he has a post. He says, in quotes, "My lawyer's so good. Thank you for keeping me free and always staying on top of things. Who is Miss Adrienne Edwards, you ask?" So, Miss Adrienne Edwards is the lawyer that he claims that he has that's going to, like, sue fucking Drake for defamation or something. Because of, like, theft. Because there's claims that there was theft. I don't know. So, here's a video... And there's a comment here that's just from 19 minutes ago. Who here from the Riddler? Me, I am. Jersey City Gang War. Story of Al B. Al, the Bloods, and the time Joe Budden almost died. This is from Word on the Street. And I mean, look, I don't know how much this is going to actually have to do with anything. There's probably a lot of stuff that I'm not going to, know the details on or know the names here. This is maybe something that more people can look into, but I guess
okay, so we going
whatever her name is, the lawyer person is involved in this. The Riddler, one of the funniest nicknames ever. Riddler sent me here. Respect the Riddler. They sending us on a journey. All of these stops along the way will make sense in the end. Trust the process. That's right. The Riddler sent me here. That's right. They're all calling him the Riddler. I love it. It's great. And that's the newest post. I mean, I'm not going to watch the video. You can check it out on your own time. Go further into the fucking rabbit hole. It extends deep, I guess. Tomorrow, Monday. Well, yeah, tomorrow at this point. It's Sunday now. Monday is the day that supposedly is the deadline for this information. So something is either going to happen before then or then. So the next few hours, the next day, the next 2 days are crucial here. This is going to be quite some stuff. Yeah, let me take a look here. Can I... Come on, search for the thing. Come on, man. Search for... Okay. Alright. Okay, alright. Oh, okay, we're being a cunt about it. Okay, then. You fucking bitch. You fucking piece of shit. You fucking crack dealer. Alright. So we got a few different things here. Few different Reddit pages talking about this. And they've got some more information. Ebony Prince backups in case they're deleted. This is from r/Kendrick Lamar. And there's a whole TLDR here. The TLDR goes through this whole thing. Explains the whole thing further. Talks about the cryptic messages and stuff. And there's people going into the details here. They're looking into these weird pictures, the movie poster, the banner on the Twitter. There's like a profile picture, stuff like that. And let me see here. So the important information in that video, the items that he has. There's a Toughbook 31 rugged laptop, which is like thousands of dollars, like military laptop. There's an African-American flag. There is an LA Tour CN Tower souvenir and postcard. Brooklyn Eagle newspaper dated May 8th, 2024. I'll just show the page here. Holt Renfrew shopping bag, Shorty collection, popular jewelry non-itemized sales receipt for 63 grand dated July 17th for a few items, Drake written on top, Nadine fine jewelry card, pharmacy 90210 medications prescribed to Aubrey Graham, Ozempic injections quantity 4 dated whatever, Adderall Zolpidem tablets for insomnia, and then some driving gloves, I guess. And I think a lot of these were like referenced. A lot of this stuff was referenced in the song. So there's like a lot of stuff going on with that. I don't know. I'm not the best person to get your info here, but do the digging yourself. Find out more. Break the conditioning. The laptop is not the same one seen on the beach in J. Cole's recent photo. The popular jewelry online receipt is also non-itemized. The online receipt code was physically blocked by the Nadine Gosen card in Meet the Grahams cover art, seemingly proving the receipt and other items are not replicas. The purchaser is Drew Ferguson, who was an OVO affiliate. Their current relationship is seemingly unknown. Jimmy Brooks is the name of the Degrassi character Aubrey Drake Graham played. Drake was on the show from 2000. Wow, he was on it for a while. Holy shit. Notably, the character Jimmy Brooks ends up wheelchair bound. Christopher Alvarez is the baby in the stroller, a disabled adult with a mobility wheelchair. Believed to be Christopher Alvarez, a New York City journalist who appeared in a viral video with DJ Khaled and in a photo with Drake. Conflicting dates. Dates printed on the popular jewelry receipts are dated July 2023, while the security footage screenshot is timestamped January 2023. This is, on its own does not prove a hoax. Well, it certainly doesn't now, because now we know that there's July shit involved with this other guy, this Weintraub guy who was like causing a disturbance allegedly. That was happening in either June or July. I guess it happened again in June, but then it happened specifically to Drake in July. So the receipts are from July when he was in New York. I don't know what this necessarily proves, though. I mean, he definitely has some of these items that are talked about in the fucking song. Or I guess they weren't talked about. I guess it's the cover art items. I haven't seen the cover art for Meet the Grahams, because all I've seen is the black, the black non-cover art. Because I guess the actual thing was like a theft claim. It's supposedly theft. The images in the picture are theft, which is interesting that like the thumbnail, or like the album art or whatever, the cover art for Meet the Grahams, it's supposedly a bunch of, these items. I think it's these ones that this guy has, and it's like if Drake supposedly, he claims in one of the songs that he he planted all this info. He wanted Kendrick to have this information. Why would you then claim that your stuff was being stolen? Why would you claim that that's theft? The parent, I think that's why the cover art has been taken down everywhere, because it's supposedly theft. So that's what these items are. This post could be a visual hint directed at Drake and not a claim that Drake lost the Meet the Grahams cover items on that specific date. The Mark Hotel. The apparent CCTV footage shows Drake, Christopher Alvarez, and two currently unidentified men, two black American unidentified men in the lobby of the Mark Hotel. The still image of the footage is timestamped January 22nd, 2023. The luxury hotel is in close proximity to the Apollo Theater and Barclays Center, where Drake performed during that month. The Mark Hotel. Kendrick Lamar, New York penthouse. The video showing off Drake's items as seen on the Meet the Grahams cover was allegedly taken from the same building as Kendrick Lamar's penthouse. Initial rumors claim the view lines up exactly with Kendrick's penthouse room. The views do seem to line up with the building itself at the very least, See notes below. So, wow, I didn't know about that. That's a whole new fucking wrinkle in this one. The video from Ebony Prince matches a balcony from Harriet's rooftop and lounge. Assuming the photos of Kendrick's penthouse are still accurate, the video from the post was not taken from there. The railing and floor of the balconies do not match. The Pier House penthouse and Harriet's lounge seemingly share the same building according to Google Maps, or at least two separate buildings that are physically connected. The historical House of Ebony, it's an Instagram post, and yeah, there's an Instagram, a performative ballroom house of the same name. The House of Ebony was featured in an HBO Max show titled Legendary, where multiple houses competed for a prize of $100K. They placed 6th place. The connection to Drake or Kendrick Lamar is seemingly unknown. And yeah, I mean, that's about it. There's like more stuff here. You know, Dr. Mike Farzam, the guy who put Kanye on a 5150. A house called doctor for like, this is like your wacky woohoo drugs doctor, from what I understand. It's, what was the guy from like, from BoJack? It was like Dr. Pill Popper or something like that. Some shit like that. Diddle me this, owl man. Yeah, I mean, and we got some more. They're going full He Will Not Divide Us. I think that'll do it here. I'm getting tired. I'm gonna wrap it up there. But yeah, there's some fucking wild stuff going on. I don't know what the hell to make of it. I find it very interesting. I'm really looking forward to finding out more about what's going on. You know, somebody got shot at Drake's house, apparently. Like, Drake's fucking, like, compound. So some, like, security guard got shot, I think. So, like, shit's going down. This is a real scenario. At any moment, the news could come out that someone's dead. Someone big is dead. I mean, like, one of the two of them or something. And I gotta be honest. Things might get bad if it turns out that Kendrick got too close to the sun and he gets his wings clipped, so to speak. Things might get bad. I have a feeling things might not be good. That might be a bad scenario. So hopefully, if anyone dies, it's Drake. Anyways, that'll be it for that whole scenario. Let me see here. Let me see here. So we're gonna go back through some super chats here. We got a few to clean up here. Last couple of the night. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Be me. Make YouTube channel about ABDLs. Hit 283K. My face went. I'm at 183K, aren't I? Am I at 283? Do I have 200,000? Do I? I don't remember. I think I only have 100,000. I'm not sure. I don't think so. I feel like I would know if I was closer to 300,000. I don't think that's true. But I think I am 183K. Well, are you saying you would do that? You'd get to like 100,000 more than me? Is that what you're suggesting? You would do that? Like, that's what you would do? Well, that's the green text though. That's me thinking in green text, I guess. That's me, my face winning in green text, right? $2 from Nyla Brown Claw. I'm watching the stream from a mountaintop. Oh. Well, that might mitigate the crap factor of listening to Keffals, you know. $5 from Dr. Grubius. We need to convince Dead Six to make a 4-hour rant on Keffals. Despicable evil villain named Keffals! Hashtag Dead Six redemption arc. I'm still waiting for the Skibbity toilet video, man. It's going to be exciting. And I mean, a Keffals video would also be funny. Like, if someone makes a script for him, it's a non-zero chance he'll make it. I mean, he does take scripts from people, so... You know, but I think they're scripts from his friends, typically. 374 from Exiled Postman. Free dong! Yeah, expand that dong. $2 from Reverent Cudgel. Glad we could all be here for the Keffelgeddon. Indeed, it's been quite a time to be alive. 7 months member, Princess Ashley. I don't know how many that was. I hate these insane monsters for making us actual trans look so horrible. Trans isn't a shield from consequences, nor should it be. Yeah, I mean, but a lot of people want it to be, for some reason, you know, well, for an obvious reason, for like the symbiotic reasons of like, there's like a bunch of people who want it to be an excuse because they want to get away with things, and then there's the people who want to like look like they support things, so like, you know, like these two feed into each other. It's like Trump versus the media, you know. Surely you cannot coexist without each other. You must understand this, or however that quote goes. There's a lot of people that are okay with, you know, using that sort of thing as a shield, and they really shouldn't be. $5 from Folger Kelly. Don't be crestfallen, trans kings and queens. The Vatican. I don't know what that's supposed to get at. The Vatican? It feels like a reference I don't understand. The Vatican? Are the trans kings and queens? What are they gonna do with the Vatican? Is this part of? Are you part of Prince Ebony and his like secret campaign? I don't know what's going on, but you sent it in twice though, so thank you for an extra $5 for the Vatican. Finally, $10 from P. Hey bro, not to nitpick, and I didn't see the specific model, but I have a tough book and I'm just an electrician. They're not that expensive, especially if you buy older used ones. Well, maybe that's true. I don't know. I know that I guess J. Cole has one. In like some photo he took on a beach. So like I guess maybe certain rappers have them, like maybe that's like an industry thing, you know, that's like could be like a music industry thing generally. Or it might be one of those things like a fucking Escalade with tinted rims, like, oh, you tinted rims. I did just say that. You know what? Tinted rims. Deadwing tinted rims dork. I'm white. Hello. Maybe it's something like that, you know, it's like a part of the fucking, you know, it's part of the image. I don't know. Maybe. I have no idea. But what I do know is that some people did price, I mean, there is at least a version of that thing, the Tough Book, which is, there's at least a version of it which goes for like thousands of dollars. So, I mean, yeah, it's possible that it's just like a used one, you know, something like that. I guess so. Don't really know about that sort of thing. I didn't even know what the fucking Tough Book is. But no, what I do know is that that's the end of the stream, and I guess I'll go make some fucking hot dogs right now. Maybe I'll just order a pizza. I don't know, make hot dogs in the morning. But take it easy, everybody. I'm gonna make a breakfast hot dogs. That's what I'm gonna do. You know, it's gonna be a real good early morning food. Take it easy, everybody. That'll be it for the stream. I hope you had fun clowning on Keffals. You know, thanks again to Mutahar for making the video and going to that effort. You know, we learned a lot today about Keffals. We learned a lot today about the internet, about people, and about Drake. You know, apparently we learned about Ozempic, so you know that too. I might wind up keeping this stream up because there's some good moments here. This has been a pretty fun one, especially the Drake stuff toward the end. I'm very happy to have been able to bring that to people. You know, if I was a little more awake, if I'd done this earlier, I would have gone into that for like hours. I would have like tried to actually, I would have single-handedly tried to solve the case. I would have like, no, we got to keep going. Okay, so this hotel hires this cleaning company. They're in on it. Like, we would have gone full Pizzagate if I had like a little more energy to do it, but it's just not happening. So yeah, thank you everybody for watching. We'll be back soon, sometime soon, eventually, and take it easy, people. Penis.